This is it. Major 3 for the Wild Rift North American Series starts right now. Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel D. Gonzalez. I'm bringing you all the action. And joining me, of course, is Rafa and TJ as we embark to book 4 more spots to the North American Championships. Very exciting stuff here, Rafa. How you doing, brother?
I'm so excited because this is not only our last major, but it's basically one of the last 2 times that we can have teams qualifying and come into Minnesota, baby.
Oh, yeah. TJ, how you feeling?
Right now? This is it?
This is
all over?
We're doing it. No, this is the last major. They will have one more opportunity for the last chance qualifiers. This is the last major, TJ. It's okay. It's okay. Relax.
You said this is it, and I was like, the rapture, it's here? But that was me. I was projecting onto your statement. I realize now what you were trying to say. Let's watch some Wild Rift.
Thank you. Thank you. Of course, the tournament today and the whole series has been brought to you by Wisdom Gaming and, of course, Riot Games. And it got announced earlier this week that the finals will take place at the Rotunda of Mall of America. So I thought it would be great if we just spend a little time getting to know the state of where Mall of America is, because I feel like a lot of people, you know, they're like, oh, we know what Mall of America is, but we don't know exactly what's around it. So let's start with some facts about Minnesota. I'll give you a couple of multiple choice questions, and of course, you chat at home, you have the opportunity to guess with us as well. Y'all ready?
Let's go!
All right, let's do it. All right, the University of Minnesota, they're really big in esports, they're big in gaming, but, you know, the fact that, you know, they're the University of Minnesota, their mascot has an interesting name. Is it the Golden Gophers? Is it the Silver Salamanders? Or is it the Bronze Bruins? Rafa, TJ?
Sounds like a Bruins angle, TJ.
Absolutely not.
Oh, no?
I'm going to go with option A, full confidence.
Golden Gophers. Okay. All right. Do we have different answers for this, Dagon, or are we combining?
I guess. No, there it is. Different answers. Rafa, lock it in.
Bruins.
All right. The answer is the Golden Gophers. That's right. When they play football, they're known as the Golden Domers because their helmets are golden.
Wow.
So no, Bronze Bruins not correct, Rafa. That was
obviously
your guessing skill set here is pretty bronze. That's okay. That's okay.
No.
Next one. We got another one for you. Which delicious foods were created in Minnesota? I love this one. Was it Spam? Was it bagel bites? Or was it corn dogs? Rafa.
Definitely not Spam. Definitely not Spam.
Not delicious.
I think bagel bites might be the answer.
Okay. TJ?
Well, see, I'm vegetarian, so corn dogs, I'm going to go with bagel bites as well.
Okay. All right. Rafa, I gave you 3 answers. All of them are correct, but you still found a way to be wrong. All 3 items of food, the delicious foods of Spam, bagel bites, and corn dogs were all invented in Minnesota, along with Cheerios, Milky Way. Oh, Minnesota. So great. All right.
Why are they making
Spam
so much food?
In Minnesota?
It's great. All right. So one of the major cities, it's 10 minutes away from Bloomington, where Mall of America is. One of the major cities is Minneapolis. Its nickname is it the Windy City, the Twin City, or the Big City?
I think I know the answer to this. This is Twin City, right?
Yeah, Twin Cities.
All right, that's right. Good. It is the Twin City because it along the border of the capital, which is St. Paul. They're basically very the same, and that's why they're called the Twin Cities. And of course, we'll wrap it up here with a Mall of America fact. It's Mall of America. When you think of America, sometimes you think of the Statue of Liberty. How many statues of liberties can fit inside of the Mall of America?
13.
Is it 100? It's not 13. Is it 258
right, though.
or is
Imagine
it
if you just said a number.
369? Which one is it? 100, 258, or 369?
369.
I feel like 100 is the kind of fact that gets put on a website, and that's why Digon has it. So I'm going to say 100.
You both are wrong. It's 258 statues of liberties can fit inside the Mall of America, the largest mall in America, of course, y'all. And of course, for you all at home, it's not $50. It's not $25. It's free to come and watch the Wild Rift North American Series Regional Championship. So make sure to go ahead and book off the time and fly on out for a championship, which will happen in 4 weeks. All right, y'all. That was pretty good. You guys did okay. 50%. You know, like maybe we
TJ did 50%. I think I did like 25%. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for that little bit. Now you guys know, of course, a little bit more about Minnesota and Mall of America, where we'll be holding our championships and crowning a champion. But before we do that, we got to figure out who's going, and it starts with the bracket here at Major number 3. We have our 4 teams that qualified for Major number 2, and then we had 4 teams make it through qualifiers for Major number 3. There's our 4 teams that made it from last time. It's NME, Suzaku, did it right this time, Cloud9, and Tribe that made it on in. But then we got Yon, Reflection, Saint, and Demon making it on in here. When we look at this bracket, what jumps out at you here, Rafa?
I'm looking at the other teams like Yon, Reflexion, Suzaku, and Saint and Demon, that they have their work cut out for them, because you have, strong top 5, consistent top 5 performers in C9, Tribe, and NME within the same bracket. And from my understanding, only the top 2 teams will be advancing from the Major into the regional championships. Now, if I'm wrong, correct me real quick so I could be Keck W caster on the stream.
It's 4 teams. 4 teams will make it. So
4
all
teams.
4 teams.
Okay.
Yeah, all 4
Keck
teams
W
will
caster.
make it.
There you go.
Yeah. That's all right. That's all right. TJ, when you take a look at this bracket, and we've been following along this whole season, which teams, which looks harder to you? What side
Well, I mean, the whole bracket looks pretty firm, but if I have to start breaking it down, I look at what Rafa said. Yes, you have these teams that have been around all season, Cloud9, NME, Tribe, who you're thinking of as, the legacy teams, the teams that are always in the top 4. They are always in the top 4. They're never winning. They've all looked inconsistent over the course of the season. And so I'm actually a little bit worried that we could live in a world where we don't get a Tribe Gaming at the finals, because they have their work cut out for them against teams like Saints, who have improved over the course of the season and gone from, some randoms in the bottom of the bracket to they won the last qualifier and did so in dominant fashion, 12 minutes in the final game. That's the kind of performance that makes you scary to a team like Tribe that's still struggling to put their roster back together.
Well, perfect caster synergy there, because that's our first matchup. It's Cloud9 up against Saint, and we just set up a lot about Saint, but let's talk about Cloud9 here, who looked much better in Major 2 after what could only be described as a failure in Major number 1, as they qualified and then did not win a single game and went crashing out of the bracket here. In Major 2, looked a lot better, had things working for him. Tarzan in the jungle specifically stepping it up, and then the experience of Old School, who's been there, looking pretty good here.
Yeah, many C9 fans would like to just forget Major 1 ever happened and say, you know what, yeah, C9 didn't, wasn't there. They missed it. And it had a prior appointment or a schedule, but then they showed up at Major 2, right, and had a much more, had a better performance overall. One of the things that we're looking at over the course of not just this Major, but building up to the regional championships, is how well Old School has been living up and performing on this roster after moving here from the Tribe roster.
TJ, this is Saint. They stepped on up, and a lot of it had to deal with, the jungle mid synergy here.
Yeah, and this is kind of something I'm looking at when we talk about Cloud9, who, of course, have alternately played through their jungle in Tarzan or their AD carry in Old School. This is a team that is all about the jungle. Nori is good, Kansui is good, but they play much weaker. They don't get the resources because the resources over on Saint are all over here on the top side, where it's Camel, Icy, and Crown Prince who are dominating games and controlling the jungle. So if Saint get a matchup where Cloud9 are playing to Tarzan, playing through their jungle, they have an opportunity to, I think, just knock that veteran roster, that veteran organization out of the tournament very early on down to the lower bracket.
Going to be very, very exciting. And you set it up a little bit there. Our featured matchup that we need to keep an eye on here between these two squads. We highlighted Old School. We highlighted Tarzan. For Saint, Icy in the mid lane was a driving force and a driving factor here for Saint to kind of qualify through here, Rafa.
And the other opponent on the flip side is going to be Meals, right? And even though we didn't necessarily talk a lot about Meals, Meals is still just as important to the success of Cloud9 and how they want to play, because Meals, his success drives Tarzan's success. Because if your mid laner is not getting priority, and if he's not able to open up the map for you, Tarzan cannot... Yeah. What is Tarzan supposed to do? He hides back into the recluse of his own jungle saying, okay, guys, I can't really move if my mid laner is going to get out roamed. So Meals has to step it up, because Icy is someone that you cannot underestimate going into this match.
And
go ahead, TJ. Sorry.
I was going to say that's what I would kind of call out as the difference between these two players, is that Meals functions as a facilitator in many of these mid matchups. Meals is there playing the more supportive characters to enable his jungle, to enable Old School playing the AD carry. Icy, he's looking for kills. He's playing stuff like Jace, jumping on people's faces.
All right. Well, we've set the table. I want to go into your brains now. What did you guys predict for our first matchup of the day, where, again, we've seen Cloud9 stumble early? Both of you trusting in Cloud9. Am I the only one that watched that last qualifier and think Saint could do it?
I'm not questioning that Saint can do it. I'm questioning if it's going to be enough against Cloud9 after they have cleaned up a lot of the mistakes that they made during Major 1, and knowing, just speaking with Nano beforehand, that he's like, hey, there's a lot of mistakes that we've already addressed in scrims. We've proven on stage that we can handle, some of the matchups that were, favored for us. We're not going to let, a family situation happen all over again.
TJ?
It depends which Cloud9 we get. And that's why it's brutal having to predict this as our very first match of the tournament. Because Cloud9 are either going to be one of the most organized teams, I think, in the region, who play incredibly well through their all-star AD carry, or they leverage Tarzan's ability to affect the early game to tremendous success, or they're going to be kind of a mess. And it really seems to depend on what mood they come into the tournament. And even in that last major, where they did look much better, we had games where they randomly weren't able to live up to the standard that we know they can hit. I think the best Cloud9 tournament was the qualifier for that second major. And they, to me, still haven't hit the tempo that they hit during that qualifier. So if we get that Cloud9, if we get Qualifier 1, Major 2 Cloud9, then yeah, I think they win here. But there's always the possibility for Saint to be better than we expect, or Cloud9 to be worse.
All right. Well, we can only find out by the action on the Rift. It's time for our first match of Major number 3. Cloud9 versus Saint, and it all starts with the draft.
You know what that means, TJ? If it's draft time, we got to think about how these two compositions are going to come together. First off, wait. Are you in my room?
I've just realized
how come I don't...
I'm looking around now. I don't know what room I'm in, Rafa. Continue.
What do you mean? You're in my room, I'm pretty sure. It looks very similar. Who gave you a picture of my room?
You know what I think has happened? I understand what's happened now. It's a reproduction of your room that they made for me to sit in so that I could channel some of your energy.
Oh, they made a set. Well,
yeah.
That's impressive production skills right there. And all remote, too. How'd they get into your room and did all that without you looking? But picks are kind of flying at this stage, DJ. So I want to acknowledge them a little bit. Not only the Senna was the first lock-in for C9, but they've also built up some long-range abilities that can allow you to either poke people down and set them up for picks, or you just force them away from objectives.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, same with the Ashe. I really like Ashe right now, but that signals a little bit of a slower approach to the game. They're going to want to build a beefy frontline that can prolong fights in front of Nori. And that's interesting because we normally see Camel on hard carries. So if I had to guess, I think that this is going to be something later game for Camel, maybe the Olaf, but also a scaling jungler like Riven or Aurelia could come out here. We're seeing a lot of Aurelia jungle in Asia, and it hasn't been banned out here.
I mean, if there's anyone that would try to bust out in a jungle Aurelia, it would be Tarzan. But I don't, I haven't seen any, C9 practice matches recently, but it's definitely not flown on the radar. If it busts out, then either I was uninformed or it's completely new.
I'm telling you, it's pick or ban in China, in a lot of Asia.
I'm not doubting you. I've
also
seen some of the VODs. We even reviewed some of the games over in the WCK, and I'm pretty sure Aurelia was one of the bans that came through. And I know that another region was actually had an 8-0 Aurelia game in the past couple of days, so it was kind of nuts.
Yeah, so we do still have room here for a jungler for either of these teams. It could be Olaf or Gragas in the jungle right now. What's really interesting to me is that this might be the Morgana Senna bottom lane, which would put the Gragas in the jungle over on Cloud9. And I think that's what we're getting. So that's a very long-ranged bottom lane down there, if that's indeed what's happening. And that's going to be able to keep this Ashe at such a long distance that it's going to be very hard to activate early. Like, Leona can't really do anything into that. And then in the flip side, in mid, you've got exactly the same thing, where Cloud9 have this tremendous range advantage being played into them by the Brand, who's just going to be able to eat that alive.
TJ, it's happened. It's finally happened. It's I don't know if you're referring to the Aurelia or the Master Yi, but for the past 2 qualifiers, ever since the new patch dropped, we did not see, as far as I remember, a single Master Yi ban or pick. It completely went through multiple game phases or pick and ban phases. And it's not even the jungle Master Yi. It is Crown Prince, the ban who goes on things like Lucian top and Graves top and saying, give me the Master Yi. I am playing this the solo lane style. And this opens up an entire new world of possibilities and how this game is going to be played out.
It's very exciting because nothing went where I thought it was going to go. Okay, so what I meant by I told you was I was fairly confident we were going to get a late game scaling option in the jungle, which Master Yi is. Late game scaling in the top lane, very interesting. Crown Prince, of course, is benefiting from the buff that Master Yi just got, which makes him very effective in 1v1s. His Alpha Strike, the thing where he flits out of existence and does a whole bunch of sword strikes, that now does way more damage to single targets. So he is going to be able to fight this Renekton really effectively. I think that's a favored fight.
Already some aggression in the Dragon lane as well. Selma and Old School getting into the faces of Kansui and Nori, trying to limit test how much of the level 1 trading can go, and it just results in, I want to say, love taps on both sides.
Sure, okay. I don't think, that's not what I would call that. It's early aggression.
And tough love. Let's say tough love. Then.
Sure. And it's the early aggression that Saint needs, because this Leona can just be frozen out of lane. I thought earlier this was going to be like the worst case scenario for the Leona, which would have been the Morgana and the Senna down bottom. But it is in fact going to be Gragas played support here, which makes it a little easier to get in range. But once Gragas has the explosive cask up, it's also going to be very easy for them to zone off the Leona and fish for that Ashe. Try and hit a big cask that just puts them in range of Senna and in range of the CC chain.
And then the big implications for a Senna Gragas lane opposed to the Morgana Senna lane is now the question is who's doing the farming and who's doing the roaming? Because typically we've seen Selma do so much of the roaming for Cloud9 in the past. And normally Senna in a Senna Gragas lane, you're giving a lot of the more resources to Gragas because you can benefit from that. But if Old School is the one that's roaming, I don't know if that will change how Cloud9 operate in terms of comms. But already, they're just going to roam as 2. Why not? And you get the complete lockdown on the camel and force first blood.
Rafa! He got hit by the root, followed by the dark binding, followed by the body slam.
How do you get out of that?
Put down your phone. Walk away.
Well, Tarzan is prepping a dive with Zella potentially. There is no level 5 for Crown Prince using the Alpha Strike to dodge out on it, but you gotta be careful with the Ignite potential as well, and the dive goes awry.
So we see both the dream of Cloud9 and the nightmare simultaneously. That bottom lane freed up to roam a little bit more by the Gragas, who is taking the farm, is able to deliver on the CC chain dream with meals. They get a kill in the mid lane, shut down Camel early. That's on the checklist.
Selma immediately capitalizing, but Kansui stops the rest of the damage coming in from Old School. But Nori, you gotta be careful about stepping up. But in fact, it was all a debate.
Leave!
But Nori still takes too much damage on the backside of it. Camel was there for reinforcements. They were aware that that was the play they wanted to make, but it goes in disaster.
Yeah, and that's the range advantage for Old School, but I do not understand why Nori didn't leave there. Because Old School's range advantage is that lane. It is going to define your entire time there. Yeah, you have a gank from Camel. It would be cool if that worked out. But the second Nori is one good combo away from death, you need to just give up on that dream.
I do want to point something out, TJ. I'm not one that normally gets onto items, but looking at Crown Prince, this is a death stance rush. And there's been a lot of conversation, especially with the European casters as well, Hell's Devil and Darkbreaker, another YouTuber from the European side of Wild Rift. This is more of a life scenes to steal build. Okay, well, you know what? My point is going to go out the window. Crown Prince not quite a death stance availability yet, and you cannot 1v2 when Tarzan has the full assault there.
Yes, and that kill is very important because it does slow down the Crown Prince scaling. There's the death stance you were talking about. And we saw them attempt to do that earlier. That's very important for Cloud9. They have 2 major targets on the map right now, both Camel and Crown Prince, who they want to shut down. And the way they want to do that is through Tarzan. They need to get as much gold onto that Jace as possible. And I don't know if I like this Cloud9 strategy, because it deprioritizes Old School a lot, who's my star of their team. He has no resources here.
Well, he's roaming on over, so maybe he can lend a lot of the utility on the Senna over to Cloud9, who wants to snag away this Rift Herald from Saints. It's 2,000 HP. It's a bit of a battle right now. Tarzan isn't quite here yet, but they've held off quite a while. Tarzan isolating Icy and preventing him from entering the fight, but now he is isolated by Kansui in the 1v2. He's able to trade one back and forth, back over to the left side of the fight. Saints are trying to battle this out, but Crown Prince goes down in the end. And even though the Rift Herald looks like it went over to Saints.
You're right.
Okay. I was unsure there.
So was I. I wasn't saying anything. I was holding on to that thought. So, Camel is the only one in here with a smite, so it's pretty easy for him to pick it up, I think. But the entire mess around it is so chaotic. The fight gets terribly split, and Cloud9 just drive a wedge right through the middle of the fight, isolate all these team fight elements, and most importantly, have their team fight together. Watch for this CC chain in these fights. The amount of stuns and roots they can put onto a single target is immense, and we're going to get another example as we start a fight here.
But if Saints are the one that started the fight, they just blow up Old School TJ, and now how do they bounce back after this one?
Zello into the front lines here, will find the stun, and he's chewing up the front line, absolutely devastating them. The stun chain turns things round, Nori eats out his HP, and Saints hold strong. 1-for-1 trading on the back half of the fight, both going to Saints.
Yeah, Saints don't even drop a single member there. All their health bars were super low, and you saw how thirsty C9 were to just get one kill off the back end, but they didn't find a single one.
Yeah, they just hold the choke point, and that's the Saints' dream. If they can get into these tight choke points and have the brand, the Ashe, just sitting behind Leona, dumping damage into the front line, they will win every single fight.
I'm going to try again for this Mountain Dragon. It is the big target for both of these teams here, providing that extra bit of shielding.
And part of the problem with that strategy is that they don't have a super big front line. That was a good dash. They don't have a super big front line. It's kind of only the Leona who can eat that damage. And in comparison, Cloud9 both have a pretty big front line with both Gragas and Renekton. And they have a ton of range. They have the Morgana, they have the Jace, they have the Senna, all of which will reach over the top of the Leona and access the Ashe and Brand from beyond their own auto-attack ranges. So they need this.
Okay, well, Camel is here for the reinforcements, capitalizing on the engage from Konsui. They blow up Meals. Can they chew through the rest of the front line? They are doing a pretty damn good job of it. Crown Prince, the Master Yi, he's onto the backline, TJ.
And Old School barely survives. In the meantime, Camel shuts down the overextension from Tarzan as he pushes forward, and Zello can't chase down any of these targets. So it's a massive Team 5 win to Saints. They're going to go for this Dragon.
And despite Crown Prince going down into the backline, they've done their job. They forced away Cloud9. They took out the jungler. No smite advantage either. Saints are going to pick up this Dragon.
It's a very clean team fight for Saints. They leverage exactly the setup they needed to, because though they want to fight that front-to-back style, they don't have the range advantage, everything I was just laying out. So what needs to happen? They need to bring that front-to-back style to the front lines. And we see it. Konsui playing incredibly aggressive with Camel, Crown Prince being a front line, yes, but one that is diving to create a pocket of safety in which Icy and Nori can play very aggressively and get the benefits of protection and also be in range.
Yeah, it's so hard for Cloud9 to be able to peel off the frontline members and actually allow members like Tarzan and Selma to basically threaten the backline if their divers are threatening your backline, because then you got to protect yours.
And I would say that the key point here is Old School, right? They need to be able to defend Old School. They need to be able to shut down Camel when he dives in to find those big hits. But also, Old School needs damage. And this is kind of why I was unsure about the draft, because they have deprioritized Old School, who is an incredible player, who's doing a lot with very little, but isn't going to have the same amount of damage that a carry would have if they were being played by Old School as the primary carry in that bottom line.
It's going to take a little longer for Old School to come online. He has the Senna alongside the Grasp and the Divine Sunder build, so not only he's going to be far more durable than your average marksman, but he's going to be doing a lot of percentage max HP damage. But watch for the engage here, TJ.
Look at this focus.
Explosive cast onto the back line. They've rooted up the front line, and this time Cloud9 are playing their game much more cleanly. None of the backline members from Saint could touch Cloud9's own backline, and it's they have to back off.
And it's a Black Shield out of Meals recognizing the focus that's coming in on Old School that denies that combo. The second we see the Solar Flare follow-up, this is exactly the same play they executed down by the Dragon. Arrow into Solar Flare, that kind of quickly synced up double CC engage onto the backline. And this time the first lands, and Meals goes, oh, don't want that, need to keep our Senna alive, drops the Black Shield, and cancels out the double stun engage. And that's the sort of play that is going to define this game. Huge shout out though to Saints for realizing, okay, they denied our combo, we're gonna back away, we're gonna leave this because we didn't get maximally efficient engage, and so we'd lose this 5v5.
Cloud9 making the small adaptations, not just over the course of this whole first year one of the Wild Rift North American Series, but also in-game as well. And this is why I have such high expectations for Cloud9, not only in this major, but also for the regional championships coming up. Because yes, some mistakes being pulled by... Oh, well, hold up. This Rift Herald...
That's a mistake.
Wow! He didn't make the charge.
I think the timer was just running out. But a very awkward Rift Herald summon. There's no way that charge happens with so many Saints members there. So just some wasted gold there, and that will be that the gold lead from Saints is going to continue to grow. They're doing just fine here. And I don't know who is the better late game. Both these teams will go to the late game, but my gut says Saints because of that Master Yi. They have solid carries in the Brand in the Ashe, but that Master Yi is going to be a difference maker.
I feel like I just caster cursed it. I'm just spitting out caster curses. Every time I'm talking positive things about a team, it's like, nope.
Are you a Warlock, Rafa?
I'm not trying to be. I hope
Caster
I'm not.
Warlock?
Caster Warlock, oh god.
That's 100% a D&D subclass.
Probably. And for Saints, and at this point, maybe they could use one just to guarantee that they get to the late game of the stage where this Master Yi will be so damn terrifying to deal with. As right now, both teams trying to get ready for this next Dragon fight. Ash Arrow goes wide, and onto the backline, it's multi-man Root. Beautiful stuff from Senna. Old School and Selma trying to get as much CC down, but now it's Saint who are onto the backline, TJ.
Crown Prince diving, forces the stasis, and in the meantime, Saints clean up the front. Zello can't reach Nori. He's gone as well. Another team fight with the Saints.
Crown Prince just completely demolished the backline after all the CC was thrown out from Cloud9, and afterwards it was just a field day for Saints.
Everything they needed in that team fight. Again, off of the aggression, they miss Nori's initial arrow, but they clean up the team fight. They split Cloud9 very badly with that dive from Crown Prince, with that pressure from Camel, and Nori is just allowed to free fire, chew away, burn away at the HP on C9.
And I think also kind of an unsung hero in these fights is Icy, who brand damage, you don't expect it, but it is doing work well, and I want to watch for the brand damage specifically in this next replay.
There it is. Just absolutely melting Selmore. And that means that this entire front side, like, it forces the stasis there as well from Tarzan. This entire front side, the bruisers that are supposed to be a credible backline threat, just aren't. And so, while Crown Prince is eating the backline, because Cloud9 elect to throw all their emphasis onto the front line, they say, okay, we're going to leave our backline kind of hung out to dry, and we're going to play through Tarzan, Zello, and our efforts to dive. And when that just gets cancelled out by Icy, what do you have left? The answer, diminishing gold lead.
And I wonder, TJ, that the fights between C9 and Saint become now a war of attrition in terms of crowd control, right? Who is willing to burn more engage tools that could be used as peeling tools and disengage tools once the appropriate divers start threatening the backline, right? Because it's how it's a question of what are we willing to use to start the fight because we want it versus how much are we willing to save until the opponents make the first move.
Well, I would go one further and say that that's where Cloud9 should be. That's what these fights should be decided by. Hang on to your hats. He's fine.
I don't have a hat to hold on to.
The other side of it, but you own at least one hat.
Yeah, but I have to go run
that.
to the other room to get it. So if you want a solo cast, I can go get it.
We'll work on it.
Well, Konsui has made the long journey around for a decent flank. Camel's onto the back line, and they propelled Icy right into the fight, but that means that he can just get a free Pyroclasm into every single member of Cloud9. Tarzan is trying to turn it around, forces Icy to flash over the wall, but once again, it's Crown Prince that just cleans it up.
And so, this is where I was going. I think, yes, that's what these team fights want to be decided by if you're a Cloud9 fan. You want this game to come down to cooldown use and things like that. But this game is actually going to come down to gold. And gold on Crown Prince, and gold on this late game scaling comp from Sentinels that is beginning to run away with this game. They do a lot of things right, but the numbers don't lie. This Master Yi is terrifying.
If we go to the drawing board for the next game, because every time these fights are turning into Saint favored, it is slowly diminishing any hope for Cloud9 to come back. And I imagine that the Master Yi is the first thing to go.
Yeah, I think Master Yi is a very easy ban after this game. But I would also say after that last game, the thing that I want to see Cloud9 do, and I feel like a broken record because I have been saying this for a while, is I want to see them give Old School the tools to succeed. And that is going to mean, yes, give him maybe more of a carry pick than Senna, but also draft a composition that will protect him in these fights.
We do have the Ocean Dragon coming up. It's not the Elder one. So there's still technically time for Cloud9 to find some miracle fights that can still get them a game one.
They are playing Senna, they are playing Jace here. Like, they absolutely can turn this around. Even Morgana in mid is going to have some pretty significant damage scaling towards the late game. But it's not something they can rely on because the other team scales just as well. And what Saints have done, you see this here through the mid lane, is this very, like, Chinese almost style of map priority where it's all about turrets.
Straight
and
from
that
the
mid lane,
WRL.
gone.
Saints getting their influence here and inspiration
Good black
from one of the
shield.
strongest
Wow.
regions in Wild Rift, potentially. Crown Prince is going to solo aggress right onto Cloud9's core, but he takes about half of his HP as punishment.
Yeah, and you see what happens there when the CC doesn't land. Really well-timed black shield, I believe that was from Meals, who denied the Ash Arrow in. And the second that goes off, there's no way for Saints to slow down the fight, and so it's just Crown Prince going in 1v4, 1v5. There's still significant damage over on C9. They'll shut that down.
Saint are looking at the Baron now. They can't necessarily just start it right away unless they are purposely baiting and trying to get C9 to march on over there. They're going to look for vision control first, maybe look for a pick once Nori fires the Ash Arrow.
There it is.
Okay.
Huge engage.
We're on to the back line. Zelo's trying to do everything that he can to distract Icy, but he pops the stasis, but Crown Prince, once again, he finds Old School TJ.
And in the front lines, it's all down to Selma to try and stem this flow by. Space for Old School. He goes down, and Old School's gotta run. He's chased down, stunned up, running. There's no turret to defend him, and Saints have the run of the map.
For Cloud9's credit, that wasn't as disastrous as I thought it was going to be. Saint are too low to walk away and take any objectives off the map after it, and it allows Cloud9 to take some time to reconvene and get some resources once again.
Yeah, and you see how this composition could work better if it were devoted to protecting Old School from moment one. You see the second half of that fight where Selma is able to eat a disgusting amount of damage because he's got Old School behind him doing Senna things, giving him more HP, chipping away at the HP of his attackers, and also popping his Font of Life marks, which is something that they've selected for. This Font of Life from Selma is going to mean that if he has an AD carry near him, just putting damage onto the same targets he's selecting, his HP is kind of ridiculous.
It's a ton of healing that you got going on for you, but it is still just as hard, even with the healing on your side, because there's so many grievous wounds takers coming in from Saints.
Stun here, I don't think will turn into anything. They're trying to position for the Baron. Saint just want to close this game. And I think they've got the tools for it. They're going to try and force a team fight, though. Here we go.
Getting poke out. No Ash Arrow to begin with. It's Camel that just rushes right onto Meals, forcing the Black Shield immediately out of Old School. If they could play on this timing, it would be great from Saints. A lot of back and forth trading going on, and the first frontline member goes down.
Crown Prince diving into the backlines now, 1v3,
nice
he's isolated, stunned up, he'll go down, and now there's no frontline to protect Camel, to protect Nori, as they're low HP and need to kite. Cloud9 might have an opportunity to keep this game going here. Old School's not going to play aggressive, but he knows this is a team fight win for Cloud9.
Cloud9 are playing with far more patience in these last two fights than they were throughout the rest of the game. Saints had been taking advantage of Cloud9's just, I guess, over-aggression, trying to force fights with the amount of CC that they had, that Saints had been able to just, without impunity, just dive onto the backline and eliminate Old School and Meals. But the fact that they are still the last ones remaining in these fights is so huge for C9 to stay alive, because Saint is now on the cusp of taking the first game win against C9, 5,000, 6,000 gold ahead.
Okay, huge call here from Saints. They reset with their 3 low HP players and instantly turn onto the Baron. This means they have a slight stat advantage as they go in with a player deficit to a lightning-fast Elder, Infernal, Drake fight. It's going to be a slight player deficit because the Saints players respawn slightly later, so they're catching up here. I think we'll get a normal 5v5. Saints want to avoid team fighting here and leverage their Baron advantage in order to get these waves pushed against Cloud9 as much as possible, force them away from the Elder without having to fight them. Cloud9, if they're playing well, won't let that happen. They'll force a fight as early as possible right inside of the pit.
Okay, they're forcing the fight. Crown Prince isn't quite here yet, but Stello's getting blown up. The Cloud9 just don't have a way to respond quite yet. Meals and Selma have to run, but they get burned down.
Yeah, Cloud9 get over aggressive. They're looking to control that pit area, and that means there's 2 players not on the mid lane when the fight starts. They're now having to reset Tarzan and Old School to save the game.
Can they do it? Cloud9 This is going to be a tough task to ask for any of these two players here. Crown Prince immediately takes up Tarzan's attention, and the rest of the Saints are able to whittle down the Nexus and take game 1.
I love the way Saints played the map. They're so decisive. Whether it's the call at the end of that last team fight to say, okay, we've got 3 players on low HP, we can reset and immediately convert Baron. Or the call there to say, we see 2 players on the bottom side of the map, Cloud9 want to control this pit, we can take advantage of that and get a 4v3, a 5v3, and just execute the game there. Everything looks so good from Saints when they're making cross-map decisions.
There's so many people that you could look at from Saints that stepped up, did their job incredibly well. But if we had to define one person who...
If we had to pick, hypothetically, a star player, for instance. Just like, speaking hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
I think my star player of that game would be either Crown Prince or Camel. Or maybe Kansui, outside chance. I think Kansui gets my planetary award by default. But Crown Prince and Camel are not playing beefy frontline characters, and they did with damage threat what frontline characters normally do with HP tank. By being so scary, they were able to zone Cloud9 back and build space for Nori and Icy to do their damage, and they had to play right on the edge of their HP bars to do that.
I want to give a honorable mention to Icy because, yes, I know brands usually are expected to output a ton of damage, but you still got to be in the right position at the right times, and you still got to click the right targets when you are casting Pyroclasm. And he maximized. He was by far the biggest damage dealer by the end of the game. He went deathless as well on the brand. But I'm also inclined to select Crown Prince because this is the Master Yi. This is a pick that we had not seen prioritized by any team in the qualifiers leading up to Major. No one was experimenting with it on stage during then. No one was using it as a ban. And this is our first game of it. And it wasn't even in the jungle TJ. It was in the solo lane up in the Baron side of the map. And Crown Prince showed us why this champion is so disgusting.
Yeah, it was a really good performance by Crown Prince. And everyone on the team understood the role and how the team fight must work, and that's the most impressive part. You cite the play that was coming out from the brand, but for me, it's all about the way everyone was playing around the aggression. There are so many fights here where Nori is like flashing forward on Ashe. Flashing forward on Ashe with no CC frontline because everyone's full committed to the aggression requires this incredible understanding of the team fight and your positioning in it. That's really impressive to me.
It's not every day when you see your Dragon Laner having the gutso and the confidence to say, oh yeah, we win this fight. I'm using my one spell that comes up every 2-3 minutes that it could be used defensively and save me from a threat to flash forward and clean up the rest of the fight alongside my team, because we all believe and we're all on the same page that this is the direction that we have to go.
Yeah, Nori is such a good team fighting AD carry, and I think the combination of Nori being a little bit more role aware, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to say supportive because he's doing the majority of the damage alongside his mid laner, Icy, but he is a little bit more aware of, okay, what am I supposed to do in this team fight? I'm supposed to dump out DPS and do so from a safe distance and land the arrow. And that means he's not going for the star plays. He's not trying to focus down key targets. He's sitting in the backline and auto-attacking whoever's available to him to burst. And the combination of that, and yes, Crown Prince, finding those key targets and being the star of the team is what makes the difference here.
And
is that an airport? I feel like that's an airport.
It's either an airport or it's a museum. Because you see like timestamps of important people in the background.
I think I was in I think it was a French airport that looked exactly like this. And it might have been, actually it might have been Frankfurt. It might not have been France. Might have been
So
Frankfurt
Germany.
International Airport.
Saying that Crown Prince is Mr. Worldwide, TJ?
I'm saying he's global, my dude. I'm saying he's everywhere at once.
He's international, baby. Crown Prince International, not only supposedly in the photo, but also international on the Rift. Baron Lane, mid lane, Dragon Lane, everywhere. Alpha striking into the hearts and souls of Cloud9.
It's kind of weird if it is an airport, though. Because how many times in your life have you been at an airport and been like, I feel hot right now, I'm going to take a selfie? How many times in your life have you felt your best in the middle of an airport?
When you're hot, man. You know, if you're feeling good about yourself, you know, it doesn't matter where you take the selfie.
I should have known better than to ask you, a man who does have the self-confidence, to take a selfie in the airport.
I was actually going to use that as my transition to bring back or I guess it's not Degon yet. I was...
We're bringing back the gameplay, Rafa. We're not bringing back Degon.
Okay. I miss Degon. I'm sorry.
So do I. It's a real shame that he died.
What? No, he didn't!
Karma ban here is kind of exciting. Saints banning out one of the characters that we didn't see at all in the draft last time, but is, I think, one of the most powerful characters in the game, certainly the most powerful enchanter right now.
Well, Cloud9, seeing how threatening the Olaf was, they say, you know what? We're taking it for ourselves this time. And with this new patch, I know how addressing the Karma, because she is one of our new champions that has been added on this patch. Shen is another one that hasn't been seeing any play so far, but overall, there's other changes that have changed up the gameplay for Wild Rift teams across. You know, the changes to Death Stance, the addition of Divine Sunderer allows for more bruiser styles to thrive in this meta, because you have ways of self-sustaining yourself throughout these fights, even if you're not necessarily a tank.
And Saints go ahead and pull out kind of their bog standard draft. This is what Saints love to run, which is maximum bruisers across the entire top side. So expect to see this Riven probably go into the jungle in the hands of Camel, and expect to see this Jace probably go into the mid lane in the hands of Icy.
Selma going to the Thresh, which means that we're getting a little bit of more standard safety. This is definitely one of Selma's standout champions alongside the Gragas as well. Zello going back to the Renekton. Typically, you can have a pretty good laning phase against either the Riven or the Jace early on. Scaling, though, that comes in after is a little scary.
Yeah, this is my confused and upset face, because if this is Olaf jungle, then I don't know if I'm getting what I want. Because, of course, I do want Old School to have a hard carry, and the fact that they're selecting Old School's character in the last cycle says to me that they are playing to the AD carry, which is my dream. But I don't know if I like an Olaf into that, because this Olaf is not going to be able to gank a ton early, which takes away a major weapon in that playstyle. If you've decided you're going to play to Old School, then you're not giving benefits and aids and boosts in teamfights to Tarzan. So his major role on the team should be to leverage what he is very good at, which is reading the map early, showing up in lanes with powerful ganks. So if you're playing Old School on a hard carry, I want to see Tarzan on something like Lee Sin that doesn't need any assist to gank, that can get into lane early and find kills, and I don't see that here.
Could be Cloud9 are prioritizing fighting for the mid game and just looking to get, 4-on-4s or 5-on-5s, play for skirmishes, because Olaf is extremely strong in the river. And when everyone is kind of centralized, you just run into the back line. It does take away from the
Jason Momoa rules. At his most powerful when he's wearing jeans in the middle of a river.
He's not holding a trident, though, so no. I don't know if it takes away the power, but he's got 2 axes. Does that count?
Sure. Saints, on the other side, do have their like incredible top-side team fighting strat again. I don't know if I believe this brand is mid. We did just see Icy put out an incredible game on the brand, but he's also played Jace in the past. So this brand could either be mid and you shuffle the Jace somewhere else, or it could be brand AD carry, which we have seen a fair bit in North America.
I also believe we've seen an Icy Riven before. So
is this Varus for Old School?
Could be. It is Nori's pick first, though, so it could be something that they snipe away. And now with this Darius, I mean, all bets are off in terms of where anyone is going. And I think that's the kind of the scary thing about Saints draft right now is the flexibility of where all these champions can go.
I want to see either old school full commit on the Kai'Sa or the Varus, which is the TJ pick here, because I think you need maximum range damage. And they're really sitting on it. They're really waiting for last pick, which makes me think it's Varus, because if there's a Master Yi or another assassin here on Saints, you don't want to pick Varus, but otherwise you can. So they're like really waiting to see what's on the cards here, talking it through. The Akali will be very good into a lot of what's on the other side. Interesting, we go Ashe instead of Varus. I think, so the advantage of Varus is, of course, range advantage. Ashe, pretty short-ranged by comparison, except for her ultimate, which is a global stun. So this enables kind of cross-map playmaking. It enables very aggressive playmaking in-lane with Thresh. If Salmor stays there, you can go Arrow into Death Sentence and then Lantern in the Ashe, and in that way have kind of a very long-ranged, hard engage. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that to the Brand, which is my inclination for what they're laning against, though.
Cross map, engage power, sacrifice for long range damage, basically, is the decision that Cloud9 have made for old school. And I know that a lot of the praise that we've talked about for old school is like, you know, we should be playing around this guy. He's so good. Remember that old school has traditionally played this way for most of Tribe, and when he was back on Tribe in year 0, and then even though Cloud9 have played some games where they really give old school the resources, this is still playing to one of, you know, Cloud9's, you know, original identities is allowing Tarzan to succeed, right? Giving Tarzan ways that other people can engage so that Tarzan isn't the primary engage, or doesn't have to be the primary engage. He is the follow-up. He is the one that cleans up alongside Meals, who is now, I think that's even a bigger story, is that Meals is going with something, an assassin like the Akali, because that's not a facilitator champion like Morgana that plays to set up Tarzan for success. It's both of these guys doing the diving.
This is 100% a Meals draft. This is Cloud9 kind of not going with either of the two paths I laid out, and the third, which they have done on occasion, we saw it a little bit in Major 2, giving Meals a carry and letting him be the carry, which is an option they play to. He's going to have some pretty obvious targets. You have that Brand, that Jace, which are a little bit weaker in the backline of Saints, and if they can be picked up by Meals' burst damage, then they're thriving. But this early lane phase, as you're seeing, is really scary for Meals. He can just be bullied by Jace until he gets early gold, and it's very hard to get early gold if you're being bullied by Jace. So he needs an assist during these opening moments from Tarzan to free up that lane.
Meanwhile, Cloud9 Dragon Lane got to level 2 first. They immediately forced the flash and other summoner spell out of Nori. So it's already setting Saints' Dragon Lane duo onto the back half. It's going to allow Selmon to roam on first towards the mid lane, where we could see a 3v2.
Yeah, here's the assist from Tarzan, but I'm going to be real, he's just kind of taking Meals as CS.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's not.
It's Wild Rift. You split the gold.
God, I'm so tilted for Meals right now.
See, this is the duality of man here between a dragon, a jungler, or a mid lane. Hold up! The old school.
Yeah,
No.
I don't quite know what happened there, because it did start off camera, but it was what I was scared of when I saw this draft come out. Holding.
Whoa, I see.
He's burning.
This should be the end. Meals, he's gone. Two solo isolated kills, both mid lane and dragon lane, TJ.
Yeah, and Saint just win their lane matchups. And this is what I was worried about down bottom, is old school, because he's playing Ashe and not Varus, he doesn't have the range to safely farm against a Brand Gallia. And we are, thank you very much, production, going to get a replay of this. But yeah, look, he just has to walk forward in order to have any hope of getting CS. Frankly, I don't think he should have. I think you sacrifice whatever you lose there and you back away, and he gets punished for that.
Wave was not ideal for old school, and unfortunately, Mr. Selma went to go assist in the mid lane. It's one of the sacrifices you have to take when your support goes for the roam. And Saints now find themselves slightly above 1,000 gold off of both of these isolated kills. We haven't gotten to the objective stage quite yet, though.
Yeah, but that 1,000 gold, I think, is more devastating even than it is on paper because of the lanes that it's in. The two carries we outlined for Cloud9, we said, okay, it's going to be Meals trying to build up the backline. He needs gold to do that. And Old School being the chip damage in his own backline, in Cloud9's own backline. And he doesn't have the gold to do that either. So kind of everything that could have gone wrong for Cloud9 has gone wrong.
Still takes a while for this game to really come into the full fold. Saints have a massive lead and a massive advantage going into our first objectives between Dragon and Rift Herald. The question is, can they execute? And based on the way that they played Game 1, I'm inclined to say yes. I don't want to count out Cloud9.
Oh, sorry. Every time that Galio walks up, I get so excited. Playing Galio.
I get terrified personally, but you know, that's the... It's probably because you're the one usually playing the Galio, and I usually find myself playing against terrifying Galios in solo queue.
It is impossible to have a bad time playing Galio. Like, you will never... Because just everything about Galio's kit is fun to execute. You will never have a bad time.
The fact that you can even do things like Justice Punch Flash in Wild Rift with Galio, that's sick.
Good stuff.
Old School arrow into the back line, but they're still peeling it off. No one is really assisting Old School because Selma is burning down to a crisp. Nori takes him out, and now Old School is left to dry.
Yeah, kind of weird fight from Cloud9. They're really split up here. Zello isn't even there, and they opt to start the fight anyway. Okay, Zello.
Okay, well, Zello wasn't there at the beginning, like you said, but he makes it in time. A flash from Crown Prince trying to get the last tick of damage. The burn.
He's
the bleed. Zello. Oh my god. He actually goes down. And within the first 4.5 minutes of the game, TJ, Saint are up 7 kills to 1. Almost 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, that was a very bad fight from Cloud9. And I normally hedge myself. I normally say it was a weird fight. No, this was bad. They're down a player. They're trying to take control of the river. They start taking the scuttle crab for some reason. The entire bottom side of that fight is just damage control. It's just popping the smoke veil and trying to get out, which they don't manage, meaning that it's effectively a 2v4 on both sides, because that's what the numbers are when the actual fighting is happening. Just really disorganized from Cloud9 and not the sort of thing you expect from them.
Saints are not only just playing incredibly well in these choke points in these fights, but also just exploiting a lot of the mispositioning that Cloud9 is showing in our first series of the third major. And I know our predictions were, hey, you know, Cloud9 are favored in this series, and you know, they were going into it. But the way you look at this now, I don't know anymore.
I see. In trouble in this side lane. He'll get burned down. Very easy take for Tarzan. That's a good sign. Cloud9 recognizing that they're going to lose ground on the top side of the map. Unfortunately, they don't have a wave, so they're not going to trade it turret for turret. And I believe the Rift Herald up top is looking for a second charge.
Oh, Camel is here. Beautiful knock up onto the backline. Zello and Old School immediately get burned down. Tarzan, thanks to Honeyfruit, is going to keep himself topped off, but the rest of Saints, they've effectively traded now 2 towers for the price of 0 against Cloud9.
And you see the real strength of Saints here, which is the speed of their decision-making. They've realized they have an opportunity to rotate down bottom because Cloud9 don't have a wave, and they execute it immediately. Their entire team is here. And Nori walking up, baiting in that aggression, willfully drawing focus towards him so that his tankier backline can catch up with the fight, and you don't get Cloud9 recalling out.
Just a really profound awareness from Saints of how fast they can get to and from the base to any point in the map. And I think it's really taking Cloud9 off guard, because you see how Cloud9 are operating and trying to take advantage of people that they think are out of position, and in reality, it's them getting caught overextended.
Yeah, and it's, you know, Cloud9 just have the bus timetables. You know, they know exactly where they can be at any given time, but Cloud9 don't have an answer to that. They're standing there at the sign, trying to read when the next bus will be there.
I like this bus analogy.
It's drawn from a very traumatic experience I had.
Oh no!
anytime you go to a foreign country or a foreign city and you're like trying to work out what public transportation is, it's just terrifying.
I can empathize with that, because when I went on my trip to Busan in 2018, it took a while, basically. So I feel
Did you have the moment where you're standing there looking at the giant page of timetables and you're like, what does any of this mean?
Yep, because it's all in Hangul, and I at the time I didn't know how to read it. So like it was a disaster. But
I've got one for you though. You ready?
Yeah.
Ugh. Reading the timetables. 20 seconds before this Infernal Drake. Saints are going to want to get on that bus, and it's going to stop, and they're going to get off at the Infernal Drake. And if Cloud9 don't make a miracle happen during that time, if they don't find like isolated picks around the side,
they got to pop a flat tire on the bus. They got to stop the bus from ever arriving if the Saints are on it.
Why Cloud9 don't like public transportation?
Not if it comes at the detriment of this series. Huge engage though. Oh, multi-man flay from Selma. Can Cloud9 capitalize it? They've already taken out Nori and Konsui. And look at that. Crown Prince is forced to flash away over the wall. Yes, Cloud9 lose one, but there's no way that Camel can clean this up, right? There's no way, right? Camel is still into the back line, finds another one, and he keeps himself alive. Now Cloud9, they have to be careful of the steal potential.
He's hunting Tarzan and Old School inside the pit. Camel over the wall, in for the steal. He's eaten alive.
Nice attempt from Camel, but it's not going to come to fruition for Saints. And for the first time this game, Cloud9 are the ones that hold strong and help maintain composure.
What a team fight from Cloud9. This is perfect. This is the Cloud9 I came here to see. Huge Ash Arrow, followed by Zello, eating up the choke point, just making the space for the rest of his team to operate, and that lets Old School do the damage. Yes, Zello dies, but he is the MVP of that fight, because every point of damage that goes into Dominus Renekton in the middle of that fight is not going on to Old School in the backline of that fight.
Even Old School, you talked about Nori having the confidence to flash forward on the Ashe in game one. I don't know if Old School heard you or not, because he just did the exact same thing. He saw some low health bars and he said, yes, I'm going for it, and we're still continuing the action, even on the other side of the map, setting up the engage onto Nori. Meals burns it down, but it is still the response from Saints that Cloud9 have to be careful about, because now on the exit, they're getting hunted down.
And it happened again for Cloud9. They thought they'd found an isolated player, but Saints are able to get their resources there fast enough that this fight goes disastrously wrong.
Okay, well, maybe Icy's the one that overextended. I don't think he can fight Old School. He has Exhaust, and Icy's going to try to go into Hammer form, but he cannot equalize the damage to Tarzan. He's in a 1v3, TJ. He took out one.
Arrow in from across the map. Tarzan nearly with it. Camel manages the shielding perfectly. He's going to live, Rafa.
Oh, that was so close. It looked like Tarzan was about to come out with a miracle 1v3 and take down two with him. But as you called it, the last-minute Valor from Camel keeps him alive. And now we are in for a heck of a game, because for a while it seemed like it was just Saints all day, all game for this second game that would have closed out the series. But Cloud9 in the mid-game are starting to fight back for control.
And it's through the exact side of the map that I have been calling for them to play from. Selma, I don't think you can stop that charge. It's going to happen. But it's through exactly what we've been talking up, which is Old School playing on the back half of these fights so cleverly and so aggressively when he's given the space to operate. Here is the very slow rotate in from Tarzan. He notices this has gone wrong, and he finds Konsui all alone, getting the support down, but really awkward position.
He did so much single target damage against Crown Prince, and I thought Crown Prince was relatively far ahead, but Tarzan just biting down and making sure that he was not leaving until the very bitter end allows him to at least get one, forcing away another. It was almost 2 kills over to him as well.
Yeah, he played it well in the mechanics, but it was a very weird position to be in.
Okay, well, let's talk about this positioning right now. He goes golden. Camel
Zello
going forward, finds Old School, punishes the fact that he has no summoner spell. Zello onto the back line. Can he clean this one up? He's taking up so much damage. He goes golden, but he cannot stall for long enough. Woo-hoo-hoo! the ride on the Dark Passage, and he's out of there.
And the fight is just the slightest bit mistimed from Cloud9, and you see all the pieces are there. If Zello goes into that fight whilst Old School or Meals are still alive, it's an easy fight win for Cloud9 because you have that hard flank that forces Nori instantly into stasis, that forces the damage dealers over on Saints to disengage or die. But because he comes in just after Old School and Meals die, there's no follow-up. There's nothing that Selmore can do other than get him out.
We have to just praise how well Saints are playing once again. And Cloud9 are starting to find one or two fights that are keeping them alive. But remember, at the top of the day, the discussion was, oh yeah, this is a Cloud9 favorite series. Saints are going to struggle playing against Cloud9. It is quite the opposite here.
Yeah, Saints playing the map perfectly, and the speed at which they're traveling across this map and going from point to point is what's throwing Cloud9 off. This is why we're seeing so many weird mistimed fights. It's because Cloud9 are trying to keep up with the pace that Saints are setting.
Cloud9, if they can accelerate beyond this, the Ash Arrow already sets up the fight, but Zello burns down, and now the engage potential for Saints is going to be disastrous for C9.
Old School still live at the back of the fight, but he's the only one standing. He'll go down as they burn through the front half, and Cloud9 just lose the engage they started the fight with. And Rafa, they might lose the game here.
Yeah, death timers are long enough that Saints can just chew through these towers like paper mache. They're going to burn through them down. TJ, I don't believe it. Cloud9, they're the first team to get knocked down to the lower bracket here in Major 3.
And it's not especially through mistakes. Like Cloud9, there's a lot of things that go wrong for them, but so much of that game came from Saints playing smarter and faster. And that is what marks them as a team to beat here in this tournament. That's why we were calling them out during the bracket earlier as a team that is going to be scary for these legacy teams, these legacy names like Cloud9, who surely do not go out of this major without a ticket to the finals. Right, Rafa?
I don't know.
Cloud9 have to go to the last chance qualifier. That is a story for the ages.
Now, they're not completely down and out because it is the top 4 from the Major 3 that will get into it.
There's a viable path. I'm hedging my words here for them to get in. I don't want to be a warlock like Rafa. There's a way for Cloud9 to still qualify. They need to burn through that lower bracket, which is surely within their grasp as a good team. But we're going to find out in their performance in the lower bracket, I think, both how much damage Saints have just done to their mental and what Cloud9 we're seeing here today. Because if Cloud9 go down to the lower bracket, sort out what's going on, burn through it, ready for the finals, then that speaks, I think, even more highly to the performance that Saint just put on.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's going to be a problem, you know, they'll have to address later. But for now, Saints just, like, completely demolished Cloud9 2-0.
Yeah.
And the only person that predicted it is this
Thank
guy.
you. Thank you. All right. You know, look, there's something to be said about a team that likes to start slow. That's Cloud9. And Saint came out chomping at the bit, and it started with the draft in game number 1, pulling out the Master Yi in the top lane. And I think when you are able, like, that was perfect. That was what I wanted to see out of Saint. Pull out something that is unorthodox, makes the other team feel a little bit more uncomfortable towards executing when we've seen them have trouble problem solve when their plan doesn't work right away. And that's what we saw there. In game 2, Cloud9 fought their way back. That great on them after, again, falling behind early. But again, they just were not ready for that. And Camel just popping off there in game number 2. I gotta ask, that has to be the star player, right, Jess?
That's where I'm leaning for, me personally.
I think that's bait. I was really impressed by Icy in that game too. I thought he was doing an awful lot of damage on Jace, which is a hard character to pump out damage stats on, because he's very burst focused. So when you see that big a damage stat on Jace, that says to me that he's doing a ton of damage and a ton of really good positioning work in team fights.
Yeah, huge fight there. That was pretty just, again, I think the fact that this happened, it's shocking. Except to me, obviously, because I knew this was going to happen. I saw the script earlier.
Obviously, you knew it was happening.
But
according to plan.
I feel like ghosts of Major 1 now are going to start to creep in to Cloud9. They're going to get a little bit antsy here. And you talked about it. How much damage to their mental did Saints do, TJ? It feels like a little scary, Rafa.
The nice thing for Cloud9 is that this happened in the upper bracket, not the lower bracket. So they have the second life, and they have time to, like, get the complacency or whatever it is that occurred for them. But I really do want to just hold down on the celebration for Saints, because this is already the big story for Major 3. Because if Saints continue this type of track record and go into what an I want to say expected winner of Tribe against Demons, but at this point, I just don't know who to predict. If Saints just carry this overall momentum and performance, this could be one of our top 4 finalists going into Major 3.
And they were the big question mark for me in this tournament, because they looked really good, but they looked really good in Qualifier 2 from Major 3, where a lot of the best teams weren't playing. They demolished Yawn, which certainly is no small feat. Yawn, a very good team, but also an inconsistency. So this is the litmus test. This is Saints being able to show up versus Cloud9 and deliver exactly the same kind of aggression, turret focus, cross-map play, and an understanding of how to knock other teams off their game by being everywhere at once.
And even in that last replay, I think it showed Cloud9's propensity to opt into these team fights and just show hands. And we've seen before that's not always Cloud9's strongest suit. They are a great team when they're in control and playing around the map and get that early lead. But when they fall behind, they want to fight their way back into it. And this match shows the strength of a region in terms of hands. This shows that Saint can fight and will fight and win and close out a game against an established squad like Cloud9, who we've seen the high highs there, Rafa.
The fact they did it in such an effective or an efficient manner is probably the most shocking part about the win. I mean, upsetting a team on Cloud9, we've seen it happen in the past against other of our top 4 teams as well, especially throughout year 0 and then a little bit of year 1. But to be so dominant, to be under 15 minutes per or under 20 minutes per game is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, no slip-ups here. And even in that last fight, just opting into that kind of up-close team fight, not peeling back, and that allowed Camel to get a huge, I think, a 3-man knock-up there with the broken wings. It's just great to see Saint not miss the moment. They take the moment that was presented to them. They capitalize on it, and they close out the win here to move on to the next round. That is just huge stuff for this squad, and it feels really good to watch a team ascend and watch a team be proactive and watch a team opt into these fights, be like, hey, our comp does this. You gave us an early lead, and we're going to outplay you.
I'm really excited as well. I got outvoted, but our star player is Camel, and he was so much of that. The way he was able to start fights by, I think, understanding the pace of the game. And there's a chicken and the egg question I have with Saint. I was going back and I was watching their Qualifier 2 performance, and they always seem to play to Camel's pace. And I'm not sure if that's because, and what I mean by that is if he's a late game scaling character, they will play to the late game. If he's an early game character, they will play through the early game. And I don't know whether that's because they are going, okay, Camel, you have a late game scaling character, we're going to play slow in the early game and we're going to benefit from your power in the late game. Or that's because Camel is such a good player that he is just knowing how he has to play to win the game and steering the game through his picks.
Yeah, well, we might have a chance to chat with him later on about this, but huge victory here for Saint as they go 2-0. 2-0, clean sweep over Cloud9. Let's take a look at the schedule for our matches and maybe see where some of the other games landed. There it is. No more Ego taking care of business against Yawn. Maybe expected here. Suzaku Gaming, Suzaku GG in a battle right now against Reflection. And there you have it. No upset here with Tribe against Demon, Rafa. I know you were asking earlier, like, I don't know what's going to happen.
I was concerned because I didn't want to be like, okay, yeah, well, they're expected to play against Tribe, right? Because I just predicted Cloud9 to 2-0 Saints, and now, you know, we're going to be heading into a Saints versus Tribe matchup, and this now brings up more questions for who we're looking at, because with Tribe, it's historically been, we're looking at starting, as Decon calls it, everyone's favorite streamer, right? But for Saints, even though he didn't get any of the star player awards, Icy has been the highest damage outputter on his team in both games so far.
Let's take a look at the bracket here and what this means now to the rest of major number 3. Again, we're just showing the upper side of the bracket. It is a double elimination, so all teams that did drop do have their next opportunity on the lower side of the bracket. The only match that we have currently set up here, Saint versus Tribe. And we'd expect Tribe to have a little bit better macro than what we saw from Cloud9 against this Saint squad, but like you said, just playing at the pace of their hard carry, engage in Camel in those last 2 games, Saint have more than a puncher's chance at making this upset and making the run here.
Yeah, I don't know what my prediction is for that game. I legitimately couldn't tell you, because we haven't actually seen a lot of Tribe on camera. They're consistently in this middle ground where we're like, yeah, they're Tribe Gaming. They'll show up in the later half of the tournament. And then they keep not really showing up in the later half of tournaments.
Well, I mean, if they win this, they're in. They win this, they go to All America. They'll be part of the regional championship. So, like, you know, is this
surely that happens, right? There's no way that Tribe Gaming, the team that is the most dominant.
There's a lot of if that's I'm hearing around right now, and I'm in the camp of like, but what if Saints are the ones that not only upset Cloud9, but they also upset Tribe?
I've got one more for you. What if we have Cloud9 playing Tribe in the lower bracket, single-handedly because of Saints' run through Qualifier 2 here? The way the seeding works out, either Tribe or Cloud9 are going to have to play through the last chance qualifier to get to Mall of America, to get to the Grand Finals.
Oh.
All right, well, before we get to that possible dream scenario, I mean, Saint has to get the win up against Tribe Gaming. Let's take a look at that roster. We've been watching them all WNS long. It's Chuck T. Tigers, everyone's favorite streamer, starting over D'Enzio and Max Green. Again, they took care of business in their round 1 match 2-0. And they're going to be up against Saint here. Quick thoughts here on this roster, because we've seen Saint, Rafa.
I want to circle back to this starting versus Icy matchup, because when Tribe have looked stellar in their performances, it is because starting is on his game. He has been one of the pinnacles of why Tribe have done so well back in year 0, even when D'Enzio wasn't on the roster and was old school. A lot of the success came because starting was so vastly ahead against the other mid laners in the tournaments. But now we're in a landscape where so many mid laners on all the teams now have leveled up and are even playing better than starting. And Icy, with the way that he played in that Cloud9 series, I think could be another one that challenges Josh.
And I think that, like, I'm gonna go all the way out on that limb, and all the starting fans can get at me. I don't think he's been playing that well recently. I think that has to be kind of the lead of Tribe Gaming. They have all these mechanically talented players across the board, not just starting, but the entire roster are some of the best players in North America, and they have not been able to show that recently.
Yeah, big ask here when it feels like you got a lot of these players here on Saint firing on all cylinders, even if Crown Prince is taking selfies over at the airport. He's been a monster to deal with.
Why do you do that? At what point are you in the airport and you're like, I'm feeling good, I'm gonna take a selfie?
It's a good one. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a good selfie. That's why it's even more inexplicable.
He's wearing even like a jacket and a shirt combo as well. So
yeah,
it looks like he's dressed up to go to a business meeting.
Maybe
the business meeting was just demolishing Cloud9. He's like, yep, that's my daily work job right now.
He's at the airport because he's already flying to Icons, you know?
Oh, that would be the bold prediction, TJ. Saints from Major 3 all the way to regional championship winners or top, whatever seeds we get from NA, to icons in Europe.
No, incredible storyline, but I have been distracted. Poor Icy is being fed a snapped.
It's the professional photo versus the covered up hoodie selfie.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Saint.
Oh. Sorry. Very exciting matchup here in the mid lane. You see, I think especially in the kill participation that both these mid laners have, that they are major damage sources for both their teams. But I'm gonna highlight the number at the top. That's KDA. There's one key difference. Icy's getting it done.
He is, and he didn't have to do as much. I mean, the Jace game, but I would say
most damage on the team.
The two driving factors, though, in games 1 and 2, though, like in that series, you go to Baron Lane and Jungler there, right? That's where I'd go. I'd give it to the Prince and to the Camel before I give it to Icy. And we know that Icy has been a driving factor for this squad here in Saint.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the things that's going wrong for Tribe Gaming. A lot of their Year Zero performances, they were allowed to just win lanes. They were allowed to just mechanics check. You would have these fights where Starting could just walk against his lane opponent and get a 1v1. That doesn't happen anymore because the entire region is better. And what I have not seen from Tribe Gaming is them demonstrate a consistent ability to create space where Starting can flex. They have not built opportunities for Starting to shine in the same way that we just saw from Saints, where Icy would have these team fights where he can flash forward on Brand and still leave the game deathless because he has teammates focusing the backline, distracting key targets, and stunning people when they target him.
All right, well, Saint might be poised to throw their name into the hat and being one of the newest teams emerging as a true contender here for the NA regional spot. The winner between Tribe and Saint will secure their spot at regionals. It's all on the line here after we take a short break. Huge stuff. You don't want to go anywhere. You're watching the Wild Rift North American Series. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Wild Rift North American Series brought to you by Wisdom Gaming and Riot Games. We just finished our first round of Major number 3 here in the WNS, and it came with a major upset. Saint taking down the already previously seeded Cloud9 in game number 1, and they are 1 win away from booking their spot to the regional championships. Huge stuff here between that squad. Digon, Rafa, and TJ bringing you the action for our second game that we'll be following along with here in the bracket. It's Tribe versus Saint. We set the stakes earlier, so let's get to these predictions now, y'all. Saint had the upset. There's only one of us that picked Saint. Oh, no! We have no believers in Tribe?
Wait, Digon, I thought you were the person that I always vote Tribe no matter what. What is happening here?
Oh, I believed what I just saw with my eyes. Don't give Camel Riven, the Jace over there, Master Yi. This feels like a kingdom of drafting. So we'll see. If Tribe wins the first game, I'll flip back on over. I'll just never not pick against Tribe again. But if Saint takes it here, we're going Saint all the way. TJ.
I was just going to say, you really need to represent, because I've been a Tribe hater since year 0. I've been since year 0 on Twitter saying Tribe aren't that good.
I'm not a Tribe hater.
Lie. You need to be pulling in the other direction.
I'm not a
this
Tribe
broadcast is gonna
hater.
be
I'm a
biased. We're
Saint
gonna get in
lover.
trouble.
I'm a Saint lover. We're not going to get in trouble. We just want to see some good Wild Rift. And to do that, we'll get into our second series of the day. It's Saint. It's Tribe. A spot on the line here for the regional championship.
I feel like I'm turning the same shade as my lights in the background. This is...
I don't want us to get in trouble from Twitch chat. I know there are a lot of people that love starting, and that's why I'm calling on Digon to do his duty and back a losing team game after game so that they get that little bit of satisfaction.
Jeez. I don't know how to respond to that. I mean, I'm very much favoring Saint right now because of how... Because when you think about the track record that Tribe has had against Cloud9, or compared to Cloud9 in the past two majors...
You're doing math.
Yeah, I'm doing math again. Probably not a good idea. We're going to see how this pans out. It's a bold move. Tribe have throughout year 1, have shown, in terms of macro play, far less better macro play than the likes of Cloud9, Sentinels, and Immortals, and even NME to extent. I think Tribe have now finished both 5th in Majors 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken.
This is the problem with Tribe, is that they could turn on at any moment, right? Like, I'm flaming them, that's mostly in jest. They're a very good team of very good players, but it is not working. And that's what makes them a very hard team to have faith in, is when you do have a great roster like they have, and it's still not working, I don't know what is going to make it click.
Well, I can't answer that question for you either, TJ, but I want to direct my attention immediately to the Rengar, because as Digon has called it out already,
we're gaming.
Saint have, they are full-time prime gaming right now, because they have pulled out so many cool new picks so far. We saw the Mastery in game 1. Probably the most exciting pick for game 2 was that Riven, even though we...
Is this top Rengar?
My queen! She is here, TJ! I would have never expected in a million years to see Evelyn in competitive play at the top of Wild Rift. But this is how you throw Tribe a wrench in the works, TJ. If you do not know how to play around an Evelyn and you cannot stop her in the early... Wait. This cannot be Evelyn top. There's no way. There's no way. It has to be swapped around. Rengar's got to go Baron lane. Like, I know Crown Prince just pulled off the Mastery in the Baron lane, but Evelyn can't be Evelyn.
Into Garen. Well, you're not going to kill the Garen, but the Garen's also not going to be able to kill you. So you get free farm, and maybe the thought process is that Crown Prince is just going to farm until late game, because Evelyn is very late game scaling, and he's just going to get AP from it. Okay, so I want to take a step back. I like the Tribe draft, except for the fact that starting, I think, needs to take the L for this draft to work. This is a Varus draft. He's playing Corki, and if you're going to run a Varus draft...
This cannot be... What?
If you're going to run a Varus draft, then you need to put like a Diana or something a little bit more tanky in the mid lane. I think starting is in a bit of a weird place. But otherwise, I like this draft, so long as they can keep Varus and Corki alive. Here's why Saints draft is really fun into it. Okay.
Okay, quite an explosive all-in from D'Enzio and Max Green, trying to set things off on the right tone for Tribe. And remember, this is how Cloud9 started off in Game 2, and then Saints punished. Hopefully D'Enzio doesn't fall to the same trap. I'm just going to say it right now, TJ. If Saint win with an Evelynn Baron lane, they are the best team in this tournament, in Major 3. I'm just calling it.
You were about to say in North America, and then you really ratcheted that back.
And then I was like, wait a minute, Immortals and Sentinels aren't here. I have to hold it. Make sure the cap is not on. But, okay, Max Green and D'Enzio, not caring about what just happened between Saints and Cloud9, they are opening up with First Blood.
So, here's the thing that works really well for Saints. They have a lot of assassin tools. They can get to D'Enzio, but this game should revolve around D'Enzio for Tribe Gaming, and that's a really good state of affairs for the team. D'Enzio, of course, one of the best players in mobile esports history, playing on a team full of veterans with Max Green in his lane. Max Green, the best support in North America, bar none. He is incredible. That's why. Look at this aggression, and look at the way he's able to flash in and set his teammate up for the great Penguin question mark. He's just asking questions.
And before Set had the Nerf hammer delivered to him and made him not so much as a pick or ban for the Baron lane or the jungle, I've always predicted that Set would be great as support because, as we've seen the picks like of Garen and Mundo thrive in the support role, anyone that wants to stack HP is going to be a great support because they get to stand in the front line, and that is exactly what Set wants to do.
T-Tigers with the very tactical recall there inside the pit. Love that from him. He will get a pretty good first clear. So both these junglers are about on par. Kind of the only traction on the map is down there in the bottom lane, where you want it to be for Tribe Gaming. Again, this is all about D'Enzio finding success on the Varus. Now, the kind of unspoken question mark to that, they're sneaking him into the bush here, is where are Sentinels, or where are Saints going to put their emphasis? And the answer is over here in the top lane, through this Evelynn, which is really exciting. And they were trying to sneak Camel into the bush. He has gotten there now. Did that Scryer's Bloom spot him? I think it did.
And I think Camel was spotted by the minions that was crashing into the tower. So a Tribe should have a suspicion that that was the game plan for Saints in that play leading up to it. But what I'm surprised is that there has been no pressure from Tribe against the Evelynn in the Baron lane. Because now it's too late. Now she has Last Caress, and so she can either flash and ult away if she gets overextended. Because normally that is where you can punish. But Tribe put a lot of emphasis towards the bottom side of the map instead. Yeah,
because that's their win condition, and I think if you're Garen here, you just don't care about the Evelynn. You simply do not care. The only reason you need to shut down the Evelynn is if you think they're going to make a difference in the late game, and I don't know why you would.
I mean, Evelynn, the later the game goes, TJ, she's a monster. And
yeah, but lane Evelynn, she's not that good, you know?
It doesn't matter. Okay, so lane Evelynn, at this point, it doesn't matter if the lane matchup is good or not. It matters if she gets resources. And right now, she's going even, and she's getting resources. And that's the most important thing about Evelynn coming online into the late game. And if the Tribe continue allowing her to get resources, doesn't matter if she's Baron Evelynn, support Evelynn, mid lane Evelynn, she's still going to do a crap ton of damage and exploding your backline.
I just don't see a world in which it works in this game, which is something I'm saying so that you can roll the clip later.
Either.
But it doesn't work for me because Evelynn needs a gold lead in order to have a hope of getting past something like Chuck or Max Green, those very tanky frontline characters.
Well, okay, if Tribe can make this fight happen, Max Green right into the back line, beautiful showstopper, and can Crown Prince on this Evelynn clean up? Last Caress only onto just a couple frontline members, and it doesn't look like this Saints first fight goes and ends well,
I see.
TJ.
Icy was looking for it, and he can chase here.
Orbit Deception just a little early before the flash came out. T-Tigers punishes.
Yeah, a little bit of a fat finger goes awry there. Icy misorders his skills, and that means that Saints lose their first major team fight, which is devastating for a composition that is so damage-loaded. Tribe Gaming have the gold now to just play through Dienzio, who put in a great Varus performance in that fight, rely on their tanks, Chuck and Max Green, to create space for him, and let that Varus chew and chip away at the HP of Saints.
Crown Prince has not returned to the laning phase, even though not having Last Caress. This is still an Evelyn. You can walk around, and you will not be detected by wards. The first fight didn't go well, TJ. I agree. But you still have to be careful. It's just not a... I'm sorry, Ruff. I want to see what you see. I want to live in your world, but I don't. Okay, so I completely understand that Baron lane Evelyn shouldn't work, but we've eclipsed the point where Evelyn is weak. Now, however, Tribe, if they keep starting these fights off this way and take out 2 members from Saints before they even get the fight started, that doesn't matter where this Evelyn started. Jungle or Baron lane, it is still a Tribe win.
Dienzio. I was about to praise him, and then he missed the final piercing arrow. Didn't get the kill. But still a good team fight. And it's a very good understanding of the team fight from Tribe Gaming. If I had to nitpick them, I would say, again, I don't think Starting is doing a whole lot here. I think you want to put Starting on a more defensive character than he's on. But you still see the way this composition works in its ideal world executed perfectly. And that is Max Green starts the fight, ties up a whole lot of focus, and then he and Chuck build this space. You see this frontline built for Dienzio to operate behind and just throw damage over. This has been the standard meta in China and Korea all season long. Big tanks, Varus or Ziggs behind.
Triber executing this beautifully, completely unfazed by the dominating series victory from Saints over Cloud9 in the series before, because they were busy, handling demons. They 2-0'd them. They have their own momentum, and at 7 minutes, they are 7,000 gold ahead. This is such a massive advantage that Tribe have that it would be very hard to see a world where Saints can come back from this type of a lead.
Tribe trying here. Here's the steal attempt. Camel into the pit, looking for something, anything, and he's not able to grab this steal. So he goes down to the 3 members there. Nothing but a life given over for Saints.
T-Tigers easily handling Camel's Rengar there, kicking him away, secures the Rift Herald, and they're continuing this momentum, and uh-oh. Crown Prince has been found. Flash away.
Oh.
You gotta Last Caress the damage there. And now Evelyn, she made it out, but at what cost, TJ?
The cost of both her flash and her ultimate. Behind tier 1, she was chased down there.
Astute observation, TJ.
Thank you. I'm counting.
Oh, well, this just seems like a Tribe demolishment of Saints in the first 8 minutes of the game so far. They are tower diving with impunity so far. T-Tigers dashing and dodging out of the turret aggro. Beautiful stuff from Tribe. 8 minutes, 12-1, 10,000, 11,000 gold lead. I imagine that this is a Tribe victory coming into fruition.
Yeah, this is exactly what we've wanted to see from Tribe for a while. Which is them building a composition that broadly makes sense, has a clear win condition, and executing it cleanly. And we don't see T-Tigers putting resources into the wrong lane. We don't see any of the messy team fights that came to be an unfortunate staple of Tribe Gaming this season. Instead, it's very simple and very clean. Through Max Green, who's always been one of the best players in North America, with Dienzio, who's coming into this team as a newer face, as a replacement for this season after the Horizon Cup run, being able to show off why you make that transition. That was dirty.
Adding insult and injury. Rubbing salt into the wound already for Saint. T-Tigers just flicking a Sonic Wave over the wall. It's like, oh, look at that. Blue buff. Thank you for the leash.
I don't think he knew he was going to get it. I think he was just fishing for information.
Yeah, he was just checking it out. Meanwhile, Max Green checks himself out just a little too far into the dive. Crown Prince finding his first kill of the game. It's second kill overall for Saints, and they are able to at least mount a defense of this tower. Yeah,
and part of my problem here is this is such a damage-loaded composition. And what I mean by that is you have 3 characters on this team, the Evelyn through the Ahri, that in order to succeed, they need to do damage. in comparison to something like a Garen or a Set, who, lovely when they do damage, but their point isn't to do damage. They have utility they add. That's also a benefit of Master Yi in the mid-late game. He's not about doing damage, he's about finding those big kicks, those positioning errors. And so, Saints, because so many of their team members revolve around their damage output, it's impossible for them to win from behind, like they are so far behind right now.
It just seems so damn difficult now, as you already noted. The only utility that you can rely on now for picks is a Karaga Sparrow from Konsui, a Charm from Icy, a Root from Nori. And everything else is a little bit more situational.
You might say, TJ, what about the Senna? She's scaling, right? Yeah, but she's not the farmer, so she is scaling, but she is long scaling. We're going to be at 20 minutes before she's a scary champion.
Ooh. Goodbye, Icy.
Goodbye.
Sometimes the game is so down horrendous that you just have to kind of admire the fact that Tribe are just demolishing Saint so single-handedly, so efficiently. We were praising Saint in the way that they were able to handle Cloud9. Now, I don't want to say it was because of an experimental champion composition that they have arranged for Game 1, but Tribe has done an effective job of just neutralizing any of the curveballs the Saint were looking to throw, and are already just destroying Saint in Game 1.
I mean, Saints were trying to make, you know, a 5-course meal, right? They were trying to create this very fancy, high-establishment dish. Tribe came in, peanut butter, jelly, 2 slices of bread, easy win.
Simple, effective. You got to go for the basics here in the Major 3 sometimes. You don't, and the fancy stuff has impressed us before, but for Tribe, a team that has built a legacy on being the winningest team in year 0, are looking to make a comeback to the regional championships. And it all starts if over a series win against Saint in this game. And Game 1 already looks like it's going their way.
Yeah, very clean team fight. This should be a full ace. Wow, behind the turret. And that should be the game, as the wave is going to get shoved through the mid lane. There's short enough death timers that it might take a moment more than that, but Tribe at the very least are going to open up the inhibitors. Here we go.
I just have to say, TJ, I like Tribe overall, they played super well, but I feel like between T-Tigers and Max Green, these two guys did such a damn good job of just creating all these opportunities for Tribe to accelerate in the first place, and Saint just had no good answer into it.
Yeah, they had no traction on the map because they instantly lost bottom lane through Max Green's flash facebreaker in, which is just beauty. I love to see set support. I love to see set support flash facebreaker in.
Agreed.
And then the top side of the map, it's a Garen. And I've been begging people to pick Garen for a while. This is why. It doesn't matter what wild stuff Crown Prince is doing. It's Garen. Chuck can just sit there and farm wave. He doesn't need to get more wave than usual. He doesn't need to, you know, get every CS. He's still going to be relevant and scary in the late game. He's still going to be able to soak up damage in the late game, which is what Garen is there for. And so we get a very good performance from Chuck as well, just being a damper on anything that Tribe or the Saints wanted to do.
Tribe now 20,000 gold.
Wow.
Make what should be the game-winning engage.
Wow.
A 4-man kick from T-Tigers will seal it all. An open inhibitor tower allows Tribe to push in this last minion wave and take game 1.
And just like that, Tribe Gaming look back on form. Is it the return of the best team in North America, Rafa? Or does that feel maybe a little early?
Now, it's hard for them to compete for the title of best team in North America in Major 3 because Immortals and Sentinels are not at this tournament. So Tribe at the very best,
I could just,
you know,
I could just be Degon here and I could be like, they're back, baby!
I know Degon is not due to come back until after game 2, win or lose for Tribe in the next.
I was giving you Degon. I was channeling his spirit.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. See,
after his death.
TJ being a he didn't die, TJ. I don't want Degon to die. Degon is chilling in the green room, okay? Wow. He is watching the games unfold.
That's what my mom said our childhood dog did. She's just chilling in the green room. Only 2 deaths over on the Tribe Gaming side. Chuck and Max Green, the 2 tanks that you expect to take those deaths on opposite sides of the map. Soaking up the pressure, being the front line that can die, so the major damage dealers for their team can live. You right there?
No!
Careful.
No.
If you don't sort yourself out, you're going to be chilling in the green room, you know?
Oh my god.
I think
I'm trying to collect myself once again. These are so... This is really funny.
I think one of the other things that I did bring up during the draft was that I don't love the Corki pick here. And starting, if you look at the damage numbers, didn't seem like he was loving it either. So I would encourage them to go all the way. If you're going to play through Dianzio, don't put starting on these like weird damage dealer champions that don't have any utility to offer the team. Full commit, give him a Diana, somebody who can offer utility when they're not getting resources. Because we're not living in the T-Tigers starting duo shove anymore. It's about starting as an aid for where the real gold is.
So, on the one hand, I'm like kind of agreeing with what you're saying, but only partly because Diana has been starting's historically one of his best champions.
He's good at it.
I would say like Orianna and Diana are his top 2 champions all time, both year 1 and year 0.
So why is he on Corki in a team composition that doesn't really give him anything to do?
TJ.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the bans from Saint.
Oh, okay, all right. But there are other defensive picks that I would like to see, and I will note that the ban came out second cycle, so.
I imagine that the Karma might be something that Tribe also have practiced for starting in the mid lane, because giving both utility shields and the it's Transcendent Embrace, which is basically now power creeping Orianna, Shockwave, and Diana Moonfall at this point.
It doesn't do as much damage, but it's like 15 times bigger, so, you know.
Yeah, you trade out the damage that you would get from Diana or Orianna for more shielding power and overall just CC, because you also get the multi-roots.
That's my nitpick for Tribe Gaming, is the dream of starting as your carry isn't part of this composition. Right, you give him something that can do damage as a utility, that can be, okay, I'm going to enable the success of the other members of our team. If you have Karma here, you know, you have a little bit more safety for your tanks in the front line. Stuff like that would be really important. But
unfortunately, both Diana and Karma were banned by Saints. So I'm now going to put you on the spot. I'm going to put you in the coach's corner. If Diana and Karma are banned, who do you give to starting of the available mid lane pool roster?
This is where I get flamed permanently. But I swear to God, they do this in Asia. Just pick him a tank. You don't need to give him a damage dealer. He's playing into Ahri. Just turn off the Ahri's ability to influence the game. Give him something like Mundo, Garen, or Renekton that can sit there in the mid lane.
Well, a player that I don't want to change their champion pool or what champion they play is T-Tigers.
He was incredible.
Because on the Lee Sin, massive Lee Sin performance, and we know historically throughout year 0 and even at the Horizon Cup, yes, Tribe didn't necessarily pull out any series wins, but T-Tigers always looked like the most consistent player and the person that was stepping up most of the time.
Yeah.
Either on the Lee Sin, the Vi, which was a historically, kind of big T-Tigers pick overall in year 0. I know he has played Xin Zhao in the past as well. T-Tigers has been so damn good at being able to force these fights and have such influential early games that allow Tribe, when they're on, actually have the successful series in games.
And we've missed T-Tigers. We have not seen a T-Tigers takeover. We call that the Triple T. in a while. That was a TTT, baby. He was dominating that game. So many of those fights are started by him finding access to the backline. You see the 78% kill participation. That's because most of the fights are also ended by him kicking half the team through the other half of the team like they're bowling pins. T-Tigers dominated that game, absolutely deserves the Star Player Award. And I want to see more like that. Play through T-Tigers, play through Dienzio if he's going to be a carry.
I do want to remind everyone of our overall prize pool that we have throughout not only the Wild Rift North American Series, there are a total of 150,000, but the championship prize pool, which these two teams are playing for a spot, guaranteeing the winner will go to the regional championships, where they get to play for a pool of 80,000 of that 150K.
That's so much money, Rafa! And you're absolutely right. The winner does go to the championship. The loser here goes home without it. Here is the breakdown per major. We are, of course, in our third major with $15,000 on the line.
Now, you want to take as much money as you can get throughout this circuit as well. Money in the Wild Rift scene, super beneficial to have to keep playing and keep.
You're doing.
Keep
can you do that? Can you do that on
pros.
camera?
Yeah.
You
gotta keep the money flowing, man.
That's what we're all about here. It's not competition, it's money. Cold,
well, the competition,
hard cash.
Successful competition.
No,
and
that's what I'm all
results.
about. Earn that cash.
Well, what do you then tell the people who don't get a part of the cash? Does their supposed cash go to the green room, TJ?
Yeah, no, it's pretty simple. If you're not earning money, then you need to get better until you earn money. And that's really the only metric that guides anything I do.
Wow.
You're either earning money or I'm sending you to the green room. It's that simple.
and we're back to the green room once again. I love how in the course of one broadcast, we have turned the green room from what many people have associated.
It's normally a happy place, yeah.
And normally a happy place. It's just a waiting room to, green room is normally the waiting room. And now what we've set up the green room as is what many might believe to be a waiting room of another. We're going off the deep end, TJ. Let's stop this train.
No, this is a really good joke, Rafa, because 90% of chat doesn't know what a green room is because they don't work in esports broadcasting. So this is even better. Because they don't know that the green room is where all the talent sit in between games, and they're usually like M&Ms and stuff, so it's a horrible place for your soul to languish for eternity because it kind of just feels awful. But they don't get any of that context, so we're just going on and on about a green room. They don't get any of it, Rafa.
This is by far one of the funnest broadcasts I've been a part of already. Just this conversation and all these exchanges we've had, TJ. Thank you. Thank you for entertaining the madness and the chaos today.
I make him say that.
No, he doesn't. I promise you.
Draft for game number 2. Karma gets through here, kind of interestingly. So Tribe Gaming get their composition from last game banned away. It's very specific target bans, and that is a challenge to Tribe Gaming. You now either need to ban away Karma, or she is going to get through. They say, nope, we're more worried about key picks, and so we're going to see our first, I believe, ever on-stage Karma here.
And the other big thing too, TJ, is you called Tribe's composition from last game the peanut butter and jelly sandwich comp. Super basic fundamentals, straight to the point, simple and efficient. Saints say, no more PB&J. We're taking away the core of that.
Banned
Set,
and
Leeson,
illegal.
Varus, gone.
I've got hazelnut butter if you want to do something with that, but
I do
no
like
peanut
hazelnut.
butter. Okay.
I do like hazelnut.
And yeah, that is going to force Tribe Gaming to stretch beyond a composition that is really simple and easy to execute. We're going to need to see them pull out something else, which I think is a very good call by Saints, because we have seen Tribe struggle with exactly that over the course of this kind of slump in their Wild Rift careers. Here we go now. Jace, Gragas, double frontline, double engage, maybe pulling away from the Saint draft here. And Saints appear to be going with a speed ramp composition which is going to be the Karma giving that speed boost to Xin Zhao and maybe other dive carries like that, to just throw them into the backline immediately.
One of the big things that I'm already looking at for Saint is we normally don't associate Xin Zhao being a carry in a composition for Wild Rift. In the past, he has usually been someone that facilitates, and he is an engage power. But when you have champions like Karma that give speed boosts and shields, you can facilitate bruisers like Xin Zhao into being a juggernaut. And they can now optimize into items like Death Stance, Divine Sunder, things that give them a lot of pseudo durability because of the sustain that you can get throughout these team fights.
And this is a really standard draft for Saint, because they love to fill their entire top side with bruisers, with dive, and then put supports down bottom. So that's why you'll get this Senna very often out of Nori. Just something that they don't need to pay a whole lot of attention to. Nori is very good, and they can leave Nori on that character. As Senna and Ashe, something they consider the backline and find value. And I expect this Karma to be down in Kansui's hands. I could be incorrect about that. Could be played mid with Icy, but I do expect it to be in Kansui's hands, because that will enable Icy to play a bruiser that is further accelerated and further amped up by the presence of both a Karma and a Senna on this team.
I will advocate for mid Karma and then Kansui to play a tank with the Senna, so that you can...
would agree, yeah.
Yeah. Because either way it flips or it works out. The other thing too is because a lot of the in-houses we have seen, if you ever get a chance to watch Michael Udall stream, he does a lot of the community, he streams and casts a lot of the community in-houses. A lot of times people are running Karma mid, going like just getting as much ability power. It's not necessarily a traditional support build you would expect out of like a Lulu or a Janna, but the AP ratios are so good on her Inspire that you are getting a little bit of poking power with the Inner Flame, but you're still getting the benefit of the utility from her other spells.
Yeah, I think Karma is better in the mid lane, to be clear. I just would expect them to want to keep Icy on a big damage dealer, which Karma isn't. And I would be down to see, after that brand performance, I would be very excited by Karma mid as well. So there's really no going wrong. Tribe Gaming are reconstructing the peanut butter and jelly. It's grilled cheese now. They do have the front line. They have Gragas, they have Darius, and then they're going to put the Ziggs behind it. This is also a bog standard. If you can't get Varus Garen in Korea, you go Darius Ziggs, and you put the Ziggs in as your Varus equivalent in that AD carry role, and you put as many beefy tanks as you can in front. Again, I expect this Jace to be in mid in Starting's hands, just kind of out of sync with the rest of this composition, which is all about enabling the Ezio. He doesn't have that utility power.
This Gragas, while many would suspect it should go to Max Green's hands, I do want to point out that Gragas in the jungle is pretty darn strong in this patch. And I think, and especially into things that there are a lot of bruisers, you can be either another sustainable AP threat if you want to go more on the AP side from the jungle, or you can still go full tank. But this time around, because Max Green has done so damn well on the Gragas support throughout year 1 and year 0 of the Wild Rift, they're going to allow T-Tigers to go back to another champion that he's excelled on in the past before on Riven. And I'm also getting word that the LCS has hosted us. So welcome all the LCS viewers who just watched I believe, a fantastic best of 5 between 100 Thieves and Cloud9. I don't know the outcome.
It would be weird if you did. It would be weird if you had been watching that stream and casting this one.
I mean, I don't know what happened. So, but they started a few hours ago. So, whoever won, congratulations to them. Welcome to Wild Rift. This is the Wild Rift North American Series. We're in year 1 officially of global and international competition of Wild Rift. This is Major 3 of the overall circuit. Between Tribe and Saint, the stakes are, for those that are just tuning in, Tribe are currently 1 up in their best of 3 against Saint, someone who took down Cloud9, which was a major upset so far. And so we had expectations that Saint would come in with a lot more firepower. Tribe completely demolished them in game 1, and Tribe are looking for one more win to not only send them into our upper finals of the our grand finals of Major 3, but also to give Tribe an automatic qualification spot to the regional championships taking place at the end of April.
And it's a big game for Tribe Gaming as well. The team that dominated our Year Zero tournaments, the team that represented North America at the Horizon Cup, our first international tournament. They were pretty much undefeated all of Season 0. They got smashed at the Horizon Cup, and they haven't looked the same ever since. So this could be a big return to form as Tribe Gaming are 1-0 up and looking to qualify for the North American Finals.
A potential redemption arc for Tribe, as TJ said, used to be the winningest team, the kings of North America in Year 0, but after their first international competition, have not looked the same since. And already the way that we are starting out, another all into the bottom side of the map, but this time Camel shows up, adapting from game 1, punishing the overextension of Tribe's Dragon Lane duo. Max Green, can he find at least a return kill? But Nori doesn't go down quite yet, thanks to the sustain of Senna, and the grasp of the Undying Keystone will keep himself alive, and Sane are the ones that open up 2-0 in game 2.
It was actually a really good duel down bottom. Dienzio and Max thought they had that under control. Dienzio laying down the minefield behind the retreating Nori and Kansui, forcing them on an alternate route. But that was the plan all along, because that alternate route took them closer to the jungle. And when Max Green flashed over the wall to finish up the kill on Nori, they're both dead, it doesn't matter. Max Green flashed over the wall to get the kill onto Nori. He was overextended, and he goes down, leaving Dienzio out to dry as well. So big win for Saint here in game 2.
Yeah, Starting does manage to trade one back against Icy as he stayed a little too long under the tower, making that dive happen with him and Camel. But so far, 2 appearances from Camel. Camel is doing the jungle surfing special. He is making an appearance in every single lane. Crown Prince a little too far forward on the dive.
And this is what you want to see from Xin Zhao and Wild Rift, one of the most effective early game junglers in the game. So Camel, who has been one of the stars of this series, is making the rounds and just kind of perma-ganking, as you would expect. I have a little bit of a flag here, Rafa.
What's up?
I think that, and this is the first time we've ever seen Karma in competitive play. We have
Yes.
no baseline for Karma. I believe this may be the first time she's ever been played globally. Here's my thought. I think that Starting is kind of losing by trading even. I think the dream here is that you blow out Karma in lane, because especially on Jace you have the damage and range advantage. And I think that the fact that this is going pretty even is a win for Icy.
The other big thing, too, is that we've normally relied on Jace, especially when it's played in the mid lane. It's not a bruiser Jace build you typically see. It's more of the high lethality, high damage output build.
Ooh.
Hold up now. Crown Prince might have stayed a little too long, trying to punish the fact that he had no flash, and Chuck and T-Tigers are going to make it happen. Hextech ultimatum by some time? No way. Oh. No way, right? Okay. It was close, but T-Tigers cleans it up.
If that shadow from across the map from Nori had been a little bit faster, he would have gotten away with that. That was incredible from Crown Prince.
Stalled out so much time in that 1v2 exchange. Now Tribe are able to stabilize somewhat of the game.
And it matters incredibly because it means that this turret doesn't go down. If he dies here, the wave crashes and Tribe take the turret. Instead, he dies over here and the wave has already been chipped away at by the turret. And so there just isn't as much time for them to go in and just chew on the turret itself.
That does mean more emphasis on this first objective fight than for Tribe, because they now have to secure the Rift Herald so that they can get the first brick gold and therefore not get a chance to fight Saint at this dragon. It ends up being an objective trade between both teams.
Well, we're seeing, I was trying to kind of get a feel, dive in the mid lane. It's incredibly aggressive.
Genzio makes it out alive. That was close. I was holding my breath there. He had to burn both of his summoner spells here, but because of all the attention towards the dragon in the mid lane, Tribe are going to guarantee first brick without even having to use the Rift Herald.
So that's still in their pocket, and there's no response on the map from Saints. They try and get that pick in mid on Dienzio, and in doing so leave the top side of the map completely open. It's a little bit of a gold lead pass now over to Tribe Gaming.
And I want to give any LCS viewers a little bit of a refresher here. If this is your first time watching Wild Rift and going, what the heck, we just took a tower under 5 minutes? Well, this game is quite faster than the normal League of Legends game. Most normal game times tend to run between 10 to 15 minutes, as is expected. Late game, super late game, is past 20 minutes. If we go beyond there, then it's either a banger of a game, or neither of the teams feel confident enough to close out the game, because your gold income, your passive gold income, is triple the amount in League of Legends, and you actually have passive experience game as well. So you'll see supports and junglers doing a lot of roaming, and it doesn't matter because they're still getting experience even if they're not collecting minion experience passing by.
So, generally, you'll see things happen faster. And I think quicker in team fights as well as the other big mark. Characters move much more quickly. Oh.
This doesn't look good for Icy. He still has explosive cast from Max Green. Beautiful patience, waits it out. But meanwhile, a return dive in the mid lane.
Yeah, Saints aren't going to be able to immediately convert into turret pressure, though, and Tribe are. They get, I think it was a whole plate down there onto starting.
Oh, nice save from Max Green, starting flashing away as well from Crown Prince, waiting out the Hextech ultimatum, but we still have fighting in the mid lane in our picture-in-picture. T-Tigers and Chuck, 2-on-3. T-Tigers manages to stay alive.
So good trading across the map to Tribe. Saints are keeping pace, they're managing to keep up, but they're not in control of the game, which is what they were doing to Cloud9 earlier, where they had the entire map figured out, and there was a ton of really aggressive pressure that was forcing Cloud9 to respond to their dives, to the fights of their choosing. Tribe Gaming have slowed down the pace of the game and are now executing through it. You see T-Tigers being able to define where the fights are happening with that presence across the map. And that's a bad sign for Saints, especially for a Saints team that is running a Xin Zhao on Camel.
That early agency that Camel had is starting to run out when you look in comparison now to T-Tigers Ribbon, who has come online and has now kind of eclipsed the point where normally Xin Zhao would have so much priority over such a jungle matchup, but now T-Tigers past level 5 where you can get access to Ultimate and Wild Rift versus League. You get the full Riven power kit, and T-Tigers is on that 2-item core of Black Cleaver and Death Stance.
And this is where our Karma numbers game starts to come in, Mark. How good do you think Karma is scaling-wise? I think she's alright. But
yeah, the ability power is always going to be nice for the extra Inspire Shields, right? But it's more about the utility. you really, as long as Icy is staying alive and providing shields to the bruisers, then the ability power, the base amount should still be enough, even if she doesn't have that much AP.
So she's going to need to, I think, perform above our expectations for this team to have a ton of damage in this mid-game. When we go hyper late, Senna will make up the difference. This mid-game is really scary for Saints because they don't have a damage dealer in the middle of the map.
Yeah, relying on Camel and Crown Prince to not only take up the brunt of the damage, but also do the most of the damage. But right now we have the fight split up. Mega Inferno Bomb onto the right side of the fight. Max Green alongside Chuck and Xianzio trying to fight against the core, because you have T-Tigers and starting running out Nori just by himself on the left side. But now Saint going for the re-engage TJ.
On low HP, a full dive in, and Camel's in the backline getting chewed up. Eaten by T-Tigers. He goes down instantly, and the trading's 1-for-1 as Saints drill too deep.
Saint and Tribe both battling blow for blow in the end. I don't even know if either of them got the dragon. It looks like Saints were the ones that clutched it out, and now they're turning their eyes towards the Rift Herald, where Tribe, they're calling on reset. So Saint either had to commit to Rift Herald right now or look for the reset now. And it looks like Tribe are going to be able to pick it up off the back
you
end.
have to stay. If you see that Rift Herald fight starting, you have to stay, right? Kansui's looking for it.
Oh, Max Green. But he has Chuck and Dienzio here. And remember, Saint didn't get a chance to reset. So you're fighting against an even empowered Tribe. You got to spend all their money in the fight afterwards. They get the Rift Herald at the back end.
Don't get me wrong. I know the right call is to reset. But I also know what you have to do if you see an enemy team starting a Rift Herald right in front of you, Rafa.
Now, Saints are put in a very difficult pickle there, TJ. You have to choose one or the other, and they tried to all in, hoping that Tribe didn't have all their members quite there, but they're trying to stop this Rift Herald play.
Yeah, I don't think they have the damage to stop the charge, which means they need to fall off of the fight, because The turret itself was not there. It was an illusion, a mirage. I realized that. Back away. Kill the fight. And Tribe Gaming... I don't know, Rafa. Are they back?
Now, the Game 1 performance from Tribe was incredibly dominant. We saw a 20,000 gold lead, and yes, 20,000 gold lead by the time they finished the game. But that was also because Saint had a very experimental draft that did
That's
not...
a nice way of putting it, Mark. It's very diplomatic. I would say they ran the draft.
Well, there's two schools of thought when it comes to addressing things.
Off of that, I would say this Game 2 performance from Tribe is even more convincing. Oh, awkward blast cone. Kansui. That's rude. I would say this is even more convincing because they're winning into a Saints who are entirely online, who are doing something that makes sense.
Yes.
And even though the lead is less, looks better for Tribe. Here's the play. Saints trying to force something. Top side of the map.
3-on-4. Dienzio hauling butt to make sure that he can get over there. Clears out the wave. Megan Fernabal clears out most of the wave, but they still have a minion to make the dive happen, though. Getting so incredibly low. It is Campbell that cleans it up, and now Dienzio, can he turn it around?
He's farming from the very back of the fight, trying to chip out the damage, and he's surviving. Tribe maintain the front line, and Dienzio just gets to pump out the bombs. The turret's still standing, and Saint crumble beneath it.
Max Green finds an opportunity to capitalize. T-Tigers now cleans it up once again. It is Max Green all day, baby. There's a reason why we highlighted that this is the best support in North America so far. Max Green on the Gragas, even the body slam flash, making the re-engage happen for Tribe.
Just an incredible team fight from Tribe. And exactly this front-to-back fortress style that is so popular across Asia that they have executed now twice in a row. Saying initial engage, great, but then they just start to hold the front line. And Dienzio, through all of this, doesn't get focused. So he just gets to chip away and burn away and poke away at the Saint HP bars until they're having to retreat through a turret and go down.
That is the beauty of this Tribe composition as hold. Dienzio. Oh, the Transcendent Embrace from Karma. Oh, that's another thing that we have to address, but we'll wait for this fight to die down because I believe Tribe are still going to try and make an attempt to force Saints off this upcoming Dragon.
Yeah, big Dragon fight coming up. Baron also on the map, so a team fight win here could result in both objectives. Saint starting this very greedily.
6,000 HP.
This team fight's all about the two carries, Dienzio versus Nori.
Max Green, explosive cast on to Nori and catapults him with the body slam flash. But you got to look at the backline for Tribe. Are they surviving the onslaught of Crown Prince and Campbell? And so far, it's doing so damn well. Tribe are cleaning up Saints.
Dienzio, excellent movement in that team fight. And yeah, Nori gets deleted right out the gate. The entire team fight is about Nori. It's about the Senna versus Dienzio Ziggs. And one of those characters is gone before the team fight begins. So Tribe Gaming sweep the map. They'll get the Dragon. They'll get this Baron. And it looks like they're going to get a 2-0 victory, Rafa. A 2-0 victory that none of us predicted. Not even our Tribe fanboy.
Oh, it looked like we didn't have Smite yet for T-Tigers, but Tribe are able to deflect Crown Prince and Kansui. Icy is here looking to see if he can clean any stragglers up, but Tribe don't drop a single member in the Baron skirmish, and they are now put ahead 11,000 gold.
I kind of assumed they had Smite and that was going to be an easy Baron take. It was a little bit sketchy. Saint, if they'd stolen the Baron, would have bought a little bit more time to scale on their Karma, on their Senna. But they don't have enough damage to win this mid-game. This is exactly what we were talking about at the 5-10 minute mark. They simply don't have the firepower to go even in team fights, and they won't until 20 minutes at this rate. You can see exactly how little gold Nori is sitting on.
T-Tigers taking up the mantle, splitting in the Dragon lane. Has so much gold. He actually has the most gold on the team and the game. 13,000 on this jungle ribbon. We already highlighted him before, and when the T-Tigers takeover happens, the triple T comes to fruition. That is where Tribe looks so damn good, TJ.
I love it. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Yet again, it is one, as T-Tigers has dominated the map. And it's these team fights as well, where the Riven's ability to be a bruiser, to dump out stuns as well as damage, are building the space for Dienzio, who's putting on a stellar performance. That last Dragon team fight, incredible movement from Dienzio on the Ziggs.
At this point, Tribe, they still have the Baron buff. Nice potential engage from Saints, trying to split up the members. Transcend Embrace, it's huge! It collects and scoops all 4 members of Tribe, but they're so damn durable. They're so far ahead, TJ. They cannot stop Tribe from just entering and destroying the outer structures of their base.
2 inhibitor turrets down, meaning super minions will permanently be rushing into the base. There's no inhibitor respawns in this game. But Tribe Gaming don't manage the end. Instead, they're trading out their boots enchantments, buying the teleports, and coming back for round 2.
T-Tiger's the only one that hasn't gotten a chance to reset, but he's Riven. He's got a ton of shields. He's got an innate durability to survive and just bait Saint in, making himself look juicy so that Tribe can succeed and fly. And the former kings of North America from year 0 looking for their redemption, take the win over Saints, and automatically qualify themselves into the regional championships.
What a good look from Tribe Gaming. It's slow, it's controlled, it's patient, and it's exactly what we've been missing for so long. Max Green and T-Tigers, the expected stars of this team, but that game highlighted the new power they've added to the roster this season. Dienzio shines as the AD carry in the backlines.
And my goodness.
Speechless with the power of Tribe Gaming. What a good performance as well, I think, by Chuck, who I've been kind of hard on over the course of the season. I've talked a fair bit about Chuck losing lane, even on weak side. It's been not the controlled losses that you want. We've now had 2 games in a row where Chuck has won his lane against Crown Prince, one of the more aggressive, mechanically dominant top laners. So really good looks from Chuck as well. All of Tribe seeming to come alive in a way that they haven't, despite having a stacked roster, despite this being one of the most mechanically talented rosters in North America, been absent all season. And damn, it's good to see them back.
It definitely is.
To bring back Degon right here. As
where's your Tribe Gaming shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a win, you know. It's like a win because Tribe were able to make it on through. Yes, maybe the prediction was wrong, and you know, now I see love is not at first sight, but love is something that grows through time, and I will never, ever, ever vote against Tribe ever again. Because this is the Tribe that we've always wanted to see.
How does it feel to finally give up on your boys, only for that to be the game where they deliver?
Now, to be fair, TJ, in the past, Degon has admitted anytime that he's voted for Tribe, they've lost. So, double agent Degon,
we're cracking the case wide open.
Like the rest of us, so that Tribe could win. Degon sacked his prediction rates so that his favorite team could win.
There it is.
That's the copium angle.
That is the copium angle, and I will stick to it, because if T-Tigers can continue to put the terrifying in his jungle game, that's what his name is, Terrifying Tigers, then I'm more than happy to vote for the other team. But he looked damn good, and I feel like this is the Tribe that looks the best when he's facilitating well, when he's playing fights well, and just, you know, earning star player after star player. Question is, who's the star player from this game number 2 for you, Rafa?
I'm still going to say T-Tigers. That the Riven was huge. I think TJ might have a other contender, though.
This is weird for me, because I'm usually all about the utility players. That was a big Dienzio game for me. I would put my vote for star player towards Dienzio, because he not only was doing the role of AD carry, where you sit behind your engage and you dump out damage, but it was also a performance where he was getting pressured and dodging all the damage in teamfights. His teamfight movement was incredible, and that's what this team needs. They brought back their old teammate from their World Championship days in previous mobile esports. They bring him back into the team after a disappointing performance at Horizon, and it finally seems to be kind of coming back together.
Yeah. And a good time too. Yes, they would have probably liked to qualify for the regional championships in Major number 2 with one of those 2 slots going for the 2 finalists. But here, they cannot finish any lower than 4th place, and the top 4 teams will qualify for the regional championships at the end of the month. And, I mean, again, look, a play like that makes me think T-Tigers would be the one. He pulled the trigger to go under the tower. It was a fantastic attempt by Prince in the top side of the map to get himself away. But as you said, just dishing out damage, great positioning, not to be too far away and be safe, but, like, in the mix to still be the damage leader for the squad.
Yeah. And so because now that Tribe will automatically qualify regardless of what happens through on out for Major 3 this weekend. This is now the road to redemption for Tribe. Because when you look at the past 2 majors, they finished only top 5. They never had a top 4 placing at either Majors 1 or 2. And this used to be the team that was by far the most dominant throughout year 0. All of summer and all of fall last year going into Horizon Cup, our first international event that we had over in Singapore in November. They were the #1 NA team, and they were the representative at Horizon Cup. And now that they've had their spot upsetted and taken away by Immortals and other teams that have been qualifying and threatening that throne, and Sentinels and Cloud9 and NME. Tribe have so many teams that they have to battle through in this road to redemption, and it's going to start at the regional championships no matter what happens now in Major 3.
Right. And I think a lot of it's going to be on the back of this man, Dienzio, as we said and highlighted. He replaced Old School, who's now over on Cloud9, as the damage dealer. And although KDA, not as impressive, did the most damage and did a great job being what I like to call for a lot of carries and damage dealers, matadoring, where he's taken all the aggression, and sometimes his team can't peel every single person off of him, but was able to place correctly, use stasis correctly multiple times, so able to dish out a massive chunk of the damage there for Tribe. Dienzio, your star player here for game number 2 in this series, and to book their ticket to Bloomington, Minnesota, right outside of Minneapolis, to Mall of America and the WNS Season 1 Championship. So great job there by Tribe. And when we look at the flip side here, just a quick second on Saint, they went with the thing we fell in love with in their first series that we saw today, a draft that was unique. You got the Evelyn, you got Rafa all excited, but it didn't really pan out here. In game 2, not quite it either. Just quick thoughts there on Saint before we hop into a chat with for an interview.
They still have the lower bracket run, and I think that if they can upset a team like Cloud9, they still have a great chance of being one of our top 4 finalists for the regional championship to qualify.
All right, with that, we have our star player from game number 2 standing by from Tribe Gaming. It is the Dragon Laner. It's Dienzio. Hey, man, congratulations on the win. It was clean. It looked good. And now you're going to the WNS Season 1 Championship no matter what. How's it feel, brother?
It feels amazing. We qualified for the event. This is actually my first time playing Major 3. I think it's all my teammates' first time playing a Major 3 because last season we both qualified through Major 2. So it's definitely interesting to play Major 3 and see how the other teams feel. And it's just great. We're glad to have qualified.
Was there extra pressure because of it? Obviously, you would have loved to qualify by Major 2, but here at Major 3, did you feel like, like we got to get our stuff together here right now?
I mean, there was some pressure, but I mean, we know the most important thing is the championship itself. So these majors are just, it would have been nice to qualify earlier, but as long as we make it there, that's all that matters. And we're just focusing to be the best that we can be for that championship day.
Saint pulled out some unique drafts here in game 1, and then a little less unique here in game 2. How was this whole series for you specifically against the squad?
I mean, it felt good. The series felt good because, I mean, we were able to see C9 play Saint, and we saw the type of champions that they did pull out against C9, which worked really well in their favor. So, I mean, you just saw it. We banned out the brand both games, you know. So I think it made it really easy for us seeing what type of champions they played in the first series. But yeah, it felt very easier because our draft was really, really strong.
A little less than a month ago was Major number 2. You guys fell short of one of those top 2 spots for the auto qualifying. What were some of the major level ups that you guys did in the last month to prepare for Major number 3?
I think it's our macro game. I think that was the thing we focused a lot on, and also our mechanics. We tried to play more, but I think we really had to focus on our macro play because that's one of the most important parts of the game.
D'Anzio, we just got rated by the LCS. We got ourselves a healthy chunk of fans and new fans here. What do you have to say to all of the fans of the WNS and of Tribe Gaming?
I mean, well, thank you guys for watching and supporting us. I know that with some of our past performances, people started to doubt us. They started to doubt us, but I think you're going to see how we play in this Major 3 and how strong we show up for the championship. Everyone's going to come back on our side again.
Dragon Laner for Tribe Gaming. D'Anzio, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the win, brother.
Thank you, man.
All right, there you have it. The words from the damage dealer himself there on the bottom side of the map. Really cranking it out. And you could see macro. Macro was the key word there because Saint was all about micro, the hands, the lead that they got, and then being able to get ahead. Here, it felt like not only did they not get a lead, but then Tribe did a great job of just slowing down the game and playing the game at their pace that they wanted to, and then capitalizing from there, which is something that we just haven't seen from Tribe being done successfully in the first two majors on a consistent level here.
D-God, your people. When he said people started to doubt us, your people, and you can't just brush past that.
Yeah, why not? Why not? All right, I'll go wear my jersey for the rest of the
slide.
Come on, TJ. Come on, TJ. All right, D'Anzio, my bad. I will pick you guys from here on out. And also, we have it stats confirmed by Stats Lena, who always gives 100% correct stats. 4 times I've picked Tribe. 4 times they've lost. So you've brought this upon yourself, D'Anzio. Let's take a look at the bracket here for the rest of the tournament. Again, double elimination in Major 3. Now we got ourselves our expanded view. No More Ego and Suzaku Gaming. Suzaku GG still have their match on the winner's side, the upper side of the bracket. On the bottom side of the bracket, Saint drops on down to face the winner between Yan and Reflection, and Cloud9 find themselves surprisingly down there in the first round of the lower side of the bracket. They've got to take down Demon to have a chance to make it on through. And again, if they're able to do that, they're sitting okay. They're 2 wins away now. They gotta work their way on through here to try and get to the WNS Season 1 championship. And they will have the last chance qualifier. After this major here, we will have 6 teams, but then 2 more teams will be able to qualify through the last chance qualifier. But you really want to get it done right here, right now, Rafa.
Yeah, the pressure and expectations for a team like Cloud9 to have either already have qualified through at least Major 2 or Major 3 is super high. If you don't make it out of this Major 3 and it's coming down to the wire for the last chance qualifier, it's not only the expectations and the stress that is being put out by the community and the fans, it's also on the players themselves, because I don't know what the mental composure is like when you're thinking, guys, if we don't get through this LCQ, we don't get to go to regionals. We don't get to go to Minnesota.
And we even still haven't seen one of the big powerhouses in this tournament, right? We got distracted because Cloud9 lost and they went down to the lower bracket and Saint looked really big. We still haven't watched NME on stream. They are one of those teams that we expect to be in the top 4 to qualify, that maybe we expected to qualify sooner than Major 3. And they're still waiting in the top half of this bracket.
Yeah. Again, TJ, just mind melding into one. That's our next series that we have. Another spot on the line for the WNS championship here. I know, it's crazy. No More Ego versus Suzaku GG. Both these squads auto-qualified from Major number 2, being one of the top 6 teams. I guess 3 through 6 get the auto qualification from Major 2, but now they have to battle each other. Winner will move on to the WNS. They will continue to play through Major number 3, try to get some of that prize pool money that they could get. But the big thing, it's win 2 matches here in Major 3, get in. Both these teams have won 1 already as we take a look at the roster of No More Ego here, Rafa.
And for me, whenever you look at a team for No More Ego, you always have to talk about Tybe. He has been one of our top junglers throughout the entire circuit of both year 1 and even year 0, where NME were consistently a top 2 team for the first half of the year before Immortals finally had a second wind and almost challenged Tribe for the throne before eventually falling to them in the regional championships. But the other big reason why is, to many fans' delight, Tybe is actually going to be playing in this major. There's many speculations that Tybe wasn't going to be able to make and play in Major 3, but the fact that he is playing here now has not only given, fans rejoice that we get to see one of the best junglers still playing in the circuit, but also to NME themselves, as they have become so dependent on Tybe's success.
Here we have Suzaku GG, Suki in the top lane, one most improved player. We give out awards for teams that don't necessarily qualify through into the top 4. Suki, winner of that one from Major number 2. So we know he has the propensity to light it up here, TJ.
Yeah, I think Suzaku are one of the success stories of this season, because last season, kind of the most disappointing part about North America watching from afar was that you had the top teams and there wasn't anyone who grew to challenge them over the course of the season, at least enough to seriously threaten Tribe. This season, totally different. All that growth from Season 0 has paid off. Now we're in Season 1, and teams like Suzaku have the resources available to them to grow from a team that was struggling to get into majors at the beginning of the tournament series. So now a team that is credibly challenging for the top 4s. A team that looks really good through Istraboa, through Demon King, who are my major stars of this team.
Yeah, Suzaku is one of these teams that have taken kind of like a collection of some of the outstanding and best players from across year 0 and some of the, quick pick-me-up teams that we have seen, kind of scattered out throughout the bottom 4 of top 8s. You look, because so far, Suzaku, this team hasn't necessarily played longer than, I want to say, 2 majors so far. And Suzaku even taking on the form of the old Team SN that was one of our very first teams that we ever saw back in July of last year.
Well, if Suzaku's going to do it, it's going to have to be through star players. We take a look at a head-to-head here between Suzaku and No More Ego, and it's Tybe against Demon King. You set this one up, TJ.
I'm going to break it down for you. Tybe looking direct into the camera, unbothered, focused. Demon King, though, his eyes on his lane opponent. He's sneaking up behind him. Who knows what's going to happen? Back over to you, T-Gon.
All right. Thank you, TJ. That was what I was
good.
looking for. Holy moly. Well, with Demon King and Tybe getting their gazes ready for the match, really an important one here as we try to continue to learn the development cycle of the WNS of North America. No More Ego, the best unsigned squad, hands down, after Major 1. They made the fantasy run to the finals. Fell a little bit short there. Major 2, everyone's hyping them up. They don't quite live up to those same lofty expectations, but they do well enough to get the auto seed. Suzaku Gaming off the radar and slowly growing. Is it their time? Will they have the opportunity to make it to the WNS Championship season number 1? We'll find out after we take a short break for our 3rd series of the day. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Wild Rift North American Series. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series presented by Wisdom Gaming and Riot Games. We booked one ticket already to Mall of America for the WNS Season 1 Championship, and there will be more on the line with every single series from here on out. The top 4 teams that make it from our 8-team bracket here at Major Number 3 will qualify for that WNS Championship, and we will have our top 4 teams after the end of the day. Degon here with Rafa and TJ, and y'all, we've got ourselves a big one here. 2 teams that made it in Major Number 2, had the auto qualifier for Major Number 3, now about to do battle in No More Ego and Suzaku GG. And TJ, I will turn to you. It's prediction time, so give me your super serious prediction. Let's hear it. Why is No More Ego making it through?
I was looking at the game, and I do love Suzaku. I feel like they've grown a lot. But the fact is that NME play the map faster. They have better matchups in the roles, and particularly, I think, their own growth through Luan DJ in particular. Rafa, you're looking the wrong way.
No, I'm looking at Degon's prediction. But keep going.
All right. Rafa, you're looking the right way. I think their growth through Luan DJ really emphasizes their strength in the top side of the map, which is going to give them an advantage.
Rafa, go ahead. Get your point in before we get at a draft.
Time is one of the best junglers in the entire circuit, and it's not going to even be close.
All right, man. Demon King, you saw that photo, right? You saw that photo.
I know, and I hope he doesn't turn that glare towards me after the series.
All right. No More Ego, Suzaku GG, a berth in the first season of the WNS Championship on the line. Who will make it? Let's find out together. Game number 1 starts right now.
I was really waiting for it.
Berth with a T, berth as in like a seat. I was confused. I heard that wrong, is what was going on.
Oh.
Mark. It's a berth. They're getting a seat at the finals. The draft. Here we go.
Okay. NME and Suzaku. The only things I am slightly concerned about when we look at this particular matchup is Demon King is a strong jungler in his own right. I'm honestly looking at Premonition, though. Premonition has been one of these wildcard players that has pulled out so many things that we don't normally expect out of mid laners in the past. However, Suzaku's already banned one of those champions in the Yasuo, so they're starting to go more so down the how do I want to say this? I guess the basics. We're starting to see some of the PB&J
You're calling
composition.
the basic? You said they were gonna lose. You're calling the basic. This is awful.
Hold up. You're taking the words out of my mouth. I'm saying they're going to. Hey, that's not basic or simple. That's spicy. The Rengar pick slotting in for Team and King.
Yeah, and there's a whole lot of dive already built into this Suzaku roster with the Camille. The fact that they have a Nami means that this is a really good engage composition. You drop the tidal wave and you roll through behind it, is the central theory. There are 2 questions that I'm asking. One, who does that hit over on enemy? Realistically, if you're rolling that whole engage, what on enemy will be still standing there to receive it? Because right now they have a ton of high mobility and not a whole lot of weak backline characters that you can focus in on. And 2, how does Suzaku find late game power in this composition? Right now, they don't have it, and they'll basically just have to win through snowballing the early game.
I don't know where this karma is going, but if you have now between Suzaku 3 divers and then a Nami who is going to accelerate the dive and facilitate it with the giant tidal wave as well, I say if you're NME, you start picking champions that are really good at anti-dive. Xayah, great answer into it.
You're so smart, Mark. It's just gigantic brain on those shoulders. Yeah. This Xayah is going to receive the pressure just fine, and that's the central theory. So, NME have responded really well. They built a kind of hodgepodge composition, but it's got a lot of really good tools for mid-game teamfights, and that's the hard counter to Suzaku. Neither of these drafts are going to extend beyond their win conditions very well. Suzaku need to snowball the early game. NME need to respond by winning in the mid-game. Suzaku, in a last-ditch effort to have some late-game power, have brought out a Vayne. I don't know, it all kind of depends on teamfights. This has become a mechanics check game.
Yeah, I think Suzaku are banking on the dive threat to be so such a huge attention grabber for NME that no one is going to pay attention to the Vayne for Isdraboa, and he'll be picking off any stragglers because Vayne thrives in multiple 1v1s rather than 5-on-5.
Yeah. And that strategy is going to work as long as they have snowball damage on the top side of their map. This is the problem with this composition, or maybe the win angle. If the Rengar, if their Camille are doing huge amounts of damage, then yeah, you gotta deal with them, and the Vayne can chew up anyone nearby. If they're not doing damage, if they get shut down in lane by, say, a Fiora-Riven combo that's really good during the early mid-game at finding those 2v2s, then it doesn't matter that the Rengar jumped on you. You do them like I pick up my cat, you know? Your cat gets really angry and you just pick them up because they don't realize that they're 2 feet tall and have no influence over your life. And that's how you handle a Rengar who's behind. They have no influence, you ignore them, you deal with the backline.
And then you toss them to the side gently, of course.
Yeah. There's a squirt bottle joke in there somewhere, Mark, but the Nami is on the opposite side, on Suzaku.
Missed opportunity. We're on the rift for game 1, though, between NME and Suzaku. And to remind everyone at home, especially any of the viewers who are tuning in to a Wild Rift major for the very first time, the outcome of this series and the winner also qualifies alongside Tribe automatically to the regional championships. We have a potential 1v1 between Truth and Premonition in the river. One more auto attack, but Premonition barely survives.
Yeah, very good use of the barrier, because if Truth had gotten his empowered blood in there, that would have just been the game, I think. There it is. Premonition kind of disrespecting Karma, staying within range of the tether, and getting rooted as a result. That's got to be cleaned up pretty quickly.
Would have been quite the oh no point for Suzaku if the big Diana goes down to Karma. Yeah, you're exactly right.
When I'm
simply echoing it.
In the mid lane, I hate to commit any oh nosies. Type looking for a flank here. They know where he is.
They pop over the blast cone. Demon King goes,
He's
what
tethered.
the crap? There's a Karma and a Riven in my jungle, guys. What are we going to do about this? Please help. I want my camps. And now the Nami trying to face check gain vision for enemy or for Suzaku has to flash away as well.
The wolf reset, but they will be able to get 2 of the wolves and maybe this blue buff. And either way, they've disrupted Demon King so disastrously. I don't know what he's going to be able to do to get back on track.
They've decelerated his ability to clear and hit level 5, and Yikes and Jackie are playing this 2v2 so beautifully so far, able to handle any of the aggressive turnarounds by Isdraboa and Stove.
And Yikes is a real powerhouse on this team. The support player who is one of the most aggressive in the region. Yikes will constantly be in the top lane, be playing aggressive down bottom, be roaming into the enemy jungle. He's the extra player who leverages the fact that Wild Rift supports aren't tethered to lane. They don't need to stay and use Relic, Shield, and farm minions. They can go wherever they want. And Yikes, in a long, proud history of the mobile games and the mobile esports he's played before, back in AoV, he loved to do this. AoV supports function similarly. He was able to get out of lane and contest the rest of the map, and pressure in side lanes, and just there, run in through the jungle to add extra value.
And even in the Wild Rift history for year 0, Yikes was primarily a support, but then when he was playing on Immortals, had to role swap and play jungle because their former jungler left. And Yikes had established himself as one of the other best junglers in the region by the end of it when we headed to the regional championships in October. But now Yikes is back on support.
And I, of course, from AoV, I'm used to him being a laner or a jungler. Those are the roles that I'm used to. So the fact that he's swapped over to support is like mind-blowing to me. And I'm just delighted to see Yikes continue to succeed.
Yeah, the experience in both roles has just overall just built up his success and his strength as being someone that is all over the map and making use of his time efficiently and getting to and fro in a swift manner.
He's got one of those note-taking apps where you can link it to your calendar, and just every time you're like, oh, I gotta do that, and it pops up in your Google Calendar. It's one of those Apple power users that understands everything about their entire ecosystem to perfectly schedule their day. He's got business meetings. Gotta get on a Zoom call later in the top lane.
He's just everywhere, man. He's on top of everything. And right now, for NME, who have successfully been able to get through the early game without any, unexpected casualties, they thwarted Suzaku's ability to accelerate the game in their own right as well. Everyone's on past level 5. Everyone's on somewhat even footing, and they're prepping for this first objective.
Yeah, the fact that this game is going so slow is a huge win for NME, because again, their biggest worry is that the early game goes wrong, and those assassins, that stacked damage top side of the map accelerates for Suzaku. That doesn't happen, so we're kind of just vibing until a teamfight happens, and NME feel pretty good about their teamfight odds right now. Suzaku aren't out of the game not until they lose a teamfight, but until they are forced to take one now, they just want to avoid teamfights because the odds don't look good. So this game, for them, should be about trying to accelerate those assassins through the side lanes now, and try to last till the late game where maybe the Vayne can give them an edge.
And let's talk about why NME then took the trade for the Rift Herald versus the Dragon. Because the Dragon in Wild Rift for Mountain just gives you the shield. And so that's nice against a lot of bursts.
It's a good
but
dragon.
NME is a composition that has a lot of damage over time. You have a lot of extended damage power, thanks to Fiora and Riven, who are fantastic bruisers that can accelerate in extended team fights. This Rift Herald gets the crash. It doesn't get the first break gold for them, but it gives them an acceleration of
right
gold.
There. The Korean Wild Rift players do that every game. Grab Rift Herald, run it to the top lane, drop the Rift Herald, get 2 plates, walk home, job done, easy gold. It's like very frustrating to me because I want like the perfect analyst game where you get the entire turret plate, but they just see that as a conversion of the gold. Got the full gold value, and they certainly did.
And NME are confident probably that they'll still be able to find first break before in Suzaku. It definitely seems like the momentum is on their side. And with this wave that they built up, taking advantage of the fact that Isdraboa doesn't have stove here, they get first break.
Isdraboa got a tingle there. A strong sense he needed to be anywhere else, ever.
Maybe something flew up on his phone. It's like, you have an appointment to not be under the tower when 3 people are about to show up in your lane.
He peeked at Yikes' calendar, realized he was scheduled to show up in the bottom lane. Isdraboa survives, but again, you can see that NME are running this map. Suzaku just kind of holding on.
Ooh, Luan DJ even opting into the grand challenge, just getting what many would call a poke ult. And the Blade of the Exile, the Wind Slash, pokes him down, prevents the recall, and there is Yikes for under the tower. Hextech Ultimatum sends him all the way towards for the other side of the map. But hold on now, Suzaku and Suki hold off the dive so long, he doesn't go down! Suzaku turned that dive completely on its head! It's first blood and 3 kills!
Isdraboa for a kill in the middle of the map, can't find it. That was one of the most insane top lane outplays I've seen all season. Suki, perfect use of his cooldowns, the redemption bailing him out as well from across the map. And on exactly 1 HP, he survives the tight end of that fight, resets behind his turret, and the rest of Suzaku are there to back him up. It's a massive gold swing in their favor, and exactly where they want it, on Demon King's Rengar. The assassins benefit from that fight.
You just have to look back at this again. See how many times that he survived. Oh my god.
He's on like a single point of HP at the narrow end of that fight, and just incredible movement. The benefits of Wild Rift, it's how much it emphasizes movement in situations like that. You see it, the higher character move speed, allowing some incredible outplays in the top lane.
And if it wasn't for that dive outplay, the state of the game would be absolutely disastrous for Suzaku. They have already lost the 2 outer turrets. They would have had probably at least a kill deficit over towards them, maybe traded 1 for 1 in the end, had the dive gone better for NME. But the fact that Suzaku get 3 kills for nothing kind of evens out the deficit in turrets.
Yeah. I mean, it's still very difficult for all the reasons we were outlining earlier. This is still NME's game to lose. But Suzaku are, for the first time this game, really within striking distance. So if they can find a good angle here where they find an early pick in a team fight or a couple players isolated in the side lane. That's how they start to build a lead, and with a gold lead, their damage dealers will give them a significant advantage.
Got a little bit of picture-in-picture action, a 1v1 on the Baron side of the map. Meanwhile, it's a mid-lane fight. Transcendent Embrace from Truth stalls them out, but Suzaku are just barreling and brute-forcing their way through the members of NME. Taking out 2 now allows them to take the Dragon.
When you have that kind of damage deal threat, that's exactly the fight you're looking for. The one advantage Suzaku have compositionally over Enemy is how much upfront burst they can throw into a team fight. They find the right targets, they coordinate their fire, and they shut down Yikes and Truth before they can really leverage their own sustain kits in that team fight.
Another successful fight overall. Suzaku 6-0 now. They've doubled the amount of kills that they've picked up this entire game. They've extended the gold lead beyond even to now 2,000 above NME. And 2 dragons to the name now as well.
And on the opposite side of the map, while we were seeing that, the top lane fight did go to Suki. Suki solo killed Luan DJ, one of the best top laners in this tournament.
I'm starting to get an uneasy feeling about some upsets, about some of our former old guard. The fight starts once again from Suzaku. They've locked down Yikes and the tidal wave, as you called it, locked up other members from NME. The rest of Jackie and Truth are trying to hold strong under this tower, but it just buys all the time in the world for Suzaku to claim the Rift Herald.
We're executing the dream. We're surfing the wave. Welcome to California, baby. Suzaku throws out the tidal wave, just ending the team fights because they ride in with all that aggressive dive right behind it. This is how the composition worked on paper during the draft, and how I said would never work given how much mobility there is on Enemy. But Suzaku keep finding the perfect angles where there aren't options for Enemy, either because they're in a choke point like that last fight, or because they've used cooldowns like in the fight in the mid lane. Suki, a desperate escape attempt doesn't work out. And if Suzaku can keep finding angles like that, where Enemy are just caught unawares, all caught in the wave, then they can absolutely put together an upset here.
For Enemy, their hopes of stopping that upset starts with the kill on Suki, because he had a shutdown, and he was one of the more difficult members for Enemy to have locked down in previous fights. Trying to stop and decelerate that momentum is key, especially if Luan DJ is going to be on the side lane as this Fiora.
I'm really impressed by how much that Fiora has been shut down, though. Luan DJ, one of the most impressive top laners, I think, in the last major. And here he is, struggling. Down in lane in terms of kills. Yeah, he's got the gold, but that's going to change. That gold deficit getting eaten away at as Demon King gets yet another turret to his name, the Rift Herald. Rather useless, but don't tell him that. Suki and Demon King just controlling the map at the cost of that lane.
And you got to be careful as Luan DJ, because Demon King and Premonition still lingering around, hoping to see any stragglers. A tidal wave was thrown out by Stove as they're trying to pick off this fight against Enemy in the jungle quadrant. And because Premonition and Demon King were kind of skulking around their left side, Enemy, while they don't get any kills, are forced to get away, and they manage to survive.
Yeah, really good tidal wave angle from Stove, tied up the rotate as it was going up to Enemy. Meant they couldn't punish Istroboa, who was a little out of position, because Enemy had like a little bit of extra information that I think Suzaku worked out they had when they saw the rotate. They had a ward up there on the top side that spotted both Demon King and Premonition hunting for the kill on Luan DJ. And right away, when you know where those two are, so much of the engaged threat from Suzaku was gone. So it was a really good attempt from Enemy to force a fight, and a really good denial from Stove to just cancel out that forced fight with the tidal wave.
So we're now at 13 minutes into the game. Suzaku do find themselves 3,000 gold ahead against Enemy. It's not completely out of the woods for Enemy, but a lot of the threats that Suzaku are banking on to do well this game in Demon King, Premonition, and Suki have come online to not only their power spikes, but when you look especially at Suki and Demon King, we talked a lot about the item changes that were coming into this patch. The changes to Death Stance to be the one like in League of Legends now. And the addition of Divine Sunder, which has been a surprisingly stat-efficient item and a very strong item for sustaining these extended fights, turns something like Rengar, who would be normally seen as like a one-shot assassin, into someone that just survives.
Here we go for the Infernal Drake. Everything on the line.
Onto the backline. Whoa, huge! Multi-man Transcendent Embrace from Truth. But can Suzaku even fall from the damage and the remaining burst that NME have? Tyve is trying to do work onto the backline, finds his Draboa, but can't lock him down. A beautiful flash. Suzaku are the ones running NME out of the pit.
It's Draboa underneath the turret, finds some honey fruit. And he's back in the fight, looking for an angle as Yikes and Tybe run for their lives. Yikes will go down. Tybe cut off by Estraboa, who's healed up, and he's ready to go. Tybe, the carry, the hope of enemy, is shut down as the Infernal Drake is picked up by Suzaku, and they are going to turn immediately onto this Baron, Rafa. I don't know if they can do this. Here comes the rotate.
Well, Demon King should now be able to sustain the Baron health now. Suki and the teleports are coming in. They've got it. The Baron is on their side. TJ, how is this happening? Suzaku, a team very much in the same essence of Saint that we saw against Cloud9, potentially upsetting one of the old guard.
I mean, it's unfortunately for enemy very simple. I said the one thing that you have to be worried about is what if these assassins start rolling? Well, here you go. Here's what happens when the assassins start getting gold. Incredible team fights after incredible team fights where Demon King, where Premonition are finding access to the backlines, landing their skills onto key targets. And Suki, because of his own late lead, which came off of those incredible 1v1 fights in the top lane, is able to function as a tank, as a weird bruiser that can take a hit or two in the front lines and completely stuff the attempted flanks from Yikes and Tybe in that last skirmish.
Yeah, this is the age of the bruisers now, who are taking advantage of the powerful item changes we've gotten, that they can run down members of enemy if they're alone, and it's so hard to actually deal with the sustain that they bring. Suki in this 1v2 should go down, and it finally does.
Good picks found across the map now. They're going to grab that one as well. Because the other thing I said is if this team gets rolling, then Estraboa's pick suddenly looks genius. Because this Bane is burning through the turrets. It could be game.
You got Premonition coming out of the woodworks to be the second win reinforcements that Suzaku need to close out this game. It's only Luan DJ, and there it is. Game one will go over to Suzaku. And now, Suzaku are one game away from automatically qualifying to the regional championships.
What a performance! An enemy whom we all favored coming into this, if Dagon can gloat, I suppose, who everyone but Dagon favored coming into this, were completely caught off guard. They played slow and steady, playing and relying on the karma and their mid-game power to win them skirmishes. And when they didn't, everything came undone.
If I look at the turning point, not just game-wise, but momentum-wise, I look back at that Suki 1v3 outplay under the tower.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like enemy were feeling so confident about their moves in the early game. They had successfully invaded Demon King. They thwarted and decelerated him. And they're like, all right, and now we got to just force Suki off this tower, and then we get damage on the tower. It's going to be so easy. And Suki said, psych, that's not happening at all.
Yeah, I mean, how do you dig your mental out of that? How do you get your brain back in the game after Suki does that to you? Enemy, still working on that one. I do also want to raise something. We were making a big stink about Karma. I had a disagreement with one of the other casters in Southeast Asia, Omo, who casts the Malaysia-Philippines League and the Malaysia-Singapore League and the upcoming regional final for Southeast Asia, which is a powerhouse region in Wild Rift. They have a long history in mobile esports, some of the best teams in the world. And we were talking about Karma. And he said, oh, I expect Karma to be played a ton, especially in the mid lane. This is playing out more like I anticipated, which is Karma isn't as good as other mid laners. And she is better, I think, than other supportive mid laners. If you're looking at her in comparison to like an Orianna or something, the math will work out in terms of Karma's utility being much more powerful. But what we're seeing now in the 2-game sample size we have, admittedly a small sample size, but the 2-game sample size we have is that the fact that Karma doesn't have the damage of an Orianna is really limiting her efficacy. It really means that the Karma, the newest addition to this game, isn't able to be a carry, and you need to have gold going somewhere else on the map in order to win.
So, what you're advocating is you would rather see Karma in the maybe support role, or just you think that Karma is just not worth the priority?
I actually prefer her in mid, because I think when you're putting her in the support role, then she just becomes another enchanter, right? She doesn't have enough gold to do anything special, so she just becomes another enchanter. And for all the reasons that enchanters in general aren't meta, the exception being Nami, because she has a ton of CC, but all the other enchanters not really being meta, I don't think she's super meta. But if you're going to play her in mid lane, I want to see you give gold somewhere else. You need a different carry that will benefit from the presence of Karma as this secondary, super powerful support. So, compositions that have a hard carry down in the ADC lane, that's, I think, where Karma will shine. These games where they're just like, oh, Karma's going to win through her own performance, it's not working out.
Well, with or without the Karma, she was not a part of that that 3-man dive on the top side, or maybe actually, yeah. Well, the point is, TJ, when I look at Suzaku and how they turned everything around, it is really just the momentum shift from Suki's dive outplay, and I felt like from there, Suzaku had this just emotional second wind where like, oh my God, Suki, you're popping off, let's go, and that's real. That's a real thing, because the competitive scene for Wild Rift is so young. A lot of these players are also in high school or early college, and so like
making me feel ancient. I don't know how to deal with this.
A lot of the times, that's how matches can go. Sometimes these players will turn on as soon as they see one of their teammates make a huge outplay like that.
I mean, especially for a game like this where I talked, broad strokes about the way that the gold was going to break. But also, this is a game, because of these two compositions, that very much just came down to fights. This game came down to who wins the fights in the moment on the map. And the answer was overwhelmingly Suzaku. How do you avoid that? How do you build compositions where you can leverage your strengths as a team? Well, the easiest way is what we saw Tribe do earlier. Load your frontline with tanks who can take that pressure, who can receive the focus, and then give room for your AD carries. I want to see something like that, because I suspect it would eat Suzaku alive if they play the same way.
Yeah, for Suzaku, huge props to their Baron laner, because I think then when Suki was performing well, it allowed everyone else to be opened up in terms of who NME want to prioritize in these fights.
Yeah.
Because then Suki paints a giant target on his back, and no one then is focusing the Vayne that you would normally think, guys, we can't let this Vayne get out of control.
Also, 50% kill participation just speaks to how much he was doing in the team fights, though he wasn't leading the damage charts. He was providing so much in terms of attention grabbing and little bits of tag damage on top. He wasn't finishing a ton of those kills, but he was tagging and lowering people's HP. Also, just loves the star player screen because it blows up those photos, and it was such a confident eyebrow raise. That was like a little bit of the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson eyebrow raise we had on. Yeah, Suki. No, the one eyebrow. You've seen Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson
Yeah, I know
movies.
what you're talking. I just can't do it.
You can't raise one eyebrow independently?
The Rock is built different, so I'm trying to...
All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
you have the
it's
eyes.
hard.
I don't have the eyes.
Yeah.
But we got to do some eyebrow stretches or something, Mark. You got to clean up what's
eyebrow
going on up here.
Well, for Suzaku, the momentum, they've got it. The drafting and the champions, can they get it again in Game 2?
Yeah, and I would even say I didn't like their draft Game 1. I don't know if it came through from the vibes I was putting out. I didn't really like either team's draft Game number 1.
TJ doesn't like anything in Game 1.
No, I'm famously a little bit of a purist. I want to see these drafts go a little bit more towards intentionality. But Suzaku had a very clear game plan, which was tidal wave, team run in, win game. and they managed to make it work. So if we see another draft, my request is just know what you're getting into, know what the plan is, and it does appear it's going to be a different plan, but the early lock of the Karma does give them the hottest new pick on the block.
That comes at the trade of NME, who are on blue side. They elected to say, we want the Camille first. And now, for other teams, you know, maybe it doesn't make sense, but when you look at NME, and especially Tybe, who comes from a history of being the #1 Camille on the server back in year 0 and proclaiming himself as the best Camille in North America by far, then you could understand why the priority would go that way.
The other things we have to watch out for during this draft are how many power picks actually got through the draft. We still have, for instance, Set. We still have, I'm going to mention it, though it's not an America special, we still have the Aurelia that is pick ban globally. All the Asian regions, you must pick or ban Aurelia. That's not been picked yet this series. That's not been banned yet this series. So a lot of really powerful characters getting through the opening phase of this draft.
Truth. Kind of pulling a, hey, I'm no longer playing facilitator. I'm playing for myself. Now, that technically, this Akali could also go to Luan DJ. We've seen some matchups where Luan has taken the Akali for himself. So you have a very flexible draft on the side of NME.
The interesting pull here is that this is still the Rengar, and I think Rengar Karma is going to be quite powerful. I just because you get to speed boost the Rengar into those team fights. And I also think that we're seeing a little bit more of a frontline be drafted this time by Suzaku. The addition of the Gragas means that they're going to have to play a little bit slower. It's not just full dive. So a lot of emphasis is now on the top lane pick. Can they get Suki a lane-winning matchup again? They do have last pick should they choose to use it for that. And what's coming through in the AD carry role, which is where both these teams have now turned their focus in the bans, with that Jinx ban going through, taking away one of Jackie's power picks. Jackie, the former Cloud9 AD carry, needing to show up here as a carry behind a Galio, and with a assassin on their team, you're supposed to get the damage in so that the Akali can clean things up.
And Jinx is something that we don't get to see in Wild Rift that often.
No, not very good.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that her laning phase is super exploited in Wild Rift. And a lot of the other champions like Varus, or even one of the things about Wild Rift in the Dragon Lane meta right now is actually a very mage-dominated lane, because you can bypass a lot of the early laning deficits that you would experience as other marksmen by just simply wave clearing. It's Ezreal, TJ.
Yes! 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 Back over to you!
Why are you so excited about the Ezreal?
I've been saying for ages. I've been really excited about Ezreal for a really long time. That is true. With the addition of Divine Sunder, I do wonder if that's what's kind of pushed him over the edge, because I know people love to build Divine Sunder on him so far. But Ezreal, just because of his high mobility, functions really well in games like this. He can take care of himself, he does chunks of damage, and frankly, I think the only reason we don't see him more often in pro play is because you need to hit your spells.
Yep.
All of his damage is tied up in skill shots, and he'll be matched here by the Varus. Quite a good matchup into Ezreal, but it will be a defensive turn for enemy. This is exactly the composition I called on them to shift to after Game 1. Whole lot of tanks in the front line, Varus behind it, bog standard. Tribe ran it earlier today. It's the most popular composition in China and Korea, and we're going to see it executed into Suzaku's little bit more madcap full engage composition, with the Riven, with the Rengar being boosted by the Karma for a full engage on the opposite side.
And before they lock in their final champion arrangements, I'm going to call Premonition should play Gragas mid, because I think it's really good. Because if you play it into Akali, anytime she wants to go for the shuriken backflip, oh, that's even spicier. It's Riven into mid. Okay. But I was going to say, like, you can always try to interrupt a majority of Akali's damage through the shuriken backflip by interrupting it with body slam, or in this case, it's going to be harder, broken wings.
I think enemy have killed the draft, though. I think this is a great draft for enemy, because I'm looking at those lane assignments, and I don't know how Karma Ezreal beats Galio Varus, because the Galio can eat up all the Karma damage, built-in magic damage shield, and the Varus outranges the both of them, and will have free fire, especially onto the Karma. but also onto the Ezreal. You think about the Ezreal as a character that can dodge spells. Well, if they have to keep spending their dodge to avoid Varus arrows, then they're not going to have it left for the fights.
Well, TJ, you were asking how do Ezreal and Karma beat Galio Varus? If you dodge the taunt, if you outrage the taunt. And unfortunately for Yikes, eats a ton of damage in that first level 1 all-in.
One auto attack at a time, baby. That's all it takes.
I kind of just want to look at the mid lane all game because Riven versus Akali, that's spicy. But Yikes, look at this! Straight from the base! Roaming level 1 taunt flash gets first blood for NME.
Now that's the Yikes I want to see! He recognizes that Ezreal can't pressure into the Varus lane, doesn't have enough wave clear. So the Varus can sit at range, throw out the piercing arrows, keep control of the wave by himself. And that means Yikes, he's unchained. He can go anywhere he wants to on the map, show up in the mid lane, get first blood for his Akali, and guarantee they have a backline punish in these team fights.
Time wasn't even finished with this red buff. He was still doing his first camp. And Yikes just shows up in. That's awesome.
That's Wild Rift. That's what I want to see from Yikes when he's playing this game. That's a really good sign for NME, and it's a sign that they've reset from whatever was going wrong in game number 1. They have a much better draft, and so far they have much better execution of it as well. And look what this is doing to the bottom lane. This is actually dragging Stove out of lane. They feel like they have to match Yikes on the map, like they have to match these roams, and he just can't. Karma doesn't do that.
TJ, we have seen this story before. Are they actually opting into it? They want to bring Yikes to the table as well. But NME, they're just like, nope, we got the flash. That's all that we're staying for this time.
Yeah, the Suki's stunned up the initial engage, and like Jason Bourne, Born Identity flashback the entire enemy team. Everyone on enemy is like, no, we're not doing that
before.
Again.
We're not making the same mistake this time around.
I remember.
Well, good to see NME learn from their mistakes in game 1. Suzaku still trying to fight back. A lot of damage from Stove, and it's the Wind Slash that executes Yikes, but Truth is answering back, getting vengeance for his fallen comrade.
And you can see the difference in the two roaming supports here. Stove doesn't have the tools to mandate focus. That's a win for Yikes, because his taunt, his frontline presence, make sure that Premonition has to deal damage to him, while Truth can float, pick his target, shut down the enemy mid laner in exchange for his own support. That's a trade you take any day of the week.
I'm going to take a look at replay once again. And everything that you said, you're forced to target Yikes. You cannot freely target Truth in this 2v2 exchange.
Yeah. Stove just has to back away here. So, really good start for NME. They're winning in all the parts of the map that are dangerous, and from here on out it should just be really easy for them to execute their composition, play these team fights very simply. What that looks like is Yikes and Luan DJ holding the front line, sitting in choke points, whilst Jackie sits behind them and throws out piercing arrows for huge damage. Varus very strong right now in Wild Rift. Suzaku, if they want to disrupt that, they need to get their carries rolling. They need to get assassination kills from Demon King, from Premonition, such that they can burst through the front line and find backline access, shut down Jackie in those fights. If they manage that, hey, because of the construction of the enemy composition, that's almost all of the damage that they have got if you kill Jackie. But it's so hard to do into Galio Renekton.
No more ego. As you called it before, TJ, they have the Bog comp locked down this time around. They're setting up for the objective fight, this time contesting for Dragon rather than Rift Herald. Suzaku, though, don't want to opt into the trade. They are looking to contest NME.
Yeah, I don't know that they can. We'll see what Demon King does here, because if he dies, this is over, but he has a huge gold lead.
Jumps into a taunting Galio from Yikes, still trying to lead the charge.
That wasn't it.
But the Hextech ultimatum from Tyve locks him down even further.
He's dead.
Truth finds him onto the back line. Killing spree for Truth.
And he'll just back away. Time steps up to the front line, scares Stove back. But that was it. I said, Demon King, I don't know what you do here. He didn't either. Got eaten up by Yikes, bogged down by the bog composition, and never got into the backline in a way that would have given him the tools for success.
Hold up. 1v1 in the Baron lane right now. Woo! Good flash from Luan DJ. Dodging out the explosive cask, and it is Truth that finds the 1v1 against Premonition.
Which is really, really troubling if you're rooting for Suzaku here, because Premonition needs to be one of the carries on this team, and he has now been shut down 3 times in lane. Truth on the opposite side, very far ahead on the Akali. This just looks unwinnable for Suzaku at this point.
2,000 gold ahead. Gonna get a quick replay of the outplay from Truth. Damn.
Damn.
That was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, wasn't really a high mechanics outplay, that was a wallet outplay.
Premonition thought that he could take the heat, but he realized that he wasn't a firefighter. He couldn't handle the smoke from enemies. Mid laner Truth. The Rift Herald gets secured.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Luan DJ, a little too far out there. A nice pickup from Suzaku.
He got put on a leash on DJ. Unable to get out of range of the Karma, even going over the wall, and it was a very good follow-up. So, a little bit of hope around the edges of that fight for Suzaku. Need a whole lot more of it, though. And it's not coming from that.
Where did he go? His triple just got deleted.
That's what Varus does, especially in a composition like this, where you have so many things that tie people down and make it the easiest thing in the world to land Varus arrows. He's just skeet shooting. He's just shooting the targets when they go up in the air, because they're caught inside stun chains, they're caught inside the Galio taunt, they're locked down by Hextech Ultimatum. It's so hard to miss as Varus in a composition like this.
And no more ego. Simply, you look at Yikes and Type to be the flushers, and then they send up the targets, and Jackie knocks them down. Easy as pie, as Suzaku are suffering heavy turret losses across the map right now.
There it goes in the bottom lane, meaning that 2 of the tier 1s are now off the map. I don't know why you go for this Premonition. Yeah, that's not a win. Not any day. I don't think the 2v1 even goes your way. So, a little bit of desperation, I think, showing on Suzaku. Surely not. They're going back in?
I mean, I can understand it. They're calling over Demon King. Meanwhile, Suki is pressured by Luan DJ. And in the end, over on the flip side of the map, it is Premonition, thanks to the help of Demon King, are able to pick up 2.
Demon King still has a healthy chunk of gold, and we get to leverage that here. Demon King has been ignoring his lanes for the most part and just turbo farming. And that pays off.
Oh, Demon King is actually trying to contest Tybe in his own jungle, while Luan DJ is on the run. I don't know if he was able to bully him off the Krugs, but we get a chance to look back at how this 3v2 evolved.
Yeah, and it is just that presence from Demon King being able to pick up the kills. It was also really well managed by Premonition. I guess I'd like to apologize to the Academy as well as Premonition for misplaying or misstating how much he could do with a very good combo.
It's okay. Premonition is able to get the clap back against No More Ego. Get the shutdown, importantly, off of Truth as well, who was quite undeathless after 4 kills in the game.
Oh, look at the movement. Can't do that on PC.
Gotta have very fast clicks in order to do that with the mouse and keyboard. But here, it's all thumbs, baby.
Which normally is a bad thing if you say somebody is all thumbs.
Oh, I guess you're right. You know, see, because of my...
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because thumbs are like the most dexterous finger. But if you say, oh, I'm all thumbs, that means that you're like bad at using your hands.
Well, Luan DJ, is he... Okay, not quite. Not quite enough in the 1v2. Almost took Demon King down with the Ignite as well under the tower. But Demon King and Premonition are able to pull off the dive. But it allows NME now to have 4 members strong on the Baron side of the map.
Pressing in, and Suzaku managing to turn this game around. Now Stove caught out 1v2.
Hextech Ultimatum, Transcendent Embrace is not enough from Stove, but here comes Demon King. Doesn't have Throw of the Hunt, so he can't close the distance unless he gets into a brush.
Suki into the front lines underneath the turret. Demon King looking for a way in, but the turret will go down. Chain of Corruption missing now as Jackie whips the ultimate. And that makes me wonder if Suzaku are going to try and force a fight.
Throw the Hunt is coming back up for Demon King. That would be one way you can get access to the backline once again. Premonition also going to have Blade of the Exile in just a few seconds. But NME have burned down the Rift Herald so fast that Suzaku don't get a chance to respond.
I think that is a missed opportunity by Suzaku, because they saw those major abilities down, they had their own abilities coming up, and the Rift Herald was spawning. Enemy shouldn't have been allowed to just immediately turn onto it. Instead, Premonition resets him and Demon King, not in the fight when it was possible. Here we go now for the second major objective on the bottom side of this map. It'll be an Infernal Drake. And that is quite important. The most powerful Drake by far in a game where the Drakes are very, very powerful.
Yes. Dragons do a lot for you since you only get to see them once or one time per game or per element. And the Infernal one gives you a lot of scaling power. Demon King with the opener throw, the Hunt onto the back line here. But Jackie is undeterred. It's Suki, though, that transcends all the way through. But Suki has taken Jackie out of the fight.
Yeah, Jackie completely gone here as Stove works through the front line. The enemy have lost their carry, and they've lost the team fight. It is Straboa threading damage through the fight and chasing Truth away, while his team burns down the Infernal Drake.
They don't kill Jackie, but because they took him out of completely range in the fight, Suzaku are able to clean up and deal with the remaining members of NME.
And it's the flip side of this Korean-style composition. If you draft all your damage onto Jackie, you must protect Jackie. And enemies slip up that team fight, allow pressure to get through onto the backline. You see here, started by Suki, and he just is forced into stasis. Nobody there to bail him out, and has to run for his life. There's no damage to clean this up, and it turns real quick.
You see how many potential kills that could have gone towards No More Ego's way had Jackie been allowed to play in the fight. The remaining damage from Truth and Luan DJ and even Tybe to an extent, it's not enough to cut through some of the more durable members, because look, once again, how these bruisers are built up from Premonition and Demon King. These are not your standard assassins that we've seen in patches before. With the new itemization changes that come in, they are far beefier to take down.
And don't forget as well, that's the Infernal Drake. It's like thousands of gold worth of stats in the late game going over to Suzaku.
Oh no, Truth getting locked down here. Cannot outplay it long enough for Tybe to come as reinforcements. Yikes is here, but I think he's just given his life over so that Tybe doesn't go down and can still contest if the Baron is started by Suzaku.
Here's the Baron, Suzaku running the top side of the map. There's nothing to be done about it, but Suzaku don't feel confident. Instead, they catch this mid-wave. They're too worried about the turret being taken. That's going to give over the bottom turret. Rift Herald's already down there.
Yeah,
this is a weird call by Suzaku.
Luan solo killed Suki in the Dragon lane, and that must have been enough for Suzaku to feel pressured.
Take
and
the Baron! Take the trade! What, you're going to lose a turret on the bottom side? It's very questionable for me. That's a huge win for NME because they get to screw up and get away with it scot-free.
Credit to Luan DJ. Maybe the threat of solo killing Suki was enough that it forced Suzaku in that option. But now we're back at an even state of the game, TJ. Yes, it is 7-11, but NME and Suzaku are relatively tied in gold, if only made up for the fact that Suzaku have the Infernal Dragon, that they get the extra stats.
Underneath the turret here, One DJ. Wow, taken down. Premonition got all the honey fruit. That was possible.
That's huge. Once again, Luan DJ, one of the better members for No More Ego to really be a huge front line here. Do you really want this fight? I mean, Premonition's not there, so it's still 4-on-4. Truth gets catapulted right into the back line by Suki's explosive cast, but he goes golden, dodges out, using the perfect execution, but no one's going down on Suzaku. Jackie cannot pump up enough damage, and now the front line has abandoned because they have been turned around.
Yeah, Jackie missing a lot of his early cooldowns. Chain of Corruption goes on to one of the tankier members of the other team. And as a result, they just have nothing left. Here is the late game Ezreal. I've been telling you, Mark. He's so good.
And Suzaku now find themselves where they have 5 against 3. from Suzaku against NME. They are now taking this time to burn down the Baron. Tide is on the other side of the map. No one can contest the Baron. Suzaku have now propelled themselves into what could be their qualification into the regional championships.
I was all ready to go to a game 3 here, but you're absolutely right, Mark. Game number 3 is a pipe dream, a hope of NME. If everything goes right, maybe they can make it to a game 3. As Suzaku, despite a weird start to the game, a bad start for their draft, have turned it around. One team fight at a time, 2 games in a row.
And it just seems like this time around, NME was set up more for success. A lot of their early game planning, they were far more careful about how they handled what were previously mistakes in game 1. But Suzaku, despite the early game leads that NME had, remember the 2 towers that they had against Suzaku, they still find ways to get back into the game, and now they're the ones pushing NME away from the control of the dragon.
And check out how much damage Istroboa is doing and what that's enabling him to do. He just steps forward here. He's just poking here because he knows every time he lands a Mystic shot, he's doing like a quarter somebody's HP. So they have to respect him. And he's going to stay right here on the front line, safe in the knowledge that if anything gets too dangerous, he can Arcane Shift away.
Yeah, I mean, Jaku on Varus, we know we've talked about Varus being one of the best marksmen in the game because the reliability of those piercing arrows doing such consistent damage. But if you're hitting every single Mystic shot, Ezreal is one of the highest damage output carries in the game. And now we have this fight. This could be make or break. Game 2 victory for Suzaku. But you have to look at truth. Can he assassinate anyone in the backline? But look at the way that the diving assassins from Suzaku are just dismantling No More Ego.
And Suki survives that! The combo lands and there's just not enough damage in this late game to end these fights. Suzaku were able to receive the pressure. A lot of it goes on to Demon King, both Chain of Corruption and Tex-Tech Ultimatum. He hits the stasis button, the big yellow clock, getting him through to the grand finals.
Suzaku, 5 against 2, are making the last push. No More Ego want to hold them back, and it looks like hold your horses, but the true shot barrage from Istroboa will take out the last 2 members. And ladies and gentlemen, Suzaku will be your other team to qualify into the regional championships, upsetting No More Ego and sending them to the lower bracket.
What a game to punch their ticket on. Suzaku will be going to the mall. I am so excited. That is a hell of an upset, our second of the night. And NME just got dismantled through pure teamfight prowess.
I am completely floored.
Look at the gold graph.
Yeah.
They weren't winning. NME were doing everything right. They had a better composition. Everything looked good. And then here's the other side of it. If you're like, how did they turn it round? Check out these 80 carry damage numbers coming up in a short second.
Oh, man. I need D-Gon in here because I'm at a loss for words. Because once again, D-Gon has predicted correctly over me and TJ, and I don't know how to feel.
Yeah, Rafa, I could tell. This is just another one of a normal day in the Mind Palace of me picking up.
What?
That's right. That's right. Just as long as you guys enjoy your stay, the bath towels are fresh, and we got them straight from Minnesota because that's exactly where we're sending Suzaku GG, as they deserve that after this dominant victory against No More Ego. And you capped it off there at the beginning when we talk about game number 1. Top side of the map, just outplay them. Duh, forehead, outplay them, and the rest of the thing will follow. And I called it out. I said, my boy Suki in the top lane. You're like, no, Luan DJ, he's great. And he is in his own right. But Suki, you saw this is the squad that was building major after major, qualifier after qualifier. And Suki was the one leading the squad in a 1v3 tower dive against him where it should have been nice and easy, get the gold, accelerate the game. Suki turned something out of literally nothing. And from there, Suzaku never looked back. They never looked back. And that was a beautiful thing to watch.
Do you remember, D-Gon, the first 10 minutes of that game where Premonition was just getting solo killed in lane
That was
ruthlessly. He died like 4 times.
yeah.
And he did
Okay.
the most damage in the game. What are we doing?
Yes. So here in this game, a lot of focus down into the middle side of the map. Type was like, all right, Luan, today's not your day. We're gonna focus in the mid lane. Let's show Premonition the light, the truth, and
it
they
didn't
did.
matter.
And it didn't matter. That's right. I'm just. It's surprising to me that No More Ego had difficulty closing this one out, because this was something that we've lauded them for. Better than Tribe, better than a lot of these teams that are established and we've expected, because they do a great job of getting leads like this, winning 1v2s, winning 2v2s, and then, accelerating from there. But another game where it starts to stall out and it all goes wrong here.
And
yeah, the team fighting is just clearly on Suzaku's favor. The first 10 minutes, as TJ pointed out, enemy were in control. They had the gold lead, but right here is where everything changes.
And it's the isolation onto Jackie just getting focused down. Change your focus as Jackie dies. Watch Estroboa. He's just dancing through this fight doing damage, and it starts off slow. You're like, all right, Estroboa, that's a pretty good team fight, but nobody was really paying attention to you. Surely that'll change as you come online and people start paying attention to the Ezreal. No, it does not. He spends the rest of this game doing exactly that.
I kind of wonder here about the target focus that was needed from the Galio, and we just weren't getting that. Just sit on Jackie. Jackie's ahead. Jackie's dishing out damage. You go and jump in when Truth jumps in, but you make sure you're always going to be in front of Jackie. And I think that never really happened. Maybe this fight kind of, but at this point, they were so far behind that the damage wasn't there.
And even that fight, it didn't really happen. There was a very aggressive look that resulted in Jackie not having the defense. When you're playing this kind of composition, you need somebody to just soak up hits. Not even really land skill shots, but just soak up hits in front of the carries. And Jackie didn't have it. Estroboa did.
The other big thing, too, that we have really seen out of Suzaku, and I think is kind of a defining play style for them that I want to look at as we progress further in the tournament now, is Suzaku. They are playing multi-assassins and multi-divers so that Ezreal can play something that is self-sufficient, like the Vayne and now the Ezreal, where, theoretically, if this composition was built around, okay, we're not doing damage, we're just going to peel for you, I don't know if the Vayne and Ezreal will be able to output as much damage, because then they became the focus. They would become the focus. They would get instantly locked down, and then enemy get to win. But because Ezreal and Vayne get to play with freedom, and they are picking off targets one by one, that is where they excel. And Ezreal is just thriving in that scenario.
Yeah, he is, and I just love this for today. Just a day full of upsets. And, as much as we could harp on these larger teams or bigger teams, more established teams, I guess we could call them, in terms of not living up to their success, I really want to put the focus and the spotlight on these teams that found the ability to step up, that found their form in the last 2 to 3 weeks, and now in the most important time, in the time where you get your ticket booked to Mall of America, to the WNS Season 1 Championship, they are showing up and doing it fearlessly in a way that is just inspiring for the whole region. Even with Tribe, yes, it was Saint, and they're not, playing against Immortals or whatever, but Tribe looked good. Tribe played the way that they needed to. The way that Saint played against Cloud9, the way that we just saw Suzaku mishandle it through dismantle this squad of No More Ego, who has been the team of hands. They've been the team that have kind of punched some of these macro teams in the face, said, we don't need macro, we're going to shock you and then run you over. That's what we just saw happen to them here, Rafa.
Even in the early game as well, where No More Ego has shown that they were sometimes the faster teams to act on a play, mainly thanks to Yikes coordinating with Tybe there, it still wasn't enough. Just because of the team fighting prowess and the threat awareness from the side of Suzaku. That is such brilliant and intelligent team fight understanding from all these players. And it's so hard to coordinate in Wild Rift because your phone screen is super small, so you can't see the entire landscape of the fight. You just have to trust, and you're communicating to your players. I've got Jackie out of the fight. Keep pushing forward. Don't worry about Jackie. He's not doing anything. Or if you're in the back line, you're just trusting full confidence that you can arcane shift forward. You can start taking down targets one by one.
All right. Well, to get a closer look into what has to be one of the coolest upsets of the day, we're standing by with the Dragon Laner of Suzaku GG. It's Ishiraboa. Congratulations. You're going to Minnesota. You're going to Mall of America. How does it feel, man?
It feels phenomenal. You know, we've been putting in a lot of work, so super excited. I'm excited to see the teammates in person, you know, get a little team chemistry going.
That is awesome. And again, like, this is so exciting for us. I can only imagine how you feel right now. I want to go back to game number 1. Suki gets 3-man dove. Talk me through what the comms are like, because you're on the opposite side of the map. Did you guys know how big of a play that was?
Honestly, I feel like I've already blocked out going into game 2. I already blocked out game 1 from my memory because I was so dialed in. I really wanted, you know, to bring home the dub. So I honestly don't even remember that happening.
All right, then I'll challenge your memory banks one more time. In the mid
Sure.
lane, I think as that mid tower was going down, we had just seen a big team fight where on the opposite side, Jackie might have not hit the right targets with his ulti or whatever. You just so decisively shift forward, Q, get the auto, and get a kill, and all of a sudden the game breaks wide open. What moment did you know, like, oh, we have this game in game number 2?
Honestly, probably that fight. Once Varus missed ulti, everybody was just yelling, Varus missed ulti, we win this, we win this. And at that point, we were kind of like, we had a lot of tempo, and we were very confident in our team fighting abilities, so we were just like, whenever we're ready to fight, we're ready to take it down.
That's awesome. That is so cool to hear. And, you know, those hype moments and where you're like, oh, this is going to happen always feels great. I kind of want to ask, like, again, Major 1 fell a little short. Major 2 fell a little short, but good enough to get the auto bid here. Coming into Major 3, what was the big change? What did you guys fix and work on that you were able to display today?
Yeah, going into Major 3, it was really, honestly, just this last week. We scrimmed like 4 or 5 hours a day against all the top teams, and we kind of sat down at the beginning of the week and decided what exactly we wanted to focus on. And each scrim, we progressively got better at fixing those things, and we started to not start forcing things as easily, and we kind of waited for the right opportunity to go in. So like even this second game, we fell behind, but like we didn't force anything until we knew the fight was won.
You said this is going to be, you know, one of the first times where all the boys get together. What is the first thing y'all are going to do together over at Mall America at WNS Season 1 Championship?
I don't know. I'm really excited. You know, I just want to go give the boys a hug. I'm excited to maybe play some soccer with Suki. We talk about it a good amount. Maybe get destroyed in basketball by Stove. We'll see.
Hey, man, well, you're going to have more than enough time to get to go do that because you guys qualified now. Business not done here at Major 3, but you can check off the list heading to Minnesota for WNS Season 1 Championship. Ashraboa, again, congratulations on making it. Huge stuff here for Suzaku GG.
Thank you so much.
All right, and there you have it. What insight there. Just completely blocks out game number 1. Like, we won that game, but we were focused on game number 2. That is the mentality of someone who, it's a championship mentality. That's the last play. Focus on what's happening here and now here, Rafa.
You know what the other championship mentality is, Degon? They're
that?
not just settled with, going to the championships in Minnesota after defeating NME. I don't know if you saw the whiteboard in the background. He had a list of every single team they were playing today. Checkmark against Reflection, checkmark against NME, and now there's a Tribe. And so he is settled on trying to upset Tribe as well.
One step at a time there, but, you know, you got to write down your goals. You got to see your dream to make it happen. And there you go. Ashraboa and Suzaku GG moving forward. TJ, again, thoughts on this matchup in that interview there with Ashraboa?
I'm really impressed by the way they were able to play those team fights 2 games in a row. And I think that, to draw my global comparisons again, there's something very similar that does get played in China into that style of composition, where you have a ton of assassins, typically 3 assassins through the top side, and then you run like Braum Ezreal or something in the bottom lane that can be pretty independent. And we saw that in game number 2 work basically as that composition does. They had bruisers, they had less assassins, but also enemy was doing a very bad job of protecting Jackie, so it balanced out. And I guess my question is, how does that composition work against a frontline that is able to hold? And we saw that from Tribe earlier today. So that next item on his whiteboard, that's my question. How do you get past Max Green? Because he's not playing aggressive. Max Green is always going to be able to keep his AD carry under wraps, under protection. And if they can access Dienzio like they were able to access Jackie, then this is a really impressive team.
Yeah. And that has always been kind of, when we talk about those two Dragon laners as well, Jackie can dish out some damage, but we know, as we just saw, Dienzio can dance by himself if he needs to. No partner needed to stay alive, to buy the time and allow everyone's favorite streamer starting and the rest of the squad to clean things up. But again, ticket booked here by Suzaku GG. Huge stuff as we take a look at the bracket, as we set the stakes for the rest of the day. It has not gone to plan, and it has been beautiful.
What is this?
It is so cool. Do not fix your screen. It's not No More Ego on the top side of the map. No. It's Suzaku GG and Tribe that have booked their ticket to Minnesota over at Mall of America for the WNS Season 1 Championship. And now we've got 2 more matches remaining, both with tournament lives on the line and the ticket to the Season 1 Championship on the line here with Saint and Reflection, No More Ego, and Cloud9. Those are huge matchups here, TJ.
I straight up cannot believe that NME and C9 are playing and only one of them is going to the Mall of America. That is a devastating match. Either Cloud9 or NME is going to have to run through the last chance qualifier after being a top team all season. And then on the opposite side of the bracket, you've got Saint ready to knock out the winner of that match. They'll take the rematch versus Cloud9. They'll take a match versus NME after their performance earlier today.
Rafa?
I'm really emotionally distraught that NME and C9 are playing a do or die for one of the 4 spots in this major. That emotionally has crippled me, and I don't know how to feel anymore.
I'm going to be real. You might be distraught. I'm just raw. This is a great time. Let's keep going. More upsets.
Lots of rhyming here.
Right
Lots of rhyming here, so I ought to keep it going, and to do so, that means we're saying goodbye to our 2 talent that we had today. Rafa, TJ, great shifts that you put in. 3 huge series, 2 massive upsets. Final thoughts on today's matches so far, Rafa?
I'm completely flabbergasted and still emotionally distraught over the outcomes we've had, but I am very excited for the upswing and upsurge of both Suzaku, who have qualified to the regional championships, and also Saint pulling off one of our other upsets we've had today. But the other thing is, my prediction rate is in shambles today. I'm 0% across all series.
All right. Well, we'll get Lena to do the math on exactly how poor your prediction rate is throughout the whole tournament. I'm sure if we throw in some of those other games, it'll at least be better than 0. TJ, what you got for us?
My prediction rate is a reflection of the tournament that's happening, So yeah, maybe it's 0%, but the point is, the tournament today was wild, and it's worth it for my prediction rate to serve as artistic testament to what we're seeing on screen.
I love that. Artistic testament. We're not done yet. Saint and Reflection, our next match. One team moves on and will at least have their ticket booked to the Season 1 finals. One team will have to wait and hope that they can break it through the last chance qualifier. Who will it be? We'll find out after we take a short break. You all are watching the Wild Rift North American Series. We'll see you in about 8 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series presented by Riot Games and Wisdom Gaming. Digon here with our caster swap. We bringing in the big guns. Here we go. It's Kangas and Smacks. And y'all, Rafa TJ served you up some spicy games here for the ticket to go to Minnesota. And so, both of y'all obviously didn't get to play our game earlier, but we had
the Minnesota facts. You didn't have the Minnesota guy on it for it. I can't believe you didn't. They didn't even ask me. You didn't even ask me any questions about Minnesota, Digon.
So here it is. Here's one because this is unplanned, unscripted fun happening here. Smacks, you go first before Kangas, gets it wrong. Statehood. Minnesota became a state in 1858. What state number was Minnesota? Smacks.
Very interesting. I'm gonna go with like 31. 31 seems okay because it goes from east to west and this is like in the middle-ish. Yeah. 31 sounds right.
Kangas?
I think it's in the 30s if I remember correctly. I learned this at one point. I'm gonna go with 36. I actually didn't know this one.
36. Okay, off screen, y'all. Kangas was bragging. Why didn't you let us play the Minnesota game? Because I was trying to save him from embarrassment. He's actually not even closer than Smacks on this one. Minnesota became a state in 1858. They were the 32nd state. The 32nd state.
I was so close.
One off, Smacks. That was pretty good.
That was very close, Max. Wow.
Yeah, because I live in Michigan. And I think we were 28. So, and we're like really close. So I was like, it's probably pretty close to that. So.
I should have gone 32 because if we were playing who's closer, then I would have been much. I completely entered that one. I could have gotten it on accident.
Messed that one up. And of course, we are giving out Minnesota facts because the Wild Rift Season 1 North American Championship, Wild Rift North American Series, Season 1 Championship, there we go, we got there, is being held over at Mall of America, which is right outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota, about 10 to 12 minutes out of the way. And that is what is on the line for the rest of the games for today. You win, you're in, regardless of how much further in Major number 3 you go. And so very exciting stuff that got announced today by Riot Games. It's going to be a huge, huge event. It is free for anyone to come. It'll be held in the Rotunda of Mall of America. So make sure to block off time at the end of the month. And it all starts, again, booking tickets starts right now with Saint versus Reflection. Both these squads won one game earlier in the day. They got to do one more, and they'll be safe, and they will have their spot as we take a look at Saint, who had the upset of the day, I would say. I guess maybe the first upset of the day, maybe not the biggest upset of the day. First upset of the day as they took down Cloud9 in round number 1 here, Kangas.
That was massive. They also had crazy picks. The Master Yi coming out in the Baron lane. Like, that was something that we didn't expect. And, I mean, they played a lot of wacky picks throughout their games so far. But Team Saint, in their first major, taking down Cloud9, that was a big statement from them. They just had a pretty rough series against Tribe. So let's see if they're able to bounce back here. Because we still, based on what we saw in the qualifier, the second qualifier from them, where they took number 1, they look like a really solid team. And I actually do have some expectations for them.
I don't really want to see any more Evelyn top, but other than that, yeah, I absolutely
That's not one of the
Saint.
expectations.
This is the team that Kangas and I got to cast, winning a qualifier as well. We got to cover qualifier 2 of the Major 3 circuit, and they did win the entire thing. It was a very nice performance from them. Hoping to see some more of that today, because they're against the winners of the other qualifier 1 today as well. So which qualifier is better? I don't know.
Yeah, again, you look to the top side of the map in Extirpate, and this is one of these cool matchups here because Prince on the Baron side of the map for Saint has been pretty big, but Extirpate has also won the awards of like a most improved Baron laner.
Exactly. Back in like the first major, Reflection's been around for a while. Reflection have actually competed in multiple majors. They went the first major 0-2 to Tribe, 2-0 to 16-bit, and then 0-2 to NME. So they lost to two of the top teams in North America. Makes sense, right? Second major, 1-2 against Immortals. They actually took a game off of Immortals, and then 1-2 against Tribe again. So they have bad luck against Tribe. They're up against Saints this time around. But Reflection, they've been around the block. They have players, like you said, Extirpate in that first major won the most improved award. And then since then, we've had expectations for this team. How much more will they improve? What's their ceiling look like? And, getting knocked out first round into the lower bracket definitely doesn't feel great. But, hey, they did have a pretty good series against Team Yawn in their first round in this lower bracket. So they can still turn things around.
Smacks?
I have been impressed by Reflection for quite some time, just like you, Kangas. I think that these guys are the real deal as well. It's just unfortunate because I think the same thing about Saint, and only one of these teams gets to move on into that top 4 and qualify for the regional championship today. The other one will have to fight and battle their way through the last chance qualifier, which is just a week away.
Yeah, and then you look at who else is in the lower bracket, NME and Cloud9 later on. That means one of those two teams is also competing with you in that qualifier. That's going to be really close.
Yeah, when I looked at this Major 3, I know we're missing two of our top teams, but I was like, wow, the reason why a lot of these teams are here is because at any given day, some can win, some can lose, and we're seeing that happen here all throughout the day. One thing that we do love, though, about the WNS are the stars that we have. We've had huge names come up across multiple different teams and different matches, and heroes step up. Like even in that last one, Suki in the 1v3 on the top side of the map make it into a 3-0 for the one side. This is a huge, huge part that we're going to be watching here as we take a look at our predictions now. Who do you guys have coming up in this one? All of us? Okay, going for Saint here.
No, you know what happened
tell me
last
your
time
thoughts
with
here,
Tribe?
Kangas.
You know what happened last time? Everybody voted Saints and Tribe took it 2-0. It's not looking good for them. The reason I have them, even though they are the less experienced team, I did still, based on their second qualifier that they were in, they won the whole thing. They looked dominant. They just ran their way through that, Smacks, as we remembered we were casting that day. And I think that if Saints can master that form again here, they should be favored.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily surprised that we all voted for Saint, considering Kangas and I did cast their victory. And then also, Degon, you predict them over Tribe. I was completely shocked by that one. But, yeah.
What happened to the fandom?
We're all sticking with Saint.
I just needed to make sure that I was going to be able to see Tribe over there because I'm 0-4. Or Tribe's 0-4 when I picked them. You know, it's just the big brain play. And we're going Tribe every game from here on out. That's it. All right. Well, Saint, Reflection, they got all to play for, but only one can move on to the Season 1 WNS Championship. Who will it be? Let's find out with game number 1.
Thank you, Degon. He's right. Their lives are on the line here. If they can win this best of 3, not only do they continue in this major, and then they're playing for seeding, but they will guarantee a spot in regionals championships in the Minnesota land. Also, Degon said it correctly, by the way. I don't know if anybody caught that. That Minnesota. He gave the long O when he said it, so props to you, Degon. I can tell you're working on your enunciation. But yeah, only one of the teams can qualify right now, Smacks.
Yeah, we got a bit of that in Michigan, too. It's not quite
the
Minnesotan.
Midwest O.
Yeah. We say "ope" just like you guys, I'm sure. So whenever you bump into somebody in the mire, you gotta be like, "Oh, sorry."
Yes, the ope. Yeah, if you add the PE at the end, the ope, you add the whole thing. That's the big one. But let's catch up on what the teams are drafting right now, Spags, because we're into game number 1 already. Saints on the blue side, Reflection on the red, and we got a set Jace, Lisa, and this is a really strong core starting off for Saints.
Really early game focused, too. We've seen some set in the support position, and I imagine based on the other bruisers that they've got on their composition so far, that's where it will end up. However, you can send that Jason to the mid lane, and then you got the flex picks around here, which is really solid. Lots of physical damage, too, which can be really nice against a champion like Galio, who specializes in dealing with magic damage.
And we see the strong power picks on the side of Saints, but the combos drafting from Reflection. They have the Camille, Oriana, Galio. You layer those on top of each other. It's a really strong core when you're looking for team fights. That might mean that you're sacrificing some of your laning phase, some of your early focus there, as the Graves, Jax band out. Ziggs Ash, the Reflection banning away a lot of the Dragon laners that have not been drafted yet, and they grab a Jinx for themselves.
Yeah, really interesting on the Jinx, going for that hyper carry style. This is not a champion or a role that we usually see provide us with these huge carries, but Reflection giving a lot of priority and a lot of resources into Blanks being the carry in this game. The reason why we don't see this that often is because you oftentimes have games that are just so quick and the laning phase is not very long to where a champion like Jinx just can't scale up very easily. So for Blanks, he's going to need to rely on his team to get him to that point where he can get excited and start popping off in those 5v5s.
Yeah, they got to slow the game down. If you're Reflection right now, that is your game plan. They also go for the Wukong, so that means Galio plus Jinx in the bottom lane. I would presume the Wukong going into the jungle here, as Saints also go for the Malphite. Now, I have been wondering if Malphite support would prop its head up here lately, and I still think that they could flex that around right now. But no, it will be the Malphite going into Baron lane with set support, so a little more aggressive for the bottom half. When you're against the Jinx, I thought maybe they just put the Malphite there and let him scale up and try and win through the top lane right now, because the reason I would maybe say that is it gives you a strong lane to play around. Now, Camel really has to look mid lane. I think that the Jace is probably the obvious lane that you're looking to gank.
I think the Malphite in the Baron lane is really just a mitigation against this Camille, because you have that attack speed slow to make sure she can't deal that much damage in that lane. Now, strap a Hullbreaker onto Camille, and then you're not really going to do anything no matter what champion you pick into her.
Yeah.
So maybe Extirpate can have an easier time in that split push once it gets there. But as you said before, with the first 3 champions that they locked in, they certainly have a team fighting core on the side of Extirpate, and I'd be surprised if they focus too heavily onto that split push in this elimination match as we're in Game 1.
Game 1 of this best of 3 to determine who continues in the tournament. And, flash forward by Nori. We're starting off strong right now, Smags. I don't think Saints came here to play.
That was a nice try, as Katie just barely dodging out on that last Mystic shot. Kansui? Oh?
They're even looking for more on the Blanks. There's the exhaust answered from the Jinx, taking a lot of damage. And yeah, this set does do damage. We are duking it out in the Dragon lane. And going back to the point I'd made earlier, the reason that I wanted the set in the Baron lane was it gives a lane for Camel to look at, but when the health bars are this low, Camel could actually look into the Dragon lane too.
I was certainly thinking about it right there, but only level 2 on this Lee Sin. You don't want to fall behind too far against a champion like Wukong, who has a ridiculous level 5 spike with Cyclone. So, are seeing Camel go right back to farming. Missed the very small window that was maybe available as Blanks just takes out that honey fruit and gets back to full HP.
Really good ward there from Katie also. They're reading the situation, and Blanks doesn't want to back yet, so Reflection just say, all right, we'll ward up, spot if the Lee Sin's coming down, and try and get a couple more waves into Blanks before we go for the reset. But let's catch up on what Boom's been doing this entire time, because the Wukong, level 3 right now, will get the top scuttle, has just gone for the full clear, so a little less active, but maybe a little faster on the clear right now.
Wukong completely okay, just playing PvE in this game, only going for the camps and waiting for that level 5, which he will hit faster than Camel at this rate, as long as he keeps clearing. You can see he's level 4 first, took away that Scuttle Crab, and is going for that same vertical jungling. Now, Kangas, we are seeing Kansui, he's actually helping out and leashing that blue buff to try to keep Camel in that conversation. Still a bit late.
It even pulls Katie in as well. Taunts should keep Reflection safe right here. Do they go for the dive? This would be really aggressive. They have a wave, and they're still level 4. They're looking at it. That's exhaust onto Blanks. Flash is available. Used preemptively, but the answers come through. Katsui's right onto Blanks, and that's first blood picked up. Now Katie in a precarious position. 2 kills over to Saint.
Man, that's one way to get the experience if you're not going for any of these camps, Kangas, as we see a very successful dive for Saint. It is matched on the other side, as you just said. Extirpate and Boom were able to punish Crown Prince before the Unstoppable Force was available. We are going to get a replay of the bottom side play one more time. Look at the mobility here from Camel. Dash is literally all over the place, in and out of the turret.
Yeah, it's one of those tough positions where you know that you're just going to trade your summoners at the end of the day there as Blanks. So maybe you keep Flash and just sacrifice yourself. Using it means that, hey, at least now that there's going to be a window, they don't have theirs for these Dragon fights. The big one, though, was that Reflection answered the play on the top half of the map, and the kill goes over to Camille. So that means that things will be tough for Crown Prince, who's also going the AP build, not the armor build. Can actually get kind of 100 to 0'd by extra paid.
And maybe some armor to come in later for this Malphite. You'd expect that to be the case. You do scale really well with armor on this champion. Not the case right now. And he's not going for that Fimbulwinter build that I really like on these tanks recently. I know I talked your ear off about this when we were doing the last qualifier, but it seems like these players haven't quite caught on to that one yet. Very powerful on a champion like Malphite, where you get those shields and the extra bonus HP just from slowing people, which you can do with your Seismic Shard.
But of course, we'll be going for the all-in power instead. When you look at something like a Jinx who will be doing a lot of damage in these fights, maybe the idea is just blow up that Jinx. You also have the Ezreal Jace range to follow it up. So they have a lot of upfront burst damage with this combination of Saints. Can they get the setup for the fights here? As everyone's grouping up into the mid lane, Saints go forward, they run back, nobody hard commits for the fight.
Looking for some slight health advantages right there as both objectives are alive and well. Boom still trying to farm up and keep pace in the experience level with Camel, who actually has eked out an edge here. Level 7 on the Lee Sin, slightly more powerful at this time, and a lot of that is because of those early plays and Lee Sin's inherent farming capabilities. Is another set of crowd control in mid.
Ooh, set up in the mid lane. That's the range and the damage I was talking about. Osu feeling the full force of it. Saints and Reflection were toying with the idea of a fight mid lane, but Saints have the range to play with it, and the entire time Camel was on the Rift Herald, I was watching that thinking, okay, when are Reflection going to walk up? But Blanks was in the bottom lane, had to roam all the way to the mid lane, so Reflection were just a little slow on the timer.
This is bad news for the early game of Reflection right now, Kangas. They do not have Cyclone for the Drake fight, and they already gave up that Rift Herald. It went over to Crown Prince in this Baron lane, so now they are essentially forced to give over both of these objectives this early on. This is not how you want to start a game of Wild Rift. You at least want to get one, maybe both of the objectives if you are on point with these, and that's where Saint is right now.
And that's the thing I was most impressed with from Saint in the qualifiers that they won. We were casting them last weekend. As a team, they were really quick on their timers. Everyone rotated together. They made snap calls as a team. And already we're seeing some hints of that. You know, there was communication. Hey, we're taking an objective. Keep them mid. Keep pushing this wave. Do not give up prio here. We find the angle, we kill Osu. And now Reflection are going to have to fight their way into this river. They don't have a lot of vision set up right now. But it doesn't look like Saints are actually fighting them for it right now. So as I'm saying it, there is a moment right now where Reflection have the inside track.
Yeah, check out Boom's ultimate timer. It will be up if they stall this any longer. They really, on the side of Saint, need to get this started right away. Boom still doesn't have Cyclone. It looks like they are going to back away for now. Saint, they were really close to being heavily punished for this massive delay.
Yeah, Saint, they just kind of brute forced their way into that. Reflection gave it up. Part of it might just be Reflection aren't feeling confident in their current power spikes. This is a more scaling team composition. They don't necessarily need to fight for every objective early, but they're giving over a lot. We're 6.5 minutes into this game, and now a turret cracks. It will be traded for top turret, but the first turret gold goes over to the side of Saints. And they do find themselves with a 2,000 gold lead. It's not insurmountable for a scaling comp, but it's noticeable.
Leaving the Rift Herald to its own devices means that Saint get to move their champions down to this Dragon Lane and make it a 2-for-1 turret deal.
Yeah.
And that's a favorable deal right there. That stonks. You see Saint, they have a pretty solid gold lead off of that, 3K in the bank, and we're seeing the effects of why these late-game scaling marksmen aren't super popular in Wild Rift right now. It leaves your early game very vulnerable, and they haven't been able to actually find some team fights with their big ultimates to actually make up for that quite yet. They can later.
Does have the Stormbrazer, so the new item added to the Rift is actually, I think, one of the earlier spikes you can get for a scaling AD carry, because at least you can, you know, throw out a Jinx Rocket, hit that slow. You have some kind of utility on top of just the scaling damage that you're going to provide later on, but you're right. They can't do a lot early on in the game, and Saints are taking full advantage of that. If Saints keep up this kind of momentum, this kind of pressure, as Osu finds himself stuck with Kansui, flashes away to reposition the direction of the showstopper. So Saints don't get the kill, but again, they're taking turrets left and right. They're doing a really good job in this early game.
Yeah, excellent threat there from Kansui. Just forces Osu to flash out, and that's a lot less safety available for the mid laner of Reflection. And the mid game of Reflection is looking grim by the second.
Okay.
Wait.
Dive under turret. They're TPing onto the AP Malphite. He
Oh.
throws out the ultimate. The Ezreal comes in as well. Icy's here. Can you get onto Boom? Doesn't actually commit onto the Wukong. Instead, going out of Katie will get both regardless. I didn't even see what got that kill. It might have been the red buff that he has, but Icy could die here as well. Gets the double kill first. Extrapay trying to jump onto this Jace, but Camel and Kansui are here as backup. Extrapay not feeling confident enough to finish the job. Will retreat, and that is a 1-for-2 trade, well answered by Saints.
I was so concerned for Crown Prince that he wasn't going to be able to get the ultimate out, but just at the last hour of his life, able to drop that onto all three members as we watch this replay one more time. This teleport, really brazen, honestly. It's a full AP Malphite. You are not going to survive for very long, but with all this extra damage and crowd control popped, he actually does let the rest of his team clean this one up, and you can see Icy, even he's confused. He's like, did Wukong die? I don't actually know. All right.
I'm so shocked that the red buff did that much damage.
It was Ignite
I was
as
not
well.
expecting that
He
one.
did ignite him.
Okay, well that one would make more sense though. As we get another play here in the Dragon lane, the Ezreal ultimates are sniping, and a second double kill over to Icy, and they're just getting started because more members of Reflection are around to clean up. That's a triple on Icy.
Nearly an ace as well. 4 members dead as
might
KT.
get it.
It might be an ace
They
anyway.
might just get it, Smacks. KT, the only member left alive, but will fall here. Does he die before they spawn? He does. That's the ace as Extrapate and Boom just spawn.
There's no way out with a Rift Herald in mid lane. It's going to be another structure for Saint. A huge, sweeping, monumental play onto Wild Rift right now as Extrapate.
Yep.
We're seeing he just takes way too much damage. You cannot walk this far underneath the turret with Icy right here in your face on Jace. And you get to use this to the skies so frequently in Wild Rift. The cooldown is ridiculously low, and it turns Jace into this brawling assassin in these fights. So fun. And now Icy's got 3 items.
That's disgusting, actually. 11,000 gold, a whole 4,500 up over Osu. And we're starting to again see the weakness of the scaling composition. They keep going. Well, it's not that they keep going for plays. It's that the game kind of got out of hand. And now you're at the state of the game at 7.5 minutes in. You kind of have to fight for objectives. You're no longer at a point where you can say, oh, it's okay to give that up. Oh, it's okay to give this up. You've lost 5 turrets. So there's not much more to give up if you're Reflection. But they're not ready to fight. They only have 2 items on the Jinx, and it's just so hard to play the game from this position.
Yeah, 5 turrets, 4 neutral monsters, and so much damage onto your 1 carry too. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, beautiful setup. And then execution. Crown Prince coming in. XP tries to get something answered, but Crown Prince with a double kill, a triple kill to the AP Malphite. Saints are making quick work of this one.
Oh, some good crowd control there onto the wave. Wow, the
Cyclone with the
shockwave.
shockwave hits all 4, but look at the damage. It just did nothing.
Ah, man, they don't have any follow-up. If Blanks was alive for that one, it might have been the angle for Reflection, but no such luck. Everybody dead on their team, and that's 2 ultimates used with not a whole lot to show for it again here, Kangas. Reflection just cannot find a coordinated attack onto all these members, and they just keep getting found out by all this mobility, too. Crown Prince diving forward with this full AP Malphite is so scary.
It is actually terrifying. Like, usually when we see the Malphites, we're seeing it, you build at least semi-tanky. No, this is, it gets some armor, sure. You know, it'll help you stay alive against, like, half of the team. But it is a lot of burst damage, and then you factor on top of that the Ezreal poke, the Jace poke. We talked about it, hypothesized about it in the pick and ban in early stages, but now we get to actually see those health bars melt.
It's so gross in this game. Saint, they're looking like the favorites right now. If they win this game, then they are 1 more win away from qualifying for the regional championship, as they're looking for even more right now in this game. They're having a lot of fun.
I think Boom had to do that, otherwise Campbell is going for the Dragon's Rage. Extrapate only gets the first charge of the hook shot, and now stuck here. High Cycle Ultimatum, they're turning back on a Campbell, but it's not a fair fight! because that's a big ol' rock coming to slap you down. 1-for-1 trade for right now, but Boom cannot escape. A double kill to Crown Prince.
Oh man, the blue slushy rock monster just diving into your front line, your back line, whatever line you have here for Reflection. They are running out of time. They are running out of room in this game. And once that Baron drops here for Saint, as it will very soon, Reflection will find that their base is not as safe as they thought it was.
They have very little to fight for on the map, and not a lot to fight with. As you look at the items completed by Reflection, they are so far behind here. Again, the do or die series. Best of 3, Saints are off to a roaring start. They won their qualifier. Reflection won theirs. We expected these two teams to come in at similar power levels, even though I was still favoring Saints. And all the reasons that I love watching Saints are the things that we're seeing on the Rift right now. Look at how they rotate. Everyone running together, everyone on the same page. Find out Extirpate here in the Baron lane. Commit onto him. That's a flash. Extirpate is out, but Saints will just fight you for every inch of the Rift.
Wise move there from Camel for not diving underneath that turret. Didn't see the rest of the team. And of course, us watching the game from a bird's eye view, we can see that everyone there for Reflection was ready if he did do it. Moving over to the Baron
Just
instead.
let Extirpate back.
Yeah.
He hasn't backed yet. They kept poking him.
Jinx Rocket too early to Smite steal that one away, and boom. Can he actually get into this pit?
He doesn't have the flash. He can't get over. He's got Cyclone early, and he's just taken out. Baron still being focused. Extirpate trying to get over the wall as well. Can't execute it. That's 2 kills gifted to Saints. A big shockwave, though. Blanks flashing, Blanks repositioning. If this Jinx gets excited, but just gets shot in the face. Nori, way too strong on this Ezreal, and Saints win the team fight.
I love the play from Kansui there, just being that bodyguard, the bouncer, pushing everyone far, far away from the Baron pit. They do not have the range, they do not have the access to get past this beef set. He's so big. Is that going to be your next cosplay?
I don't think I have enough hair up top to do that one, but yeah, Set is beefy right now.
Gotta get a Catboy wig.
2-1. Yeah, you know what? There are products. There are definitely products out there that could make this happen, but I'll stick with Braum for right now. Saints with 3 dragons, 6 turrets to 1. This is a statement game here, Smacks. I mean, this team is looking clean right now. I'm just curious, how long is this going to take to close it out? Because we're already 15.5 minutes in, and we have seen Saints win games faster.
3 Drakes to their names, and with the Baron buff too, you have to imagine that they're looking at these inhibitor structures to be taken down next. So much range on the Jace and the Ezreal, continuing to be a massive benefit in the way that Saint have drafted this game. As Arcane shift forward onto the Assassin, that is not something to do all the time. Wow.
Extirpate just gets popped like a balloon at the engage from Katsui under the turret. That should be game. Double kill over to Crown Prince. And Saint, with the Baron buff, can just walk these waves forward. Not enough members of Reflection alive. They were not able to scale with this composition, so it's back to the drawing board as game 1 goes over to Saints.
Great game, great draft, and great execution from Saint as they're at that match point position to get into the regional championships for the first year of WNS. These guys have been working towards this for so long after getting into that qualifier. They haven't even played in a previous major. This is their first one, but they are showing up today. And I'm really happy to see this as well. They're so close from here.
Wow, look at those score lines. Icy taking over the game. Crown Prince also having an insane performance. I want to give star player to the Malphite, but I think it's got to be this Jace. Icy got things rolling so quickly for Saints. That play in the bottom lane where he gets a double kill. Backs, there's another play bot lane, gets a triple kill. I mean, Icy just got fed and then made that felt all across the map. And you were talking about Saints. This is their first ever major. But it's not about how much experience you've had. It's not about how many majors you've qualified for. It's about how good you are right now. And we are seeing that Saints are hitting their stride in the only major that is necessary for them to make that regionals.
Super impactful mid lane performance here from Icy. I'm gonna have to agree with you here, Kanga. Star player in the mid lane for Saint after that victory. And this Jace is a champion that truly can take over games like that. It takes a really high level of execution to do every single thing that this champion is capable of. But we saw a lot of that from Icy in this performance. Deathless on the game too. We'll have to see if he can put up another game like that. So this is, of course, a best of 3. Is, of course, an elimination match. And this is their lives on the line for the tournament.
And when we looked at the opposite side, when we look at Reflection, one of the names that we were talking about with Degon at the top of the show, Extirpate, one of those players that impresses the first major when it came to Reflection's performance there, even though, of course, they did bomb out there as well, losing to NME in their final series. But Extirpate showed a lot of promise as a carry side Baron laner. This game gets ganked early. They trade the kills across the map with the dive coming in from Saints, but Extirpate got the kill up there. But then they were a little hesitant around objectives. Extirpate, if you have that kind of lead, I expect the team to say, all right, stay in the side lane. You're going to push, and we're going to give up some of these objectives. We're just going to catch waves, get gold into Jinx, give Jinx camps, jungle camps if you need to, because Wukong's not necessarily going to need them to scale. But what we kept seeing is Reflection play with the idea of contesting an objective without fully committing to it, and then they don't get anything traded on the map.
Yeah, Jinx may be a very powerful character in the show Arcane, not so much in Wild Rift, unfortunately. She hasn't carried that over.
Yeah.
This is we're seeing the early.
That's
games
season
throughout.
2. Season 2, she's gonna peak, right? Right now, it's Jace season.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Jace, the better Arcane character, of course. That's
clearly everyone's favorite character.
Yeah, that's probably a hot take. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. Maybe we need Malphite in Arcane. Maybe that's the solution. But
Well,
yeah.
we're probably getting Camille at some point. I'm guessing
That's
season
true.
2 will get the Camille.
Yeah, I would bet. I would bet so. Maybe some Renata Glask in there for all you PC League of Legends fans. But yeah, we're seeing
I
the
heard
example
a story.
Oh yeah.
Renata Glask was meant to be an Arcane,
Oh.
but they weren't able to get like the champion released in time, so they cut her. Or there was some story there, but
Interesting.
regardless, she's not even in Wild Rift, so.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll need to see her in Wild Rift before she's in the show. But regardless to all of that, we are seeing those weaknesses of Jinx play out in this game because they did have that lead in the top lane, but even when you have this big lead onto your Camille, you still really want to play around Jinx. It's just so hard. Like, look at this.
Exactly. Yeah, like
this is
what
the
you
Malphite
can't
that was
stop.
set behind, and it's just one-shotting your Jinx.
But at this point of the game, it was already a little too late
That's
for
true.
Reflection. They had, again, toyed around with the idea of team fights without fully committing to them one too many times, maybe two too many times by that point in the game. And by the time this is the fight, imagine that the gold lead is only, like a 3K differential here and not the 12K that it was in this moment. You can actually probably have a good chance. Maybe you win this. Blake's actually played that fight very well, weaving in autos with repositioning and trying to stay alive, but that's always the danger when you're giving up the early game to a comp that will be much stronger in the first 10 minutes.
Were some great moments there from the team fights there from Reflection. It just took a lot out of them to actually get there, and they couldn't overcome the damage from our star player from game number 1, Icy. Look at that damage. That is a third of his team.
Exactly a third of his team. If we had 0.33 repeating, 33% for Icy, the mid laner. That was a Jace performance for the ages. I initially wasn't convinced by Saints' allocation of positions. I still thought, okay, I think Malphite in the support role with an Ezreal is fine. Like, you're not going to be aggressive in that lane. Obviously, I was wrong because they got really aggressive in that lane. But the big lane that we were saying, it doesn't matter which Baron laners they have. It is that Jace. And even though Jace was fed, it's not necessarily because Camel was going mid lane often. It wasn't like this Lee Sin constantly ganking the Jace, putting the Orianna behind. I just got like a couple of really good plays early on, really good roams, and that got him off the ground.
Kangas, I think I realized why he's got his hoodie up here. Because he's too icy, he's chilly, he's cold, he's iced out.
I feel like they made that joke. I think they already made that joke
Did
earlier
they?
on. I'm pretty sure Rafa and TJ said. I remember hearing something about that. But you're right. It's good.
Well,
it's good experience.
great minds
If
think
you're
alike.
going to go to Minnesota, even if it will be, approaching summer, it'll probably be colder than wherever you are right now. So It's good to get the hoodies out. Get used
It's
to
pretty
that.
cold here. I mean, that's why I'm wearing a hoodie, because it's cold here. Also, I just want
Sure.
to acknowledge we're both wearing like black and white patterns. We didn't coordinate this, so we're just on the same.
Oh, we
wavelength today.
didn't.
Yeah.
You're right. I should have had like a lighter T-shirt though, because then we could have been kind of opposites of each other.
Oh yeah, maybe that would have worked. I mean,
Would've worked
your button down's already mostly like white with a. I don't
True. It's classic flannel. I used to have like 10 flannels back when I lived in Minnesota, but now in LA, it's like you don't really need them. So This is the
Yeah.
only one I have left.
I see.
Had to break it out for today, of course, because the teams will be qualifying for Minnesota if they win this, and there's only one more game necessary for Saints to win here. We had them favored, but what do we think about Reflection's chances? Because they're not out, they just need to win 2 in a row, which means it's going to be harder for them.
It's tough.
Where's their confidence level for the side of Reflection right now, Smacks?
Definitely tough. I think for Reflection, they showed some really cool stuff, especially mid jungle together with the Wukong and the Orianna ultimates. I really liked
They
that
did,
synergy.
yeah.
I would not mind seeing those 2 champions again. I just don't really want to see Jinx, and no flame to blanks. I just don't think that champion's very good. So any sort of big team fight presence that you can put into your draft early game, I think matters a lot more in this game, where you guaranteed to fight at 4 minutes for Drake or Herald or something.
Exactly. Also, swapping around the sides could help them out a lot as well. They'll get to lock in some of the power picks earlier on, and then if they're going to go for things like the Orianna anyway, you don't really need to worry about the blind picking at mid lane. But they go for the Karma, which is left up. This is one of the newer champions introduced to Wild Rift. Very strong. And I actually like her as a solo laner, but so far we've been seeing her a lot in support.
It's really good. It's actually very different from PC League of Legends. I've been thinking about this a lot, and at first glance you're like, oh, this is just better than PC League Karma because she has this big ultimate, right? But at the same time, you have less consistency with like when you are empowering your spells because it's always the third one. So if you want to like keep throwing out your Qs in the lane, eventually you're going to use the mantra whether you want to or not. So that's a very interesting part. You also don't get the healing from your tether like you do in PC League when you have the empowered one. So you don't have as much sustain on this champion. So at first glance I was like, wow, this is so broken.
But you know what you do have?
It's not amazing.
Big ol' Orianna ultimate, because
You do have
apparently
that.
she needed that in her kit. So now there's extra CC
Big
enabled
donut.
for her. It will be against the Set and the Jack. So again, kind of Unga Bunga brothers for the side of Saints are going back to this style, even though Lee Sin and the Jace were banned away. And a Pantheon locked in for Reflection, most likely in the jungle role. As much as I love seeing it played at the Baron lane, I don't think it'll actually go there right now. And it will be paired with the Senna. So a lot of defensive options, more supportive options for the side of Reflection.
What other Unga Bunga boys do you think that Saint could draft on this? You think can we fit 5 of them in here?
I would love to fit 5 Unga Bunga.
That's gotta be
I was
one.
that counts. We'll count Malphite as an Unga Bunga bro, but that means that it will most likely be the Set in Kansui's hands again.
Yep.
With Malphite going into the Baron lane based on how they'd allocated things last time around, and now Saints will most likely hold that mid lane position as their counter, and then go for an AD carry or maybe even something like a Ziggs, because they are lacking a little bit in AP unless Crown Prince goes back towards that full AP build. But we'll get an insight into that with these next bans.
And we'll find out there. I'm assuming that this Jax is going jungle with Malphite going top. And, this is a champion that's been nerfed countless times at this point. It seems like every single patch, they're like, Jax is still a little too strong. Let's try another one. We didn't go harsh enough. Let's keep it going. Jax is still, he's still doing it. Yeah, let's throw another one in there. Camel still confident on this champion, and that might have something to do with the new items, honestly, because Divine Sunder and Hullbreaker both sound pretty good on this champion. I mean, even in the jungle, you have to imagine that's pretty good.
My first experience playing on the Hullbreaker patch, I was playing Garen, who had just gotten nerfed, or semi-nerfed, adjusted, but it feels like a nerf, into Jax, and he goes Divine Sunder into Hullbreaker, and just literally takes my inhibitor turret with me standing there spinning on him and doing nothing. I can't kill the cannon minions. It's too strong. So that was my first insight into it. But I was not happy about that one.
Sounds very fun for the Jax. So maybe if Camel wants to have some fun, then that's something he can go for. They buck the Unga Bunga trend with Ezreal. I don't think that counts. I think the only
you need a balance. You need to balance your unga bunga with your pokey pokey, okay? You know what? It's balance at all things, Smash. But what they don't have yet is a lot of AP, so they do still need some of that. I wouldn't be satisfied. Well, actually, I might take that back. I was going to say I might not be satisfied with Malphite as their only AP, but there's not a lot of tanks on Reflection. They got Pantheon, but he doesn't build like full tank. He's a quasi-tank, and now they're going with the Camille, so there's actually not a large front line once Pantheon shield is down.
And this does make me think, too, that it will be the Karma with Senna in the bottom lane, too, for Blanks and KD. I wonder if this means Karma is farming. I think Karma works super, super well as a farming champion in the Dragon lane. I theorize specifically this champion working really well with Seraphine as the support. But Senna works about the same. You have so much sustain there, and then with your shielding, it's impossible to trade against them. So I imagine this is going to be quite strong. With the Diana locked in as well, I was looking for something for Saint to really tie their team fighting together. This really does work well.
Yeah, this is probably the ideal pick, honestly, for what they've drafted elsewhere on the map right now. A lot of engaged tools, mix of AD and AP damage, and honestly, an AD carry that you can kind of leave alone against a Karma Senna. They can push you in, but they're not going to be a big threat after that. So this opens up Kansui to roam around the map and help out Camel early on like we saw them do in game number 1. I am favoring Saints in this draft right now. Reflection, they have some cool tools, and I kind of a spicier pick, like more focused on single target damage rather than big AoE ultimates and engages. So maybe if they find the right angles and just take people out before the fight starts, it'll be good for them, but that's harder to do.
I'm surprised that this Camille pick came in at the last second against the Malphite and the Jax too, because I don't really favor Camille in the side lane against either of those two champions. So for Extirpate, this is more team fight focus. And
okay.
You know
all
what?
right,
Just
we're
like
doing this
last
again.
game. Yep. We're back.
We're just doing it again. Right? Saints will always all in, and they get it this time. First blood level 1. With the tournament lives, 1 win here, and Saints are into regionals. They're going to Minnesota, and they want to speed run it.
Man, Saint, it just feels like they're so comfortable with this Ezreal set lane. So this is the second game in a row. It doesn't even matter what champions they're against either. Look at the flash face breaker from Kansui. Yeah. That's crazy. And then Katie trying to stay in the brush. I really like that attempt there because you don't have any wards in that brush and you want to keep vision so you can keep attacking and dealing damage. However, you're staying in melee range of set, and that just doesn't work for you.
That would, like you said, though, you called it the flash face breaker from Kansui. Yep. That was crazy because they didn't see both members there, unless maybe they were both autoing or something. Like they revealed themselves trying to hit Nori early on. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to look again at the replay, but still, confidence from Kansui pays off. His first blood picked up now. Boom, getting some damage onto Icy here. Throws out the shield very early now and won't have that for about 15 seconds. There's actually a window where Camel and Icy can look to contest this right now, but it could be dangerous. Extirpate is also in the Baron lane.
Problem there is that you're playing Jax really early and you don't have that much damage. You also do have a pretty long cooldown on your major damage reduction spell in the Counter-Strike for Camel, so that might be what he's thinking. He's already ahead in terms of the clear speed as well as he did stop to take those Krugs, whereas Boom did not do that. So Camel will have a pretty solid lead, level 4 now. I believe leeching some experience from the Dragon Lane duo and even taking out this ward, so we'll have just a slight bump in that regard. Not that Jax has a gigantic level 5 power spike, but every single level makes Jax that much more powerful. That's just how his passive scales up with the attack speed.
But it will be a different feel from the Lee Sin last time around, where Lee Sin can look for these very early plays. I do expect Camel to just keep farming it out, probably go for a full clear before even backing. Speaking of, Boom also doing the same right now. Osu gets an early back off and coming back into lane. And I'm not quite sure who I'm favoring at these early objective fights. Based on what we saw last time around, Saints had the earlier roams, they had the earlier focus on them, and I'm saying it, they also might have an early dive again in the bottom lane. Very similar to game number 1. Even Icy coming down here, they push Katie and Blanks back.
It's a good read from Blanks and Katie, though, to back away with all this and have the cavalry here.
They're going in, but look at Kansui positioning to pull Pantheon in. Charm lands, Kansui's in trouble with the face breaker, so Maker Moonfall! Double kill over to Icy. Saints with the massive combo.
The team fights are already massive. 3 minutes in, Kangas. A 3-for-0 on the play. Saint get there first. They set everything up, and they have their ultimates to punish. You already highlighted it before. Kansui's positioning on this Pantheon ultimate. Oh, that's so beautiful.
Watch everyone grouping up, and boom! That was disgusting from the Saints. They got their teamfight tools together very early, and Reflection are shaking their heads, shrugging right now, saying, okay, what do we do next?
Yeah. I mean, from here, Kangas, it might be time to start thinking about last chance. That's pretty mean. I mean, it's kind of true, though. This lead is gigantic for Saint. They are so close to qualifying and going over to Minnesota for the regional championship. They stack up for this Drake. This could be the punish.
If we can find a big one, Blanks with the ultimate, pulling in multiple members of the Saints. Osu's here too. Saints are low on health bars, and now Boom catches out an individual member. Nori, Icy, they have to jump away. Icy goes back in. Big moonfall, but the dragon is secured by Reflection. Pantheon still dies. Blanks will fall as well. Saints win the team fight afterwards, but that is crucial that Reflection got the objective.
Couple of kills again going over to Saint means that they're still in that gold lead, and a bunch of members dead means also that Saint can go over to this Rift Herald. Now look at that green circle there for Boom. He's got Grand Starfall.
Yeah,
he can arrive.
And also low health bar on Camel. They're just booking it. They're going right for it, and they're going straight for the Pantheon ultimate. Starting off, they'll see that the Herald has not been started. Saints just take the scuttle, and now Reflection are on this. Resets from other members of Saints. Look at Icy, look at Nori, but they're going in as 3 members onto 4. Can they actually win this? It's traded 1-for-1. Camel and Kansui in a really rough spot
Icy.
now. Camel should go down. He gets it. Icy joins in on the fight. Objective secured for Saints. Double kill picked up for Extirpate. Over the wall. Gets the triple. Flashes to safety. Nori going forward. Flashing aggressively. And will trade the kill back on a rampage.
But it's Extirpate who evens out the skirmish this time, Kangas. They actually are on the board thanks to their Baron laner for Reflection, as now we see this replay one more time. Pantheon Ultimate already used. Malphite Ultimate only lands onto 1 member. And crucially here for Saint, they did already use the majority of their ultimates in the previous Drake fight. Mainly the Diana Ultimate. If Icy has Moonfall here, things get completely ugly for Reflection. But that's not the case. They get this triple kill, and they're still staying competitive so far.
Hey, props to them for going for the play, winning the play. They did lose the Herald, though, so we need to keep track of that. It looks like it was already dropped, and mid-turret did fall during the replay. So Saints are up 5,000 gold. They are still heavily favored in this current game state. But if we're looking at little streaks of light for Reflection, Extirpate has the Divine Sunderer. 3 kills. This game will be won by this Camille.
Feels like in this game, in this series as a whole, Kangas, Saint has been there for every single one of these objectives first and has a better idea of what they want to do with it as well. Reflection need to figure this out. They need to get Extirpate out of this situation.
Extirpate, the one that's bad, the one with all the gold, the one that's outplaying right now. Beautifully done from Reflection's Baron laner. Does fall at the end. Oh, and the spear just misses. That would have been execution damage kill Kansui. But still, a trade of 1-for-1. That's all you can ask for if you're Camille. Really well done.
Definitely not bad, as we have Boom dealing quite a bit of damage. I don't think he's going to be able... I don't think he's giving up this turret at all. And it's a favorable trade for Reflection because they do take the turret in the Dragon lane. Well done to Boom and Extirpate. And overall, the macro from Reflection there to void out on that play and have a solid reaction. I mean, we've seen Reflection win these games. They won an entire qualifier, so we know they have it in them to actually find these strategies. It's just gonna take a lot for them to actually get there and make this series a 1-1.
And when we look back at how they won in past qualifiers and past majors, it was still good team play, but also very strong team fighting. Last time they weren't able to get to that point. Reflection never really got to the big 5v5 moments, and this time around, they don't necessarily have the best team fighting composition, but they're in a better spot going into it. The game has not gotten completely out of control at the 8-minute mark. And with this next dragon coming up, I actually do think that they still could say, trade the objective, give it up. Let's all look to dive onto the top lane. Boom doesn't have the ultimate available, but Crown Prince is very low. They can go for a dive here.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto this Malphite. Flashing under the
Oh, they're
turret. Wow.
committing.
There it is.
Really well done. Yeah, that's all you need to do.
Good stuff. This will be a turret here for Reflection, and this is the trade you were looking for here, Kangas. Can they actually get more than this, though? Can they actually push this wave and take another turret? Do they even want to do that? They're all recalling, and they don't want to make this trade that dire for them as well, because Saint are stronger at this point. They do push a bit faster. I think this is the safer call for Reflection, but it is one that I can understand, as they don't want to keep pushing. And you know, Extirpate does get a crop or
If they had
camp, too.
perfect info, that like we have, maybe the correct call was push. But you don't have that info as the players.
True.
So I do like the fact that they back up, because they don't know if Saints are resetting or if they will push in the bottom lane. At least you trade. You can get back, get your resets, and now fight for this Herald. Speaking of, Kansui pulling everybody in, going for his
way.
kill. The Moonfall onto 5! Another combo for the Saints, and they will wipe up this team fight. They didn't even have Crown Prince there. They didn't even need him. Triple kill to Nori.
5-man Moonfall. How often do you see that happen in these games in WNS Kangas? I cannot remember the last time, because Icy is making it happen. Watch this one more time. Look at this Diana play and the setup from Kansui too. There's no way to escape. Everyone has already tried to flash out, but they've been slowed by the squad here from Saint. And they don't even need the Malphite ultimate. We don't even have to see that on our screen here, Crown Prince. He's just styling on him at that point. The rest of the team did the dirty work for him. So we come out of this replay. That is a Rift Herald for Saint and a massive lead once more.
As Crown Prince there, that's where you're the Malphite. The fight's already won. You're like, all right, I'm just going to ult because I kind of feel like I missed out on that one. So I did something, team. I did something. Saints, 9,000 gold up at 10.5 minutes into the game. We are approaching slip inside territory smacks, but this could be a one fight for Extirpate. He's got the damage, but not quite enough. Icy still survives.
Crown Prince is just teleporting in to say hello. He
they're
has his
collapsed.
ultimate.
They're not
Full
safe.
AP.
Oh, the
my God.
supports got baited up. The Senna, the Karma, they were trying to save Extirpate, but a beautiful collapse from Saints. They just run straight through Reflection's own jungle. They didn't have any vision control there. They didn't see if members of Reflection were there, but they trusted, we're going to win this fight, even if they are. And now with the Rift Herald push, Smacks, this might just be game. I mean, I'm not going to lie here. If they get the right setup, if they get a kill here with this push, they could maybe look to end. Let's see what Reflection want to do about it. They're walking forward. They will lose the inhibitor, but nobody gets picked off. Nobody dies.
11-minute inhibitor is already so brutal. They might as well have just lost right there. That's so early on into this game. Pantheon ultimate, too late to save Osu, who didn't actually need saving in the end. Just trying desperately to cut all of the losses as Saint are on the victory march with that inhibitor taken. They have so much pressure in the Dragon Lane for the rest of this game. And even if Extirpate wanted to go into these team fights, he's really just not able to now, because he has to stay in the Dragon Lane for the entire rest of this game. With his split pushing build, it helps out a bit more, but you're not going to have that Camille ultimate in these fights. You have to deal with the super minions.
Yeah, I really don't think that the team fight is going to work at all for Reflection at any point forward here. They need to look at picks. They have the RE Charm. They have the Pantheon ultimate with the Camille in the side lane. Look for isolated members of the Saints. And it's tough when you're the team that's behind. Very few ways for you to guarantee it. So you kind of have to rely on your opponents to misplay. And we have a death brush here from the Saints. Extirpate does not realize this. You need to be aware. You don't see anybody from the Saints. Pulled back in. Flashes away. Icy's here. Extirpate might just get out regardless, but Kansui is so fast, just chases them down, and Saints find 3.
3 dead as they bring all of their members into mid lane looking for another inhibitor turret right now, Kang, as they have to break through the inner one first, and this wave is only 2 cannon minions. See if they're going to be able to do it. There's not a lot of wave clear at all. Yep, that is just gone. So on the other side of the map, it is going to be Camel taking a 3rd Drake in this game. 2nd one for Saint. Oh,
I don't think they'll get the inhib with this wave.
Doesn't
yeah,
look
they
like
do
it.
decide to back away, so they're not committing to supers in 2 waves. maybe the correct decision as members for Reflection were spun. You don't want to throw a lead. And again, another thing Saints are really good at, playing safe, playing patiently, not over pushing as we saw demonstrated in the last qualifier that they were in. So this is going to be Baron minions pushing in with the Supers bot lane, with the 12k gold lead. Like, okay, Pantheon goes in. Boom was looking for the Miracle Steal to end all Miracle Steals, and it was just not meant to be for Reflection today. Saints one push away from locking in their tickets to the land.
Kansui, he's trying something fishy here. I think it's too fishy.
Away. Okay, and he's dead. Okay, one picked off. There we go. Your Reflection, you got something.
That was the zoning donut there from Blanks. The zonut, if you will.
Oh, I like that.
There are a few layers there, because that's not what the ability's actually called. Rafa said it a bunch of times. He clearly studied. I do not remember what Karma's ultimate is called in this game.
Well, from now on, I'm only calling it donut, because I have not
looked
it up to see what it's called
the green donut. That's what it is.
Yep. Oh, wait, another charm. Wait, this is actually massive. Osu's finding a couple of clutch charms here at the latest stage of the game, when everything should be just a formality for Saints, and now they're under the turret, and this is what I expected. They get a kill onto Boom. Osu with another charm lands on a Crown Prince, who has the ultimate! An Unstoppable Force will pick up another kill with Baron-powered minions pushing in here. Saints have one more shove, and they can go for the game. Extra Pate will save this turret for now. Also gets the stopwatch out of Nori. Mid-turret falls. Saints regroup.
2 inhibitor turrets looking for a third one with this Baron up minion wave, and now Saint can look for the end. Kangas look for their ticket to Minnesota. The team fight's here.
With the big engage, but the game was already over. Saints will qualify for regionals, and they're going to Minnesota.
Nicely done, Saint. It looks like Qualifier 2 greater than Qualifier 1. I mean, Kangas, you and I already knew that we're way better casters than those bozos
clearly.
from the first qualifier. Who was who those guys again?
Pastry
Battery, Alk Time. I'm just kidding.
Those are bold words, man. Those are fighting words. I don't know if we can back that one up, but, you know, we'll give it our best go.
We can take him in the ring, I think.
It wasn't about, you know, speak for yourself. It wasn't about the casters, though. It was, of course, about Saints. With this performance here, Icy with another pop-off. Nori and Camel this time definitely pulling their weight. And Icy had a great game 1, fantastic game 2, but I think Nori was actually one of the standout performers for me in this last one. It's just hard to give anybody a star player when Icy landed the 5 champion root fall. It's like,
it's Icy again.
What are you even competing for at that point?
It's just Icy again. Sorry, guys. Sorry to the rest of Saint. You can't compete with the 5-man Moonfall. I mean, Kansui did set it up, but that was still just so gross. Well done to Icy and the entire squad. They did it, Degon! They qualified!
They did do it, and I love this narrative that we've had here in Major 3. It's the teams that have been grinding out, the teams that had to go through the qualifiers, upending and earning their spot on in Reflection, a team worthy of it, but just outmatched here by Saint. And you know, you go back to not only the 5-man Moonfall, but like before that, Kansui being like, you know what, this ult's coming in, trust me, I'm pulling a Pantheon towards our squishies in the back, we got it. And they did get it. That was so crucial, and that shows the trust that this team has within each other, the practice that it's like, hey, even if I haven't seen this specific situation, the engager on our squad has and knows how it's going to play out. And it played out perfectly time and time again here, Kangas.
Sometimes they haven't seen that situation before, and it's just instinct. Like, if you just know your champion well enough and you know what the enemy's doing, you can make those snap judgment decisions. So I'd love actually to chat about that, because I think that we have Kansui for the interview for after this one. So that'll be awesome to hear, like, are you just used to this Pantheon ultimate behind you, or was that just in the moment? Because, well, actually, okay, this is actually the level 1. I forgot that this even happened in this game.
I mean, he's got to be used to this, right? He did it 2 times in 2 games.
True.
This is disgusting. Yeah, what a way to start off a game and start off a laning phase, too. We talked about the weaknesses of these... I'll shut up here. We just got to look at this plays. This one and then the Diana ultimate. Oh, man. Yeah, Icy's way too good.
Yeah, it was the slam backwards, the Diana ulti, but I think the True Shot Barrage hit all 4 members as well. It was just picture perfect.
Yeah,
And every single fight they layer them perfectly. This was the one moment where it's like, all right, Reflection got the dragon. That's something.
Oh, here it is.
But every point after this, especially this one. All right, again, we don't need to talk. Let art speak for itself.
Oh.
Yep. All right, now we should probably start talking. You know, the art's over. That was it. Now we get to see boom, the ultimate.
Just this beautiful art painting, and then Crown Prince comes with a can of spray
I'm telling
paint,
you, that's when you're the Malphite. I've been there. I've played that game where it's like, all right, fight's over, but I want to feel like I did something, so you just throw it out.
The Diana does create beautiful geometric art, right? It's these circles on the ground. The Jack's another circle on the ground. Nori's ult, it's like a wide kind of like semicircle coming on in. Malphite ult, another circle coming down on the ground.
Saint
it's art.
Just giving us
art,
the
baby.
Louvre of Wild Rift today, as we get this beautiful picture one more time.
How many times do we see this hoodie? How many times today?
I think this is the 5th time today. 6 maybe. A lot.
Absolutely insane. Wait, did Icy die once? Icy was deathless in game 1 too, right?
The whole series. Wait, yeah. Let's do the calculations here. So
wait a minute.
7, 12. That's 19, and then from the first game, he had 14. So that is 33 KP. No deaths.
What? How is that possible?
To be fair, he was 2 and 10 in the game against Tribe. So like,
we don't have to talk about that.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you for bringing that up.
He got all of that out earlier, and now he's done dying for the rest of the tournament. Yeah.
All right. Well, we were building up the man in the mid lane, but we get to talk to the engager down on the bottom side of the map playing the set. It's Konsui joining us after booking his ticket to the WNS Season 1 Championship. Konsui, congratulations. How's it feel?
Thank you. It feels so good from that series. We really bounced back from losing to Tribe like that.
Yeah, after that, well, let's go back because you started us off with the biggest ups of the day. How are you guys feeling after the victory over Cloud9?
Honestly, we were planning to lose that series, but I'm glad that we were able to pull off the upset and went
so then
2-0.
Yeah. Well, then talk me through, like, okay, after Cloud9, you play against Tribe. You're like, well, we've seen Tribe lose before, and then you lost that one. Were you guys really down? Were you worried, or was it like, oh, this was our loss?
Yeah, we were kind of worried after we lost to Tribe. We really wanted to qualify for the regionals. So I'm just glad that we were able to go top 4 so far.
What's changed? What's changed so much as you got to face 3 established squads here in Cloud9, in Tribe, and now Reflection. What has been the difference maker for y'all since your attempts of trying to qualify in WNS?
I think we really got together as a team and worked out what needed to be done. Because on one of the qualifier, we really lost to Demons because we just, we just took every fight as a team. But now we have shifted towards, like side laning and putting people on champs that they are able to play well.
Yeah, 2 games, 4-man bot. 2 games where you guys try to just fight within a minute, and this time it paid off here. The aggression specifically in specific moments was showing well here. I got to ask about these multiple moonfalls that were perfect. What were the comms like as you guys were just winning fight after fight here in game number 2?
Yeah, so I knew that we were grouping for the objectives and that we all had all of our ults and they're walking down a choke. And so I think I just called out to my teams that I was going for it, and they did a beautiful job following up every single time.
Oh yeah, every time. As one of the newer teams, I would say, like, we've had a lot of these guys make it to majors before in the auto qualifiers. As one of the newer teams, what is the way that Saint should be feared? What lane, what player, like, how do you want Saint to be known moving towards the WNS Season 1 championship?
I think I think I would like our team to be known individually as good players. I think Icy and Tang and Camo and Nori are really good players, and I think we have a lot to work on. But at the end of the day, we still come back and talk about the game and encourage each other to do well.
Yeah. I will say, you forgot one of those names in there. That's your own name as well, Kansui. Fantastic performance today. Huge engages on the set. And again, dream come true. Here you go. We'll see you in in Minnesota over in Bloomington at Mall of America for the Season 1 championship. We'll see you tomorrow for more games. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it from the support of the winning Saint squad here from the qualifiers. Huge stuff. That's just, it's heartwarming because a lot of the time people come in and they're like, yeah, you know what? We knew we were going to win. And it was just a step back. He's like, no, we actually didn't know what to expect. We thought we were going to lose. We won. And then we lost. And then we got nervous. And then we took care of business. That is just so human
That's them
to
playing
feel.
nervous? How is that them playing nervous? That was so good.
That was phenomenal. Oh, man.
Let's take a look at the bracket one more time now as we've got it updated. And there it is. 3 teams on in. Everyone on that furthest right line qualified for the WNS Season 1 championship over in Bloomington, Minnesota. There you go. You see I did it there for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Minnesota. Yeah. There we go. It's a D.
You're good at it. Yeah.
At Mall of America. Just, again, a huge moment for a lot of these squads unsigned. Like, without huge org backing behind them, without paid salaries, you can see kind of like they're, how they're doing it. It's a lot of fun to be watching this and see the beginnings of this esport continue to grow here in North America. But guys, we're not done. We got the big one here down on the bottom side of the bracket. NME, No More Ego, the original Heartbreakers against the biggest org in the world, one of the biggest orgs in the world in Cloud9, and only one of them, y'all. This is so mind-boggling to me.
It's crazy.
Only one of them can move on through here as we take a look at this matchup here. No More Ego against Cloud9, Juan DJ, Tybe, Truth, Jackie, and Yikes. And it just feels like the other day, Kangas, we were talking about these squads playing for like the finals and making it, making a deep run.
How many times is Jackie going to have to eliminate his past team at a major? That's the question I have. Because he's got a pretty good track record so far. Jackie has had a glow up since joining NME. And again, it's insane that this roster is still unsigned. They have been consistently placing at these majors. They have yet to get below top 3 at any of the majors. And they have already taken down Cloud9 twice. In the past, they're 4-2 against them in all-time at major events. So, NME, like you said, the perennial upset team, if we can even call them that, because with the consistency that they perform with, they might even just be favorites coming in.
That's a bold take. I think we might have some contention here once we get to the
bold take. Did you hear all the stats I just threw at you?
I did.
Come on.
We'll see. I'm really excited because, I mean, these two teams are seed 1 and 2 in this tournament. There are 8 teams. These are number 1 and number 2, and only one of them is going to make top 4 after we're done with this series. Only one of them will qualify for the regional championship in Minnesota after today. The other one will have to try in last chance qualifier. That's insane.
It is insane. It is insane. I also got to give a quick tutorial because Smax isn't quite nailing it.
Oh,
You're saying the Minna too fast. You're putting too much emphasis on the Minna. It's a Minnesota. You just let the first half of the word just play out, and then you emphasize the O, and that's it. You don't go Minnesota.
Okay.
Like, you don't have to emphasize both.
Yeah.
Casual.
In Michigan, we do the meh It's like the long version.
True. Yeah. Okay, that
So-
does make more sense actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Minnesota.
all right. I'm glad that we cleared that up. Thank you, Kangas, to make sure that we're getting Smacks there to feel like a true Minnesotan. There we go. The key matchup here that we want to focus on is on the bottom side of the map. These guys float around the map. They know when to hit the engage button. Yeah, we're talking Yikes. We're talking Selma. Both these guys, you can see the kill participation there for both of them relatively high, but Selma just in every single fight that Cloud9 puts in.
That's a gold diff right there. That is massive. 1 more gold a minute. That
Yep,
is
support
so
diff,
funny.
truly.
Yep, support diff. It's over. We already know. Cloud9 2-0.
So the big thing that you'll notice is the only like major, actually I guess, you know, kill participation is, there's a decent differential there with 11%, but also KDA. Selma is oftentimes for Cloud9 following up on Tarzan as primary engagers. They're the ones that make things happen on this team, and Cloud9 gets scrappy with some of their games. So Selma oftentimes will just die and have high death counts as a result of what is happening in the game and kind of how Cloud9 plays and how Cloud9 wins. Enemy a little more control, a little more focus on those team fights. I think that's why Yikes, you see the stats slightly different there. But I'm actually surprised that Selma has such a higher kill participation than Yikes, because I do see these two players as very similar for their teams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very much so.
And you could go up and down in the star matchup here because, you know, you've talked about Jackie, former team against old school in a head-to-head matchup. I would say in the jungle, you got Tarzan and Tybe, these two guys going back and forth. And then in the top side of the map, specifically today, I think the two underperformers compared to what we're normally seeing in Zello and in Luan DJ. Luan DJ just getting picked on over and over again. And Zello on the Renekton earlier, a couple of times, like, looking like he was going to make a big play and then flash and miss and then all of a sudden get punished for it later on. So you look up and down these rosters, lots of plays that could be made.
There's just something about Cloud9 Renekton today. I don't know what it is. It's not
all
going
right,
well
all
for
right.
them.
Okay,
No
Smacks.
LCS
Okay,
spoilers.
Smacks. For Smacks' safety and protection, we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, the final series of Major 3, day number 1. Who will book their ticket to Minnesota? We'll find out after this short break. and welcome back to the Wild Rift North American Series. This is it. This is the matchup you've been waiting for because both these teams stumbled in the upper side of the bracket, and now one of them is gonna have to pay. It's No More Ego against Cloud9. Yes, that Cloud9. They find themselves in the elimination match here in Major number 3, day number 1. Degon, Kangas, Smacks here to bring you the action for Major number 3 of WNS. It is exciting. It is crazy. It is the last one of the day, and all the chips are on the table here, Kangas.
It's crazy that the top 2 seeded teams find each other facing off against each other in the lower bracket right now. Only one of them can auto-qualify for the LAN. The other one will have to go into the last chance qualifier. So the season's not over for either of these teams. But you know that they would feel so much better if they could just lock in that ticket now and not have to go through another tournament. And when we look at how many times these teams have faced off against each other, Cloud9 might be sweating a little more.
Well,
That's definitely true.
Let's take a look at how you all thought about it and what we thought about it. Who we got? Who's going through? Oh, it's Kangas as the only player there with No More Ego. Kangas, you just gave like a really long speech bubble, so like, go ahead, Smacks. Why are we picking Cloud9 here?
Yeah, so I saw the drafts earlier on the day here for Cloud9, and honestly, I think that was a bit of a fluke. I think that they will be able to bounce back, and in the lower bracket already, I saw that Tarzan dropped a 17 bomb on Jace Jungle today after they lost earlier. So I have faith that Cloud9 are going to bounce back. I know that these guys have it in them to keep pushing through into this tournament, and also, even in their losses, Old School was looking so good today. So I'm riding the momentum of Old School and the rest of the team.
All right. Well, this is one where I legit was like, I like both teams. Both teams have the ability to punch up, but also shame on both teams for being down here in the lower side of the bracket. And so whoever wins deserves to go, and whoever loses dug their own grave. And let's see who's winning and who's digging. We'll start right here with game number 1, the final series of day number 1 here in Major number 3. No More Ego, Cloud9, a spot at the WNS Season 1 Championship on the line.
Thank you, Degon. We're getting ready for Pick and Ban Smacks, and I do have to say, temper your expectations. Even if Tarzan dropped a 17 bomb, it was against Demons. It was against Yenna. I've beaten Yenna in my own solo queue game, so I can say I'm not positive that that's enough of a defense of Tarzan. But, of course, Cloud9 can still prove it here, beating their Demons, as it were. Enemy have knocked them out of the last major and beat them in the first round in the first major. So they got a pretty good track record.
That's too much.
You weren't ready for that one.
No, I was not. I did know that you did that before, but I didn't know you were going to call them out like that on the stream. But yeah, both of these teams really wanted to keep moving forward, if not to qualify for the tournament right now, but also just so they don't have to go through the last chance qualifier and be at a maximum 7-8 seed. Because then in the first round of the championship, you are playing against Immortals or Sentinels, the 2 best teams in the entire region. You do not want to be in those shoes. So both of these teams have so much riding on this. Not just that, also the prize money today. Of course, the top 4 teams in this tournament do take place in the $15,000 prize pool here for this major. So a lot riding on this for sure.
Yeah. It would feel great to also place higher just for a little more of that prize bucket. Let's see how they intend to do that, Smacks, as we're already seeing a few of these first picks locked in. Enemy on the blue side, going for the Gragas, even though Yasuo is banned away. Yeah, Enemy is the big Yasuo team that we have here. Them and Immortals like to play that one. So Cloud9 clapping back with Set and Corki. And is this the first Darius we've had on stream today? I actually think it might be. I don't remember him being played earlier today.
Yeah, I think this is the first Darius on stream. Not actually nerfed in the most recent patch, even though it's been bouncing around the meta for quite some time. They did bump down a few of the champions that fit that category. Garen is the big one, obviously, but
I'm hearing that Crown Prince has played it at one point today. So it's not the first time we've seen it today, but still, it hasn't been as high priority as I usually expected Darius.
Yeah.
I do still think that he is worthy of earlier picks here. But okay, this is something we have seen. The Rengar.
Yes.
Now for Tarzan. Okay.
Okay, so Rengar has been absolutely disgusting on PC League of Legends recently because it just got a big rework. And I know that Tarzan does play both games, so he might just be feeling very confident about this champion after playing it on both versions, as it, like I said, it's really, really good in that game right now. So, and I know we have a fellow Rengar player on the team over here for Wisdom, Leo. Just recently hit Master, I believe, playing Rengar. So the champion works in both for sure.
Also, Demon King piloting Rengar against Enemy in their loss. So Enemy have just dropped to this pick. They might be getting flashbacks now. Let's see if Tarzan's able to pilot it as well. The Ziggs is their last lock, and we haven't talked about that for Enemy. It does give them a little more range, a little more poke, along with the beefy frontliners. And they are not really showing too much in their draft. That Gragas presumably will be support Darius Baron with Ziggs in the Dragon lane, but we're not necessarily locked in there because Gragas in the jungle I still think is viable right now.
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't seen a lot of Gragas jungle, but I could see it working out. I know Rafa's a big fan of that, yeah.
Yeah, I've been seeing it pop up in a lot of my solo queue games around like high emerald, low diamonds, so I do expect that to be played a little more, but the problem is that, you know, if you get put behind, it's hard to come back.
Yeah. It makes sense into Rengar too. I mean, that's just true of the champion in general. You can do a lot to keep Rengar off of your backline, which is what this Gragas is going to be meant to do in this draft, no matter who is playing it. We have a few of these bans taken off the board. Cloud9 clearly thinks that Tybe is not a Gragas player with their bans, and you might still be right, Kangas. They might have just pulled the wool over Cloud9's eyes here and just wasted a couple of these bans.
Well, we'll see, because Yikes also used to be a jungler, so Yikes definitely does pilot that Gragas as well. We'll hold our judgment on that, but Cloud9 will have to lock in something here. They're also not showing too much in their draft. They could go for a Baron laner, they could go for a mid laner, they could go for another flex pick. They're going for the Shen! Okay!
This champion has not been on the stream all of today, but it was picked in the off-stream game. It has not won yet. But I believe we are the first region to actually see Shen and Karma enabled, so this will be the first time that anybody's able to watch this champion played by a professional team. We're expecting this to go into the Baron lane, but it can be sent to support. It has that flexibility because it does have some good crowd control and the supportive elements of the auto attack blocking from the Spirit's Refuge, and then the ultimate Stand United has a pretty nice shield.
I just imagine this being such a good pick for Cloud9 in general. As a team, it fits their style. Zello, I love this player on champions that were like the Garen, like the Darius, that just kind of hold their own in lane and then show up for team fights. Shen does that, but he shows up to team fights cross map. So that's a little different and a little snappier and how quickly you can get there. Enemy going for the Diana plus the Lee Sin, so it will be Gragas going into that support role.
Okay. You know, this is Singed mid. Meals played Singed mid in their series against Demons. And
I missed that one.
It wasn't on stream. It was. I just saw the match report. But this is a Meals champion. He's known for some wacky roaming picks. Of course, he's the chief Aurelian Soul player in the WNS. Singed sort of fits that same mold, but is more tanky most of the time, and the goop is really annoying when you're playing a lot of these very mobile champions like Diana and Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I can imagine that against the Diana, she's not going to have a lot of kill pressure on you. She doesn't have range, so she can't poke you out. That would be like the biggest concern I have for a Singed. He struggles in the Baron lane because he loses to things like the Set, like the Darius. Even Garen can give him a hard time. He doesn't give any like pressure against the farmers, but in the mid lane, this is actually not that bad of a matchup. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, what's a Diana going to do about Singed just running through the wave, clearing it out, and then running away?
It's pretty good. We're going to have to see what Meals is actually capable of here, because Cloud9 do have a very melee-focused team composition, and Corki does not have the same level of poke as Ziggs does, especially early into the game. So that is something that Tybe and the rest of Enemy will actually have at their disposal. Tybe being able to engage more freely once Ziggs has bumped their HP down a bit with all of these bombs.
What I will say is that Cloud9 have a lot of tools to get around the map very quickly. The package from Corki can look for either plays at objectives or even picks in the side lane. Shen can obviously ult in. Rengar's ult can then run around and join in fights quickly. And Singed, the whole idea of this champion, the whole purpose of it is you push in a wave and then you run around the map. Like, he's literally built for speed and running around. So I imagine Cloud9, they can look for a lot of very unique and creative plays and angles with this kind of draft.
It's a lot of fun stuff there. I cannot wait to see what Shen actually does in Wild Rift, because he's not been super popular in my games, honestly. I think most people are enamored by
out of
the new
him and Karma. Yeah.
Because he's the same. This PC League, like, people who come in from PC League know what Shen does. You're like, it's Shen. He's not even that popular in PC. But for Karma, I mean, she's got the big ultimate and everything, so everyone's got to
The
give
thing
that a
is,
try.
though, not everybody in Wild Rift knows what Shen does, and that can take people by surprise. He can actually get kills in the solo lane. You do need to give respect to the potential early game damage that Shen can give, as I'm also looking at the Singed right now. Meal's taking Ignite Ghost. Really cool summoner spell choice.
Doesn't need flash that much because Singed is just so quick with his passive and with his ultimate. And now Ghost, too. Whoa, that's so much damage.
Oh, yeah, that was aggressive from Truth, jumping in on a Singed. I don't know how much experience Truth has in this matchup, but I imagine it's not a lot.
Yeah, Truth kind of getting a taste of his own medicine here. Truth is usually the guy who's playing these wacky off-the-wall picks like Kai'Sa and Rakan, and people will come into this matchup and be like, I don't really know how this matchup goes. Of course, Meals is the other player that does this. We know he plays the Singed earlier in the day and now right now, but also he's the big Aurelion Soul player, the Soraka player mid lane. Like, these two mid laners have some really weird pools.
And that's one of the fun parts about watching Cloud9 is that they will go for some of these off-the-wall drafts. First of all, Rengar's not that popular, but now going aggressive onto a Lee Sin of all things. Meal's there for the flip back. Tybe has to flash. Under turret will still fall. Cloud9 picking up a very impactful first blood.
That's exactly what I was worried about here against the Singed for NME. The goop is so broken against these champions that just want to bounce around with all of their movement spells. You saw there that with all of that onto Tybe, he couldn't use his dashes at all. As we get to watch this one more time, look at this. Tarzan directly on top of his head after the jump, and then Meals throws that adhesive directly on top of him. It's phenomenal duo play there, and immediately making use of these new quirky champions.
And it really does feel like enemy do not understand how to play against Sin. She's not that popular in the meta. Tybe has to flash before Meals gets on top of you. He will catch up. You are not outrunning that Singed with Ghost. So you just have to commit the flash, but he flashes after the flip. Same thing with Truth. Jumped in the mid lane. Meals flips him back under turret. Truth has to flash there. I think enemy are learning on the fly what Singed really does. And they're going to have to then learn quick, because there's another form of goop onto Truth. Flipped back over, has the barrier, but popped without even using it. That's 2 on the board for Cloud9.
And it's 2 goop kills. Again, this spell is so broken. Meals going for the utility once more in the mid lane. It's one of his big specialties as the player on Cloud9, where you have so many carries that want to have so many resources on your team. It's very rare where your mid laner is the one that is, you know, making sure that everyone gets their fair share of all of these, all the kills, all the farm and everything. Old school Tarzan, Zella, they all want to carry. Somebody's got to take that back seat, and that player is Meals.
I mean, you're saying taking back seat, has the first item completed. So actually, the furthest ahead in the game right now, the Rylai's first rush, I was wondering what build Meals was going to go for. Because typically you want mana on Singed, which means one of 2 things. Either you're going for the Rite of Ages early, you want to get that quickly, so that way it can stack up and you can, you know, hit the full stats of that as fast as possible. Or you go for the tier. You go for the Fimbulwinter, which also, you know, typically you get the tier early, so you can start stacking it. Meal said no, I'm actually going straight for the most impactful item on the Singed, which means that anybody who gets hit by poison is now slowed. Think of how hard it was for enemy to get away from him before, it's even harder now.
He's even thinking about that utility for his team in the items that he builds. This is the teammate that you want on your squad when you're trying to carry...
This is not me. This is not how I built Singed.
You know, that I can vouch for this. Kangas and I, about a week ago, were playing, and he picked Singed.
We don't talk about that Singed game.
Oh, okay. I won't mention your 10 deaths then.
Okay, yep. Thank you for not bringing that one up. As Tybe finds here, Selma not out of position right now. Dragon's Rage forward, but there's the Shen ultimate. Zello keeping Selma safe. The package forward. Enemy were not prepared for that fight. The Moonfall's big, though. Maybe they can turn it with the help of Luan DJ. Joining in on the fight. The Darius shredding through all members of Cloud9 who are bleeding down. Triple kill in the gray screen for Luan DJ.
That team fight was so bloody, but Truth with his Moonfall sets up everybody, dunking them down as we get to see the opener one more time. Tybe attempting this dive underneath this turret, but then watch Truth here. Look at this. Everybody stacking up into this Moonfall, and the follow-up is so easy, especially from Jackie, just layering these bombs in over and over and over in this team fight. Tarzan and Meals cannot survive. It's a favorable 4-for-3 fight in the end, although the fight is not over quite yet because neither team was alive enough to actually take any of these objectives.
Exactly, that's the thing. A fight's cool because you get immediate gold, you know, you get the kill, you get the dopamine rush, but that's not what wins games usually. You have to actually get the objective afterward, and we're right back to it. No package for Old School this time around, so I actually might be favoring Enemy at this point in the game. Their ultimates are coming back off cooldown. They're gonna have Ziggs ult and Diana ult and Gragas ult here in a couple of seconds. And they also have the Ziggs to poke them out, but Truth might get caught in the side lane to start it off. Again, pulled right back in. Truth's down. Explosive cast not available for Yikes. That would have been a really clutch engage if the ultimate was there. Now throws it out a little bit late. Luan DJ goes in for another reset. The Dragon's Rage kick. But Luan DJ's doing massive damage. Have they done enough? Enemy still getting shredded in the fight, even though they're doing massive amounts of damage and work on Cloud9's health bars. Cloud9 win the fight, they go for the dragon.
This time around, Truth dies before he can use the Moonfall, and Luan can't get his guillotine down either. It's a much easier and much cleaner team fight this time around from Cloud9, and that is because Tarzan and Meals, again, in this two-man play, go for the mid laner, and they kill him so efficiently with the goop one more time and the Rengar ultimate. This spell is effective at taking down one single target before the fight even begins. You can tell the Cloud9 are very experienced at doing this.
Exactly, and again, one of those moments where they didn't quite have their ultimates at the right time, but now we're back to live. The Herald's taken by Enemy. No fight for that one. And the Old School did have package, maybe it just didn't spawn at a good enough window for him to back and grab that and contest. So in the extended play, Cloud9 still feel great with the kills that they've gotten to gold, specifically onto Tarzan. 5-0-4 on this Rengar. But Enemy, they will still make you work for every inch that you take, and this Herald could get them back in the game.
One interesting thing about taking the first Herald at 7 minutes here is that the second one will spawn at 11. Which can sometimes be late enough into the game where you're breaking open inhibitor turrets. So whichever team actually gets that second Herald might just run away with it. That's something we're going to need to keep our eyes on. For now, Enemy have that first Herald, and they're looking on the Dragon lane right now, trying to attack Meals. Singed is not the champion you usually want to attack.
This is a bold move. Yeah, really tough for Enemy to win this because Shen can still ult down here right now. You see Zello's positioning for it, and there we go. Underneath the turret, Zello joins in, but Tarzan, oh, he gets the burst damage. Zello cleans up another one. Cloud9, that was really well executed.
Cross-map plays onto a tank just don't work out when you're playing against a Shen, and Zello was so quick to arrive to that play. It was outnumbered even before he was there, but just securing that play goes well is so clutch for Cloud9 as Enemy. I mean, they just might not be experienced playing against champions like Singed, like Shen. They're so new and fresh in their minds. This is really cool to see out of Cloud9. Again, the leaders in quirky strategies in WNS again.
They're always innovating. They're always teaching our players, our teams, new strategies. And that's one of the most fun parts about watching this Cloud9 squad. Because it's a puzzle. You know, you have to solve the puzzle while you're playing a normal game of Wild Rift, and sometimes it's just hard to do that. Cloud9 are looking for another play potentially here. They actually get pulled in underneath the turret. Selma is in trouble here. Haymaker out. Very low on the health bar. Explosive cast. Can he escape? Flashes. Was saving it till the very last second. Meals maybe dies to the bleed. Oh, barely lives.
No way.
Meals is still up. You can't escape, though. There's no way that you get out of this one. Oh, yikes. Body slam misses. Meals, you're insane! Meals! With the outplay, trading his life, and Cloud9 even pick up the kill on Luan DJ.
No way Meals just did that.
wants the
Truth.
moonfall.
Whoa.
On to 3. That was big, but there's no follow-up, and will go down. Still trades for one more, but the Shen ultimate comes in. That's a double kill to Tarzan.
Oh, Time? He's here. He's trying to kill Zella right now, and he can't do it. The Spirit's Refuge is so strong. You can't auto-attack the Shen. Old School is on the run. Tybe is really wanting to find
Tarzan
something here with his ultimate.
Tarzan has ult. He can pop it. He can just kill Tybe right now. I'm surprised he actually didn't go for that. I thought he had it with Yikes not having body slam, but doesn't want to commit. Hello. Okay, you should be fine here. Herald's dropped, though. Enemy want to push.
Wow. Can they actually get this past Meals is the question. Oh, no. Oh, is it going to die before it...
It's going to get a charge.
Yeah, it's going to get that one charge at least. No turret quite yet, but... yeah, popping that in front of Meals is very tricky to accomplish. Drake is up right now, Kangas, as Cloud9 have all of these members ready. No Shen ultimate, no Set ultimate here. This could be the fight that actually favors NME once this Moonfall arrives.
But Old School has the package. That's always the timer we have to pay attention to at these big objectives.
The Goop!
Dragon's Rage, actually not used. There we go. Healing Dragon's Rage from Lee Sin before the dragon even is started. Now Tarzan just goes in. Watch for the package. Watch for the Corki. The Moonfall is used. Cloud9 are just diving onto the back line. And now the package comes through from Old School. The patience of Cloud9 benefits them greatly. 2 double kills picked up, and they win the team fight.
No return of any kind here for Enemy. They can't even find a single kill. Everyone so bulky in the front line here for Cloud9. This is one of the benefits of drafting 4 melee bruisers and tanks onto your team. They just not enough DPS on the side of Enemy as we watch this one more time. Everyone's stacking up. This is the exact kind of play that would favor a Diana, but she's diving onto this backline and everybody's melee. Everyone's already onto your Ziggs. You can't just Moonfall onto only the Corki, especially when Old School has this package. So Truth just not landing that ultimate onto as many members as I'm sure he expected to.
Yeah, usually when you go in for those big ones, you hit the 80 carry, you're like, I did it! My job's done! And then you look at the rest of your team, you go, oh no! My job is really hard! I should be over there. But yeah, Enemy not winning that fight and now being down heavily in the gold department. I'm starting to be nervous about my predictions here, Smacks, because I did say Enemy taking this series, and it's looking heavily favored in Cloud9's side right now, as they will look for a pick on Luan DJ, flashes away, hold back in with the face breaker, hard focus down, big explosive cast, brings back Selma underneath the turret. The dunk does not find a reset though. The shields were too big, and Cloud9, they're just taking no damage. I know the turret's hitting them, but it doesn't even look like it. Zello's taking up 5, 6 turret shots, and Cloud9 are even diving in between. Tier 2 turret. Tarzan with the solo kill onto Jackie. Cloud9 are just dancing around the rift.
Nowhere is safe from these Cloud9 players right now, Kangas. Rengar, Shen, and Singed just run you down wherever you are, and they're doing it again. Selma, too, on set. Oh, you can't get away.
Yeah, I mean, again, in those instances, you got to use your mobility to get away before the Singed catches you, because that flip will guarantee the kill. Truth 1v1ing. Meals still quite tanky with the shield, but now goes right into Selma. Facebreaker should be enough to get the kill here. Actually, just goes for the Haymaker instead. Either way, that's another kill picked up by Cloud9. 24-8 on the scoreboard.
And Truth clearly was just not ready for this matchup. 7 deaths on the Diana, and Meals is just crushing every single fight, every skirmish he's there for. This Singed, and he looks so goofy doing it. He's just waddling around with his poison cask, setting up for Cloud9 success. There's a Baron for this team. And look at Meals. He just got the Gragas ultimate just by looking at him funny.
He hasn't gone for any mana items. I'm actually very surprised that Meals still does not have a Rite of Ages or a tier or any item that gives bonus mana. This is literally just base mana Singed. Meals clearly has a very good understanding of what this champion's able to do. And the fact that I have yet to see Meals in a bad position because he's out of mana just really plays into that fact that Cloud9 are practiced in this, and Enemy, this is really taking them for a loop. Sometimes you get super comfortable in how you play Wild Rift, how you like to win games. But when your opponent pulls out something that you're not prepared for, it's a very different game, and Cloud9 are winning it. Enemy lose 2 members under the mid-tier 2. Dragon's Rage kicks back 1, but again, the turret is doing nothing. Cloud9 are just way too far ahead. They have the Baron push, and they're gonna get an ace on the Enemy as Luan DJ will trade back 1. Revenge for Cloud9 against the team that has taken them out of the last major, as they will go up 1-0 in this series.
Just under 15 minutes. Cloud9 with one of the wackiest drafts we have ever seen on WNS make it look so easy and so calculated. I don't know how they just did that with Singed mid, Shen top, Rengar as well. Maybe we need to try this draft in our own games, Kangas. This is looking so goofy and so fun at the same time. And so effective, too.
I have been meaning to pull out the Shen at some point. I still have yet to try it myself personally in Wild Rift, but it might be in my playhouse. We'll see. But the big thing was this composition is Cloud9. Tarzan being enabled with things like the Shen who can ult onto him, even though we didn't really see that. Tarzan, 11-0-12, the clear star player of this one. Even though it's fun to watch Beal, it's fun to watch Zell, like Tarzan was the one that was winning them this game, despite us not necessarily mentioning him as much throughout the game. But the thing is, when I think about Cloud9 and how they play games, this is what they do. They just pick something their opponent isn't expecting, that they're practiced on, the opponent clearly is not prepared for, and then they have the mechanics, they have the skill to actually pilot it and clutch out some really big wins.
So you said Tarzan is the star player there, just checking?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it has to be, right? When you're deathless and double-digit kills and assists, I mean, come on.
I didn't realize he was deathless. Yeah. All right. I'm down for that. I was going to give it to Meals.
11-0-12.
Yeah. All right. You've convinced me. We'll give it to Tarzan. That Rengar performance was great. Want to see some more out of that for him as well. This is a great way to start off this series. Again, do or die series. If you lose this one, you have to play in the last chance qualifier. You do not break into top 4 into this major. You do not get into that prize pool, and you don't get to play tomorrow either. You just have to sit and watch. And, I mean, that's what I'm doing. You don't want to be like me. You want to be playing in the game.
Fair enough, which would be crazy for Enemy, who have made top 3 in the last 2 majors. They made it to the finals in Major 1, went in a best-of-5 against Immortals, and took a game. That was the big Yasuo game, if anybody remembers that one, where Enemy actually won game 1 with this crazy Yasuo composition, and then Yasuo's 100% pick ban in that series. Then the second major, they still made top 3. They were in the lower bracket finals against Immortals, and that time they got 2-0'd, but still, this is a team that we've grown accustomed to having strong performances in these big moments. And now, as we're looking at the replay package, they struggled heavily against Cloud9, who just had a much better, read of how to play out their composition.
You can still tell the Truth is very practiced on this Diana, and we know that to be true as well from all of his games in the past. But he was just set so far behind by the Singed and the Rengar together. Tarzan and Meals had a very keen understanding, as you just said, of what they needed to do as a duo, and it bled over to the rest of the team as well. You got to see Old School just peppering in shots throughout the entire game. The Corki packages were great, and I mean, he's not even in this fight. He's just pushing out mid lane. That's so smart for Cloud9 when they have all of this easy access to these team fights and they're already winning it, to make sure that you're denying all these resources away from the enemy team. Really smart stuff. I know Cloud9's been great at this for the entire time that we've known them as players, but it's still cool to remark on.
And it's moments like this as well, where it wasn't just the Singed, which there were a lot of moments you could tell, okay, they just don't understand how to play against Singed. But that one, they didn't understand how to play against Shen. Yeah. You can't defend that turret when there's a Shen on the opposite side of the map who your Darius cannot even see. And then Cloud9, with some of the leads that they were getting, they executed these team fights in the later half of the game incredibly well. Found a lot of picks underneath turrets. I didn't even see that one. Wow, yeah, because we were watching Meals during this replay here. That was really clutch there from Silma.
That was pretty cool. The face breaker and then flash. You gotta be so fast to actually manage that one. And, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, Kangas, I think for Cloud9, The Shen pick is just so smart against a team like NME, who really does thrive in chaotic situations, going for so many picks. I think keeping that one in their repertoire and practicing that just in case they play it against NME was really smart, and NME should probably ban it if they're going to keep playing how we know they're so comfortable playing.
Yeah, I think, as weird as it sounds when the Rengar goes 11-0-12, I do have to agree. The Shen changes the way you have to think about Wild Rift. It changes tempo on the Rift so quickly. Also, crazy that Tarzan did almost 30% damage, 29% on an assassin.
Yeah,
that's
really
like
tough.
unheard of right there. That's crazy. But to double down on your point, Shen, it's one of those things I've heard other shoutcasters talk about different concepts in MOBAs and different theories around things like tempo. There's something called cheating tempo. You're able to get around the map in a faster way than a traditional character can. Shen's one of those champions. You can cheat tempo on this because you can be on one half of the map, a play's happening down here, and boom, you're there. It's like, there's no travel time. There's just like the 5 seconds or whatever, 3 seconds, I think, for the ult to channel before you make it down there. And if your lane opponent isn't ready to cancel that ultimate with some form of CC, then you can really take opponents by surprise.
It's one of those things where I know that for Wild Rift, the map is a lot smaller, so I wasn't really expecting it to be that big of a deal, but it still is. It's still so fast to get over to the other side of the Rift, just because you go from like 40 seconds to like maybe 25 in this game, as opposed to PC League specifically, doesn't mean that 3 seconds isn't still like way faster than everyone else on the Rift. So Shen's super valuable.
Yeah.
It's also just a really nice frontliner too. And I know Cloud9 always loves having some frontliners on their team. One of the things that is really unique about them compared to a lot of the other teams in North America, they do like having some beefcakes on their squad.
True. I see two key ways to stop the Shen, to abuse the Shen. One, you go Hullbreaker. Go for a split pushing build, and when he's out of your lane, you just hard shove that down. Luan DJ opted for the Black Cleaver plus Deadman's. Did not have the Hullbreaker. I think you go for that second item based on how that game was playing out. Maybe that would have helped you out a little bit. Number two is you take Teleport. You can actually go for Teleport much earlier. And I know that the Darius wants the Rocket Belt because it helps you get that engaged, get into range. But if you're not able to match Shen globals, a way to cheat that yourself is to just bite the bullet and say, all right, I'm just going to take Teleport enchant and get it earlier in the game. So that way you can at least get like 2, maybe 3 uses out of it. That's another way that when I'm playing against Shen, I actually opt for that strategy because it's like, oh, he's ulting in. Well, I'm just going to teleport in because clearly they're going to overdive now and not expect me to show up on the turret.
But what if Shen takes Teleport and Hullbreaker himself? So then he ults to the fight, baits your Teleport, teleports back to the Baron lane, and then Hull breaks all of your turrets.
I mean, that's fine, because now, I mean, hopefully his team has overcommitted to the dive now, and then I can still, take advantage of that. Or I'll just run back top.
As the Shen, you teleport in with your ultimate, and then you taunt everybody. You're like, all right, I did my job. I gave you guys a shield.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to go Hull break some more.
You're not a frontliner. You're not a tank that's supposed to soak up abilities after that. Yeah, your job's clearly done.
Yeah.
Those are the two, I think, options that you have playing into that Shen, though. So I'm curious if, again, NME are going to learn, because this definitely felt like gameplay of a team that wasn't as used to playing against Shen, who's not the most popular pick in pick ban in solo queue or in competitive right now, and Singed mid, who's like never played. So hopefully we see some different decision making from NME this time around as we're into pick and ban for game number 2.
Same sides too. So Cloud9 fully prepared to go for some more
the Rengar
crazy counter picks. Rengar is off the board, but that does not mean that they can't pull out some more of their fancy stuff in the draft. I'm specifically expecting some big stuff out of Meals, but Cloud9 didn't ban Yasuo. I guess they forgot.
But you know what can do pretty well into a Yasuo, Smacks?
Singed mid.
A big circle of goop. Yeah, I actually think Cloud9 might just be able to run it back here. It would be a very early lock-in if they did, but I mean, you already know that you're against Yasuo in the mid lane, presumably. But instead they go for the Senna. So, different look of a draft. Probably a Galio locked in here as well, so that way you're not giving that over to NME, but let's see if they actually want to commit to it.
There's still a Shen available for Cloud9 as well. I think that is super valuable. Going for the set, it's probably the same lane as, or the same champion for Selma as last game. I would not be surprised if the Singed was the third pick for Cloud9, because like we're saying, it sounds really good into Yasuo. Maybe NME just take the Singed here instead, right?
Yeah, not as good into the Wukong, because Wukong actually, with the double knockups that he can give, you need to be able to run around a Singed. If you're locked into one place, you're not really doing anything, because you're not the tankiest of frontliners. You really want to get in and get out before you take all the damage. So the Wukong plus Yasuo combo is scary, and it's not even to say that Senna's also going to have to deal with that too, and she can get popped very quickly with those two champions.
I don't know, man. Singed sounds pretty good into Wukong still. You can make sure he can't use the clone at all, the decoy. He can't dash in.
Sure.
I don't know.
All right.
Meals.
All right.
Maybe he can
Keep
make it
talking
happen
yourself
again.
into it, Smacks. Talk Cloud9 into it. Let's see if they do it. Let's see if they're confident
Right
enough to
here.
lock it in.
Right here. Singed. I want to see him on my screen. Hey! Hey!
Oh, they're doing it. Okay. All
I
right.
told you. I mean, you
So-
told me first. We told them.
We did. It's still viable. You are now dealing against the Corki, though, which actually I still think can be swapped around. Against the Senna set, there might... I don't know if Jackie plays the Yasuo.
Well, yeah,
I was going to say there might be
just
an
put
argument...
Truth bottom lane, yeah? And then Jackie plays Corki mid.
I suppose you could. Yeah, because then you can just abuse the short range Singed. Singed does not do well against ranged matchups because he doesn't have the biggest health bar, especially if you're going that Rylai's first. You're not getting any resistances, and then you can just get chunked out of lane.
Could be the case. For Cloud9, they're taking away some of these supports from Yikes now. His Rakan actually surprisingly very good. I don't know why it's surprising. That makes it sound like I don't think Yikes is very good. I know Yikes is good, but he's coming from that jungle position, and so we expect him to play a lot of these tanks and initiators, and Rakan does fill that role quite well, but you are also that enchanter, so I'm glad that Cloud9 are taking that out of his pool. Yikes has put up some great performances on this. I am surprised by the Orianna takeaway, though. Wait. Kangas.
Yeah.
Yasuo's a flex to Baron lane. Luan is also very good at this pick.
Fair point. And also that Orianna would pair even more with that. Diana does too, though. So does that mean the Cloud9 feel pressure to lock in the Diana and then maybe send Singed into the Baron lane? Because otherwise, I feel like the Diana would be right up there with the Orianna, if not even like a more scary pick to go with that Yasuo.
I mean, Truth definitely struggled on the Diana into Singed in the last game, so...
True.
Might
yeah,
still
fair
not
enough.
work. I like Renekton into Yasuo as well, so Cloud9 have their bases covered here. Officially meaning that Singed is in the mid lane again for Meals, which I like. They still have their jungler, and you know Tarzan. He's always got some wacky pick in the jungle as well to pull out. It could be Rengar again. Oh no, it can't. It's banned.
It is terrifying when you're against Cloud9 and Tarzan hasn't locked in. They're giving red 5 to Tarzan. You know that you're in for a treat now. So let's see what enemy want to bring to the table. It's going to be the Braum. So very defensive support, big health bar, big shield to block a lot of that damage, especially from the Senna. And also some more peel for the Singed trying to run at your backline.
Depending on how bold C9 are feeling, this pick here could be Vayne. Wow, okay, so we're seeing another Jinx game today. I still am not a fan of this champion, and I'm especially not a fan of it into the Singed. That sounds pretty miserable for all of this. I, again, am feeling like NME are going to struggle into this champion based on how we've seen Meals play it in the past, last game and before this series too.
And they also have the Yasuo who takes a little bit to come online as well. So they have a lot of scaling. They have a lot of focus on late game. But how do they get there is the question. And also that means that it will be the Yasuo going into Luan DJ's hands in that Baron lane. So Cloud9, the red 5 jungle pick, it's just Nunu. Yeah. Okay. I thought it would be something like crazy spicy, but it's just Tarzan's favorite pick to lock in when he says, I'm not going to be the primary carry. I'm going to let my team do that for me.
pretty tame, honestly, for Tarzan. But yeah, he's got some carries on his team. Not too much damage, though, throughout the entirety of Cloud9's composition. It's mostly going to be Old School, which is a good thing. I like when Old School's the carry on Cloud9. He is very skilled at doing that. It's just you have to build very specifically to make Senna into a carry like that. And from what we've seen from other Senna builds in the past, it hasn't really been that. Like, I'm thinking back to the Black Cleaver start on Senna, and I don't know. That just
it's been Divine Sunderer mostly these days. A lot of
that's
Senna's
true.
locking in that item first. And again, I think that's the reason why we're seeing the Jinx as well, because of the addition of, I'm blanking on it right now, but Storm Razor. There we go.
Right, yeah.
Because you just get that upfront value with that first auto attack. So even if you haven't scaled with a bunch of items yet, you still can help out the team in some of those earlier, Rift Herald or second Dragon fights. Very early gank from Tarzan right now. On DJ will not actually be punished for this. He plays very respectfully.
Tarzan rolls up to your lane. What do you do? Just back away.
Walk
turns
away.
Out, and pop Ignite. Whoa.
Oh, the tornado misses onto Zello. Now the way it's pushing away here, as we also have action in the Dragon lane right now. Jackie going forward, doesn't get the kill though. Old School will fall, but first blood to Cloud9. Now Selma cannot escape, has no flash, a double over to Tide.
Doesn't necessarily feel too worth it in the
Luan.
end, as in the other
Oh
side.
no, Luan!
Well, the top side play certainly favors Cloud9, no question about it. The other side of the Rift, though, Kangas, first blood for Cloud9, trading a couple of kills. I believe Tide picked up both of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Tide got the double kill, and now they're going up topside to contest here. Yike says, I am not heading back to Dragon Lane. Jackie can shove in. I will go help out around here instead. And now Tarzan, he should be fine getting this camp. Tide's on the bottom, Scuttle instead.
I always love doing this as support. Just, you die in the lane at level 2, that's alright. Just run around the rift and have some fun with it. It's always a good time, especially on these big tanks as well, because even if the enemy team catches you out, you're probably going to survive anyway, because you're Braum.
Yeah.
Just run away.
It's called maximizing your time.
Yes. Absolutely. I was right, by the way, and so were you. Tybe did get a double kill, and Jackie, meanwhile, did not get anything. He has a BF sword. You want to give some of these kills over to Jinx, as we mentioned before in the previous series. This champion needs to scale, and it needs to scale fast in this game, because it will struggle if it doesn't.
Oh, hit by the root from Old School, and then Facebreaker from Selma. Jackie getting chunked out early on right now, but Tybe goes invisible here. They have the ultimate combination set up by Luan DJ, but Zello with the dominance, he's still alive and actually survives the gank.
Okay, really interesting mechanic right there, Kangas. Is we're going to talk about that one later. Old School.
Old School, what do you... Oh, well then.
Maybe his maybe his thumb got stuck or something right there.
Could be. And actually, that does happen. Sometimes you try and walk up, but then you're already around the lip, and then the controls just don't want to work with you. Tarzan, though, also very far forward.
So
see if maybe he can turn the play.
The mechanics that we just saw on display in that Baron side gank, when you have an enemy in the air already and you use a knockup, the knockup duration doesn't do anything. It just deals the damage. Selma.
Oh, the Braum shield actually goes the wrong way there, so not blocking the damage. Old School could start to put it in. A little bit of nerves, maybe, shown from some of these players. We've seen a couple of plays that are, maybe reflective of the fact that this is a chance at auto-qualifying for the LAN on the line right now. Cloud9 are one win away from it. Enemy will need to pick up 2, and I can only imagine what it must be like to be a player in this position.
Cloud9 so close to glory and getting back into that conversation of top teams in North America. After losing so disgracefully earlier, they definitely want to get back.
We got a scrap right now, though, Smacks. Both players, both teams saying, let's fight for the Herald. Cloud9 get a little more done with their health bar trades. It's Meals' health bar for Yikes, though, so the support from Enemy will back. Cloud9 are already on the Herald. It got reset. I think Enemy can actually approach.
Tarzan Really trying to keep them away from this one. Cyclone into Yasuo.
Plus the Yasuo ultimate, but Yasuo's already out of the fight. Did not do enough damage. Cloud9 health bars are low, but they are still up, and they will win the fight.
Jackie and Yikes are here with Truth. No man on Corki. Push them off of the Rift Herald, but Cloud9 already got what they were looking for in both of those kills. And Tybe and Luan's ultimates just not able to get enough done in the play. Cloud9 gets a walk away with a couple of kills, and neither objective is taken by NME, so they can just go right back to it, taking these plays one more time. Look at Tarzan. You just can't walk past the Nunu. He's so tanky.
Yeah, and the last breath does not do enough damage at this stage of the game. Yasuo does not have 2 crit items, so you're not just critting every single one of those. What I will say, though, is now Enemy have the package on Corki. So the Corki was no mana before, it didn't have package. It was kind of tough to approach that for Enemy, but they did. Cloud9 didn't get the Herald, but they're not going to play around the Corki package. Instead, it's a trade of objectives.
Going over towards this Drake. I want to see what Jackie's up to.
No, Enemy peel off of the Herald. They're going for the fight instead. Selma very far forward. He's going to be taken down. The Jinx rocket for the kill. Cloud9 get the dragon, though. The Braum ultimate goes a little wide. They'll pick up Meals. That's 2 kills over the Enemy. Meals is still alive. Meals is running away. And now Enemy are turned on. Yikes, taken down. Tybe in trouble because Enemy split their focus. Tybe will die under turret. A double kill to Old School.
And Meals lived at the same time. Old School and Tarzan are still here. Old School sort of revealing the position of Meals by using his Q into that brush. Oh, here's the wall.
Double knock up onto both carries for Enemy. Truth has the barrier underneath the turret. A second double kill to Old School will put the Senna on a rampage.
We wanted to see the Senna carrying in this game, and it is so far, Kangas. 4 kills to Old School. Almost most gold in the entire game, only rivaled by his jungler as Tarzan again setting up so many plays, this time on the tank for the roster. Cloud9 are completely turning it on in the final hour of their tournament on the line. I can't believe that this is the same team that lost 2-0 to Saint.
Right? I can't believe that this is, again, the same team that has fallen to Enemy the last 2 times that they played them in Majors. They are about to 2-0. They're on the precipice. 3,000 gold lead right now, and they're looking clean. And 4 kills on the Senna. Actually, did not go for the Divine Thunder build. You're right, did go for that Black Cleaver plus Executioner's Rush instead.
Gonna be less damage than normal here for Set. Well, I don't know what normal is, honestly. It's just gonna be less damage. When you have a root connecting, this Rift Herald is still alive. Nobody has actually been able to secure it quite yet. This Tybe is level 9. That's a 2-pointer Cyclone. So it could be very scary to deal with for Cloud9 if they can get into this pit. They're teleporting. They want it.
Yeah, it's a teleport coming in from the Croc, and now the engage from Selma. But watch out for that Cyclone. Watch out for the Yasuo combination. Did not find a big enough one, and now Cloud9 can just run forward. They've taken down Jackie. The big carry's down for Enemy, and Tarzan's looking for even more. Selma unstoppable. Selma about to be gifted the 3rd double kill of the game for them. And Cloud9 again walk out the victor.
How many double kills can Old School get in a single game of Wild Rift, Kangas? He's got 3 so far. 6 on the Senna overall. Oh, Jinx Rocket? Tarzan died!
Okay, that's a consolation prize for Enemy, to say the least. But again, the Yasuo ultimate goes on to only the Nunu right there. The Enemy have yet to get their big team fight engage.
Zello playing Assassin Renekton and showing that maybe Renekton is good for Cloud9. Maybe it's actually able to get them some wins on the day.
I think it's the Singed more so than the Renekton, but the Renekton is still doing his job as well. This is just such a tough position for Enemy right now.
Yeah.
They have scaling. They are still a later game team composition. The one DJ doesn't even have 2 items completed. Actually opted for the Blade of the Ruin King first. And Jackie opting for the Infinity Edge first with triple Raptor Claw.
That's awesome. You know,
wants as much crit as possible.
Yeah, if you buff up your crit damage, why not make sure you're critting every single time. And who needs boots if you're killing them? Jackie has Ghost. He's getting excited, hopefully, for him in the team fights.
It is a strat.
You can see
it
why
is in
he's
fact
doing
a
it.
strategy. Again, it's not as early of a kind of spike for the Jinx. You still will be looking to scale a little bit more. You'll want that second item. Hopefully it is still the Storm Razor, which I think is fantastic on the Jinx, rather than the Runan's second item, because again, that's just delaying your effectiveness in these fights. But now, Enemy, they might have found a pick here. Tarzan is tanky. The package used by Truth. It'll prevent Cloud9 from escaping through the top half, but they say, let's just fight through them. Who's running away? We're running right through ya. Rampage for Zello. Truth will find one, but now Meals running forward, gets the flip back. Truth
So close.
flashes, but doesn't get the kill. Meals, again, with a sliver of a health bar, will survive.
Oh,
And
it
that
was
is an
too
ace to
close.
Cloud9.
Too close there as Meals survive. 5 for 1. They don't even go for the Drake. They're just taking every single structure and saving the Drake for yet another fight. I like the idea there from Truth with this Corki package, but it doesn't actually land onto any of the members. It just cuts them off. And Cloud9 wanted to be there anyway. Like you said in that fight, who's running? We're going to kill you.
You saw how tough it is for a Jinx to follow up. Jackie was in the mid lane, walked up, got one zap off, not a single auto attack. Because Jackie cannot follow up. Selma and Zello were both there just cutting him off. Or actually, it was Old School. Selma and Old School just cutting him off at the pass. And then, like, if your Jinx isn't there outputting damage, you're not even getting the full value out of your composition. Cloud9 playing that well. I think Enemy overextending in a really rough position because now they're even further behind for the next dragon.
I mean, no value out of the competition. What about the items? If you buy 3 crit cloaks and you're not auto-attacking, then you just spent a ton of gold on nothing. That doesn't do anything for you. So, pretty scary stuff. Is Tarzan looking
Also,
for
Hero
another
dropped in
engage.
an odd place. Yeah, Cloud9 just want to go for even more. Selma goes in. Now Tybe onto the back line, once Old School, but Luan DJ was not there. Yasuo is in the top lane right now, so Enemy are fighting again without their full compositional strength here. Yikes, will die under turret. Even Luan DJ is getting caught out here in rotation. And Cloud9 with their second ace of the game.
Nicely done for Cloud9, Kangas. I think we have our top 4 solidified very soon as Cloud9 have a monstrous lead. They're in slip and slide territory. It's 12k up at 12 minutes, and they're not even done taking all of these structures. Again, they keep the Drake alive. They do not care about that objective at all. Just every structure to be had off of this rift, and they can. They keep the Drake alive for Enemy to bait them in to another team fight. This is so creative from this team. Just saying, hey, we don't need this to actually win this game. We just want you guys to keep fighting us over and over. And Enemy take the bait every time.
Monstrous performance means a monstrous lead for Cloud9. And they are one team fight away from potentially just sealing this game. If they get another ace, there's not a lot of structures left, and they're looking for Truth. Got out here in the side lane. Has to Valkyrie, has to flash, but you cannot escape. Okay, the CC has actually changed there. Both landing at the same time, but still will fall down. And now Tybe realizing, wait a minute, maybe I'm not helping that much here. Pull back, jump forward. Selma between the turrets now, just soaking up all of the abilities of Enemy. They're trying the best that they can, but the turret ain't doing enough right now, and Enemy will fall underneath it. Cloud9 are looking clinical in this game too. Another team fight victory. It's only Luan DJ. This is 3 aces in a row for Cloud9.
And they're looking for those structures again. Can they get the inhibitor turret? They won't actually go for it. This is so clinical for Cloud9. Just fight, reset, fight, reset, fight, reset, over and over and over until the Nexus falls. It just keeps happening again and again and again, and there's nothing the Enemy can do about it. This is a team that specializes in team fights and skirmishes. That's what they've been about for the entire runtime, even last year in 2021. That has been what Enemy has been all about, synonymous even with the team fight team. And when they can't do that because Cloud9 have prepared so well against them, What do NME do? Nothing so far.
Yeah, the answer is just get destroyed in these fights. Meals is just doing
Wow.
this on his own. Selma
got
will come
package.
in now. Cloud9, they're looking for another fight here, but they are doing it kind of scrappy. It's a 2v5, and they're on the Baron as well, but they're
Wait
not
a
taking
second.
it that fast. I think there's actually a window here for Enemy to go in, but the big Nunu engage. Now they turn back for the fight. Enemy, can you do it? Can you kite back away from Zello? The Crocodile's forward. The Crocodile flashes back to safety as Old School and Luan DJ are in their own 1v1, and Old School wins it! No
Oh, no way.
Double kill for Tarzan, dominating on the Nunu. And Cloud9, they were sick of the narrative of dropping early in majors. They were sick of losing to Enemy. They will push on to the Nexus, and they will lock in their tickets to the first Wild Rift land. They're going to Mall of America. They're going to top 4 of this major.
We have our top 4 solidified, Kangas. Cloud9 round up the rear with Saint in the lower side of the bracket. And then we have Tribe up there at the top with Suzaku. Congratulations to all 4 of those teams. We'll see you in Minnesota alongside Immortals and Sentinels. And NME will have to try again next weekend as they sit by the sidelines and watch the rest of Major 3 from their homes.
It was a close game for the first half. Enemy were doing a decent job of just trading kills around the map, trading objectives. We didn't see a lot of objectives forced in this game, but we just hit a cliff, and eventually Enemy fell off of it. Jackie could not get into those team fights, was still building towards this really late game scaling Jinx. You need 3 items for this Jinx to do anything in these fights. And Luan DJ also not having the best performance on the Yasuo. I think Cloud9 drafting also just threw Enemy for a loop here. This Singe is really confusing Enemy. Zello on the Renekton was really clutch. It's like, where does Enemy put the Yasuo? Cloud9 not only executed, but they drafted very well, and they are a pretty big threat now here for the rest of this Major 3.
And, you know, you mentioned Zello right there. I'm going to put him forward as a bit of an unorthodox star player in this one. And
Okay.
once we go back and we watch all of the highlights from that game again, you're going to understand why. Because he didn't have the most damage, he didn't have the most gold, but he was doing his job so well in every single team fight at just isolating one of these marksmen and completely stopping all of the DPS from Enemy in every single fight. I'm telling you, we're going to watch these highlights and you're going to agree with me.
All right, Zello it is. I feel like Smacks doesn't always do things that confidently, so I will follow along and vote with Zello as well. As I said, he was underperforming in some of those earlier matches, especially the one that we got to watch against Saint. It was on the Croc. Croc not so good here for Cloud9, as you said, but they go back to it here in game number 2 with everything on the line. And Cloud9 just played confidently. They played clinically, and even in that very, very last play, Tarzan just saving that last little bit of HP, using Consume on one of the Wolves, and then having enough time for Absolute Zero to give absolutely zero chance to No More Ego for a comeback here, Angus.
Absolutely insane performance from Tarzan. 8-3 and 20. 20 assists on that Nunu. Was present for 28 out of 32 kills. Also a really strong showing from the jungler of Cloud9. And Old School got, what, 4 double kills? I lost count at the end. It might have only been 3, but it was close to there as we take a look at the replay package. Yeah,
it was so brutal here from Old School. Again, I mentioned before, he needs to be the carry on this team. There's not a lot of damage there. It's just 4 tanks and a Senna. And Old School did the damage. I believe he did have most damage in that game. Oh no, it's just most damage on his team. Truth actually did. So shout out to Truth there. But all right, here we get to see the highlight reel. Look at this Renekton. Here he goes. Look at him. What do you even do as Jackie?
The answer is, unfortunately, die.
Yeah.
As we saw happen often. It's really hard to keep the Jinx alive in this composition when you've already drafted around the Yasuo. I just keep coming back to it. The confusion around the Jinx focus today, like this fight. Watch Jackie on the left here. How do you get into the fight? You can't. And then you walk up because you think you're safe, but then Selma says, psych, I'm invisible, and I'll just pull you in right now. And then Jackie's just not having a good time.
The invisibility utility there from the Senna also. Oh wow, I really like the way the Cloud9 draft always. I always love to see the new stuff that they always throw in, and you can tell based on their first series that they weren't fully ready to expose everything that they were working on. Like, they didn't play the Singed until they absolutely had to, but once they did, Meals ended up 3-0 on Singed mid today. Who expected this? I certainly didn't.
Is that a 100% win rate? Because it was played one time earlier. You said that was against... was that in their unstreamed game against Demons? So 100% Singed mid win rate.
Yep.
I don't know how to feel about that emotionally. I feel like there's something wrong about that.
There is, but I still like it, because we've got Zello. And again, the stats may not be impressive here, but if you see the eye test, you watch him in every one of those team fights, he is the reason why NME don't deal enough damage to actually overcome those tanks. Because if you do have a Corki and a Jinx that are untouched against a big frontline team, then they will run you over. They'll get so many resets and so much range that they can abuse over you. So Zello is my star player. And I appreciate having a player like that on my team in those team fights. I'm sure the Cloud9 would feel similarly after that one.
Yeah, they did their job. Zello doing their job there, and we got to see it plain and simple. Get your lead, sit on the AD carry. And I was wondering in Champ Select for game number 2, we saw Jinx Braum, and it's like, okay, but, you know, we know Yikes to be a roaming playmaking support, not one to just sit on your AD carry that makes the plays. And we saw multiple different times there where Jackie was left all alone and Zello took advantage of it and stopped the DPS coming from the other squad. And for more insight on this Cloud9 victory and honestly this big sigh of relief, we're joined by the support of Cloud9, Selma, joining us. Selma, you can breathe now, brother. You're going to Minnesota. You're going to Mall of America. How you feel?
I mean, it feels good, but at the end, it feels bad losing first round when we came in so confident. So, I mean, it's just a relief that we made it.
Okay. All right. I mean, hey, look, you're in the dance. I think that's what matters when it comes to this type of situation, because all of us here, every caster, every fanatic of North American Wild Rift knows how good your squad can be. But you ran into the Saint squad that like really stuffed y'all. What happened in that first series since we didn't have a chance to talk?
I don't know. I think we just played bad. I mean, obviously we played bad because we were expecting to win. But yeah, I don't know. That's it. Like, I mean, we just played bad. Like,
all right, there it is. All right. Oh, interview over? Is that it? No more
I'll see you, man.
I kind of wanted to get your feeling on like how the team bounced back from playing bad. And honestly, a lot of people don't know you got pushed to the brink in your second one. It was a 2-1 victory. It wasn't even a 2-0. It was a 2-1 victory against Demons. And then here, a clean 2-0 against a No More Ego squad that you guys have battled before and had issues with before.
Yeah, it's funny that we 2-0'd No More Ego, but we struggle on everyone else because we generally in Major 1 and 2, we lost to No More Ego in the losers both times. So, yeah. I mean, like, at some point, we're just like, dude, what the hell are we doing? Just, like, come on, just focus on it and just win. Like, it's not that hard.
Yeah. Well, you did it in a unique way. That first draft that you all pulled out, the Shen, Rengar, Singed. What was going on here? What, like, was this something that you had saved or prepared, or was this just like, we're going with this, this is how we're winning?
Yeah, I was kind of prepared, but, didn't want to show too much, I guess, but...
Yeah, all right. You know what? I just want to know if that one specifically was prepared. So cool to know that you guys have some stuff to pull out.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to get your final thoughts here on, I guess, 2 more questions. I wanted to ask your thoughts on making it to Mall of America, making it to Champs. It feels like it's been a long year for y'all. What does this mean to you and the squad?
I mean, it just feels good. Like, we started off Major 1 going like 8th place, so already it was like kind of a rough start. I think I was playing pretty bad at that time, like swapping to C9 from NME. So, I mean, I'm just happy we made it, and like we've got so much better as a team. Like, it's everything, even though we didn't win our first round, it still feels good. like for the practice we put in.
That's good. Yeah, definitely celebrate your wins. I know it's really easy to be tough on yourself and just, nitpick, but hey, you made it to the dance. You're good now, but you're not done with the work yet. We started the day with Cloud9 versus Saint here in day number 1 for Major 3. And for Major 2, we're starting on that bottom side of the bracket. It'll be Cloud9 and Saint. You got the rematch against them. How's this going to go differently for y'all?
You just play better, like...
That's what I wanted to hear.
Bring out some of the hidden picks. I don't know. Like, I'm feeling confident though, because like, I just feel like we played better like as the day went on. So if we just play well, play our game, like it's I think it's free.
All right, well there you have it, Selma. Thanks for being such a good sport, and I know it's been a long season, but don't worry, y'all made it to champs. You don't have to go through last chance qualifiers. We'll see y'all tomorrow for your opening match against Saint. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Selma, always a funny chat there because it doesn't complicate things. We lost because we played bad. We beat them 2-0 because we played good.
It's a simple answer. Yeah.
He threw in at the end that he might have to dust off some hidden picks. And if he didn't already do that today, then, like, what else are they even going to play? They played Singe, they played Shen, Rengar. Like, what else do they have for us? I can't wait.
Like Kazakh's mid. Call it now. That's what's coming
Kazakh's mid. What we saw, they were rolling with that jungle Jace.
Yeah, true.
So like, there's a lot that this squad can do, and sometimes I wonder if that's part of the reason why they get in their own ways. Sometimes they are very good players. They're flexible, but hopefully that they can continue to ascend, and they don't have to restart at the starting point that they're at today. They're like, hey, we're warming up as the day went on, but now they got to start from that point. Otherwise, Saint's going to beat them again.
That's actually a really good point, because like a lot of what we were talking about on the cast was the fact that they picked these, off-meta picks. Not everyone's expecting them. The enemy team doesn't know how to play into it. But you're right. Sometimes maybe you don't know what your own win condition is if you're not practiced enough on it, or if your opponent has the correct answer.
Yeah, and remember, that's how the day started. They played against the Master Yi in the top lane. Like,
True.
well, I kind of have an idea how this works. And next thing you know, Alpha Strike all over the place, straight down to the bottom side of the bracket. As we take a look at our updated bracket from Major number 3, looking towards day number 2. So these 4 squads all have made it on through. So that line there is the lower side of the bracket. Suzaku, GG, and Tribe will play in our upper bracket finals, but then in our lower bracket semifinals, it's Saint, Cloud9. Remember, all 4 of these teams have already qualified into the tournament. And it just feels like a big sigh of relief for Cloud9 fans everywhere to have something go their way here, Smacks.
Especially today after the not so calming LCS result for any fans out there. I know we got the raid there, so maybe some people are still watching after that. Who knows? But yeah, Cloud9, they win today. They can feel good about that one. And from here on out, it's just playing for more prize money, more seeding as well for the regional championship, because that's going to matter quite a bit.
And the fact that they did it against NME is just justice. That's cherry on top for Cloud9. It's like, we finally took down the team that we have not yet been able to beat at a major, so it's got to feel good.
Let's take a look at our qualified teams after 3 majors plus a day. There it is. It's Immortals and Sentinels that qualified through major number 2. And then Tribe, Saint, Suzaku, and Cloud9 have all punched their tickets. So that is all locked and done. No one will be added to this list over this weekend, as we have one more tournament to qualify, the last chance qualifier. That'll happen before, of course, we have our WNS Season 1 Championship happening in Mall of America at the end of the month. So it's just great to see. Like, I'm so excited for Saint and Suzaku. Like, they hit the stride at the right time, beat some really tough teams, and I hope that they can continue to play at the level that they are, because it was a lot of fun. It was proactive, and it shakes up the the standings that we've had in North America for quite some time here, Kangas.
Exactly. They knocked NME down a peg, and that's the thing. NME is one of those teams that we've kind of grown accustomed to this year, being towards that top 3 conversation. Also important to note that the 4 teams below Immortals and Sentinels, seeding's not locked yet. That's what we're competing for the rest of tomorrow's show days. Where are they all going to fall in that placement? They'll all be playing against each other in some way in that first round based on how the seeding's working. Last chance qualifiers will be determining who's against Immortals and Sentinels. But still, I mean, it would feel good to take that 3rd seed and, of course, that actually a little bit of prize pool from the pool that we have available at this major.
Absolutely. All right. Well, it's been a hell of a day of Wild Rift. Upsets galore. So to close it out, I figured we'd pull back a segment from last week here, Kangas. One of, I would say, I have to call it your favorite, maybe.
Okay.
I think it's your favorite. Rip off the jacket. I know you got some musculos under there that you need to show. And we're going
making
back
me
to
do this again?
Yeah, let's do it. It's 1-word descriptions here. Kangas back into Kungus. Let's see it. Yeah, that's right. Cave Mangus.
Last time I had a pump.
Happen.
Last time I was working out beforehand. Now you got like fresh arms right now. I don't know if they're gonna look big enough on broadcast.
All right, friends at home, if you haven't seen Kangas play this game before, and Smacks, you'll have your opportunity to play in too. We will describe today's action using only 1-word syllables. So you can't use multiple words. You can only use 1-word syllables. Kangas was going to do it. He thought it was going to be easy, and in the middle of realizing it wasn't easy, he said, "This is not easy." And I was like, "This is great. Let's do it again." So, all right, Kangas, let's start with you.
Okay.
Today's action, recap it using only 1-word syllables.
Only 1-word syllables to recap all of day 1 action.
Yeah.
Seed, no count, no no real, seed only in head. Real
only
seed
2
in heart. That's all I got.
All right. Only was 2. You almost got there.
Oh no!
Smacks. All right, so I won't interrupt, Kangas. We won't interrupt. We'll see if we could just figure it out. And there it is. I'm hearing production. You could have used just.
I could have used
just.
just.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
Smacks,
they're
your
not the
turn.
ones on the spot. Okay.
You're on the spot. Ready? Go, Smacks.
Cloud9 lose, but then Cloud9 win at end.
That
That was really good. I'll give you that one.
All right. Let's see. Small team beat big team. Saint sent from God, because they are God sent. Yay, Mall of USA. Done. Easy. USA. Those are 3 syllables.
But
As each
I don't
one
know
a
if
word?
USA counts.
I mean, technically, US and A all stand for different words.
That's right. Chat, you can weigh in here if this worked or not. The debate will rage on until day 2. Let us know on day 2 if that counts or not. Y'all, it has been super fun today. Closing thoughts here. Kangas, we'll start with you.
The big one is, of course, Cloud9. They've gotten revenge, they've gotten justice, and now they're reaching the level that we've expected from them for a while. I actually do think that they will get higher than 4th seed at this event. I think now there's going to be lower pressure games, so hopefully we see Cloud9 really come into their own form, but I think that they can actually take this whole thing. I still think that they can make the lower bracket run and push for the end. That's going to be really exciting tomorrow.
Smacks?
I don't know, man. Tribe really turned it on today as well. We've got some of the top of the table back in form. I'm really excited that they already qualified for the regional championship as well. So now they can dedicate a lot of that time just to being the best version of themselves that they can, and then preparing for the end of the month, because they've got a lot of time to scrim and everything. So I'm really happy that we're just going to get some more showcases of these teams. They can fight for that prize money as well. Yeah, and the new kids on the block look so cool too. I'm really excited.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely a great day of action. But now, day 1 of Major number 3 is complete. We had 4 teams qualify on through to the WNS Season 1 Championship, but they will fight for seeding tomorrow and the prize pool of $15,000. You can catch all the action here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern at Wild Rift Esports Twitch channel, of course. on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, we appreciate all of you watching. We'll catch y'all tomorrow for more WNS action. See ya.